Today is May 13th, 2025. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative, and I now call the May meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. And I have to do that because it's fun. Welcome to those in attendance and everybody listening online. We have 8 board members seated at the board table, and Jim Porter from District 9 and Dennis Hirschberger from District 7 are with us via Zoom today. So you'll have to help me watch. Commissioner Watson is on my immediate left with Vice Chair Danny Zek next to him. Our Board Attorney Mark Ferguson is on my right, and normally our Board Secretary Deborah would be down here at the far end on the right, but she is helping at the table this morning. Our boardroom is bright with the inventive bust drawings by student artists from across Kansas. These are some of the entries for the Safety First, Safety Always National Poster Contest. KSDE School Transportation Safety Unit organizes the Kansas entries, and there are 512 entries this year. So I don't think they're all on the wall, but we do have a good spattering around the room, and they're delightful. Our mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Let us rise and join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As we move forward and deal with approval of the minutes from the last meeting, I want to let all of our board members know that Board Member Potter did request that Deborah, our secretary, includes some of the discussion that happened around the approval of both the minutes and the agenda last month. Board discussion is not something that has ever been added, to my knowledge, into the minutes, and I also do not find it when I search other government documents in their minutes, such as the legislature and city commission meetings. I am going to read from the board policy, which points to the statutes around the recording of the minutes. And on page 17 of our board policies under G, records and minutes, it states, the secretary to the state board shall take minutes at each board meeting, shall record the actions of the state board, and shall officially certify the minutes of each meeting. That is under KSA 72250, which I will quote, the secretary shall provide for a means of recording the actions of the state board and shall officially certify the minutes of each meeting of the state board. The policy continues on saying, on any motion before the state board, a recorded vote shall be taken and made a part of the public record, which is from KSA 72251. The name of any member voting against a motion or present not voting shall be recorded in the minutes. Additions and or corrections may be made to the minutes by a majority vote of the state board. Historically, the minutes include information presented to the board, the motion, and the vote. The board policy dictates the name of the board members who vote no or present not voting to be recorded. As Board Attorney Mark Ferguson pointed out last month, via KSDE's YouTube channel, the live stream is available for all, and a link to the recording of the minutes is on KSDE's website for the public to easily, a link to the recording, yes, of the meeting. For the website for the public to easily watch the full proceedings of the meeting. Last Thursday, as I was rewatching a couple portions of the last meeting, I was reminded that the agenda had been amended before approved, and I asked for a correction to the minutes from our secretary, and this was sent out Friday to the whole board, so they were fully aware before the meeting. With this in mind, I believe Deborah, our board secretary's minutes, correctly reflect last month's board meeting. So I am now prepared to receive a motion or discussion on the minute. Well, I'll start with a motion on the April 8th and 9th State Board.
Madam Chair, did you treat then my request for the change
Member
as
Potter.
yes, are you treating this then as me asking for an amendment or addition to the minutes?
I was simply allowing the board to know that you had requested that.
Right.
And I did turn that down per the policy and what I just said.
Right, so then I'd like to appeal to the board, please.
You may make a motion if you want something different for the minutes.
I move to appeal to the board.
What is your appeal about, board member?
That I'd like the board to vote whether this,
You
I
need to make a-
understand you declined it, but I can appeal
Right,
to
so
the
I'm
board.
asking you to make a motion of
Which I
what
just
you
did.
would like. Please make a motion of what you would like in the board minutes.
You want me to read it? Okay. I move that in the, well, here, because I don't think this is exactly the same copy that I had.
Well, this is what everybody has. This is what you sent out on Friday.
Okay, well, Mrs. Potter requested an addition to the minutes, which was rejected by the chair. Chair Hopkins requested a motion to approve the minutes of, and it's miswritten in
It's
March.
supposed to be
It's
April.
supposed to be April as written, which was provided by Mrs. Haas. Mrs. Potter appealed to the board. The appeal to the board was not well received. After some discussion, Chair Hopkins requested a second to the motion to approve the minutes as written, which was provided by Mrs. Arnold. Mrs. Potter made a point of order and provided a written statement of board policies she believed were not being followed. A vote was taken to approve the corrected to April minutes as written. Motion carried 7-1-2 with Mrs. Potter voting no, Mrs. O'Brien and Mrs. Dombrowski voting present, not voting. And then in the approval of the agenda, Chair Hopkins asked for a motion to approve the meeting agenda, and Mrs. Potter reminded the chair that her point of order had not yet been addressed. It was agreed that the point of order would be added to the agenda at the end of the meeting on Wednesday, and Mrs. Arnold moved to approve the agenda as amended, and Mr. Porter seconded the motion, and the motion carried 10-0.
And as I previously stated, I did ask for a correction to the approval of the agenda because I did amend the agenda verbally, which added a line item and then pointed toward the discussion for Wednesday.
And Madam Chair, I was told the reason you didn't put it in there is because it was not seconded, which you had never asked for a second. So I'm properly making a motion, and if nobody seconds it.
I'm talking about, yes, sir.
May I interject? As I understand what is attempting, you're making a motion that what you just read be an amendment to the minutes of the previous, so.
Yes, sir.
So your motion, so procedurally, I guess it would be to.
Ask for a second.
Ask for a second.
I will ask for a second. Connie has seconded.
And now if there's discussion.
Would anybody like to enter in on this discussion? Anything to add?
Madam Chair, I think it would be appropriate for me to speak to it first. I think that's the appropriate way to
Okay,
go.
well, I guess I thought you did, so, okay.
Okay. Well, I didn't, I tried to just make the motion without reading it at first.
True.
But
That's good.
But at the same time, the point is that in our minutes, we have a lot of information in our minutes. And when I've asked in the past, last month and now this month, the reason for not putting this in, because these are the actions and the conversations that's happening in this board and the things I'm trying to change in the culture somewhat of the board being more involved. And that's just my perspective. Trying to be more involved, that I'm thinking this is very important information to have in the minutes, that this is actually the conversation that went on. I don't think relying on YouTube is the proper thing. I do go to YouTube. It's not that I don't use it, but that is not an official record keeping for the minutes. It's a platform. It's a social platform, not government owned. These are the government docs.
Okay, thank you. Melanie, did you have something?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to get my hand raise app to work,
That's
and it's not working at all. I just want to say that I think Deborah does a wonderful job and is already going above and beyond with the minutes based on what you just said, which is in written policy. I certainly don't want to continue to add things to her plate. I think that in the time since Deborah's been here, we've seen the minutes actually get longer. I'm now serving my 5th year on the board, and I think that keeping them short and sweet would actually be preferable because of what policy and statute says. So I will be voting no on this.
Okay. Jim Porter?
Thank you. In January, we elected a chair and a vice chair. For the second time in the years that I've been on this board, the chair was elected unanimously. I believe that she's made the correct decision. I believe that but the bottom line is I will not support the amended motion.
Anybody else have a discussion item? Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with what Jim said. You are doing a great job. Our policy is pretty clear, pretty straightforward. The thing that concerns me really is how much time this is taken away from dealing with the issues of education. I'm not sure memorializing every word that each board member says is in the best interest of moving academics forward. So I'll be voting no on that as well.
Did I see you, Michelle? Did you say?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I feel like, Kathy's doing, Chair Hopkins is doing an awesome job so far. I do think that sometimes we discussed, I think it was last month or the month before, where people can't see or hear. So, unless you're going to buy in certain things, we have to go do a roll call. You don't always know or can't always hear. And it's something like is important to somebody is like maybe they felt like there were like 10 things or 7 things that, and maybe they weren't clear on as far as policy. We did adopt some new policies within the last, several months. And I think sometimes we just need to make sure that those things are clear, that person's being heard, that member's being heard. And you don't always, like I said, if you go back and listen, you don't always hear. From YouTube, people are blocked or whatever, you don't always hear. So I guess I'm not saying I'm not going to vote against it or for it. I think that she's made some points. This isn't very long. I just want to make sure that the board member is being heard as well. So, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're ready for a vote then. Those in favor of the motion Debbie Potter put forth, please raise your hand.
So the amendment to it? Or the
Your
minutes?
motion.
Are you, okay, my motion, yeah.
Your motion is to amend the
Yes.
meeting, the minutes as you presented.
That's probably,
Okay.
I'm just
Okay.
making sure.
Okay. Everybody opposed? I'm sorry, we have, we had 2, 4. Yes, we had Connie and Debbie voting for. Was a yes? I'm sorry, I should have done that better. I want to make sure we're recording properly.
Present, not voting.
Oh, okay, so we have 1 for the yeses. This is the no vote. I apologize, I'm trying to do a better job of making sure we're putting this up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 noes. Present not voting? 2. So that would be Michelle and Connie.
So,
Here, you may want to just recap that.
so to assist the chair, because we've kind of talked about maybe when the board secretary is there to just wrap up the particular
Yeah.
item and state the vote would be 1, 7, 2,
Okay,
motion fails.
fails, okay. And now if we, yes,
I'd like to change my vote to a yes.
okay. So we'll go,
Yes.
so you're voting for the amended?
Yes.
Okay,
So the vote would be,
2,
the vote would now be 2, 6, 2,
no, 271,
2, 7, 1, sorry.
2 yeses,
That's, I
7
guess, why we
noes.
make sure we're clear, right?
That's right,
2, 7, 1.
okay,
You're still present, so you didn't
Okay.
take a stand one way or the other.
Yeah, because I didn't know the last
cool.
minutes either.
That's smart. That's smart, not taking a stand.
okay. Do I have a motion for the minutes as drafted?
It's a motion.
I need a motion for the minutes as drafted. Melanie
moved.
is first and a second. Betty is second. All in favor? Raising the hands. Did you get both?
on the screen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 yeses, all opposed? And present not voting. So Connie, you're present not voting? Okay, so 2, okay. So the final vote was 7-1-2?
Very cool when you don't take a stand.
You're fine.
So the final vote is, it passes 7-1, Debbie voted against it, 2, present not voting, Mrs. O'Brien and Mrs. Dombrowski.
Okay, thank you very much. For the agenda, the only change, and it's not really a change, it's a change in the timing. On Wednesday, we will be moving number 8, the data conversation, to number 1, and we will have the legislative update at the end as number 8, because we will be going into executive session after that conversation. So if that computes, if I could have a motion to approve the agenda. As amended, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with you this morning about item E, just pulling it off for a comment.
Oh, that's right, consent goes in here too, I'm sorry.
And I can make that comment now, or do you want me to just wait and do it when we approve the agenda? Because it's a consent.
Probably better, I think the proper procedure is to pull it to discuss
Yeah,
any
okay.
comments. So,
It's just
so
to make
this
a
needs to be
comment.
for the agenda, and then we'll do the consent second, okay?
Okay,
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Betty? Melanie seconds. All in favor? I believe we have a 10-0 vote. And then on the consent agenda, do we have any?
yeah, I'd like to pull E for a comment later.
Okay. And we'll do that immediately. So we will approve the consent and then we'll go to E, okay? So, do I have a motion to approve the consent with E pulled? Melanie, or Michelle? Okay, we'll second with Melanie. All in favor? And that is a 10-0 vote. And then on consent item E, Michelle?
My comment now? Oh, okay. So that is, just so everybody understands, that's a federal money, and we've been talking.
Let's read out the
Oh,
title. Act to approve the Kansas School for the Deaf's assurance form to fund a curriculum and assessment coordinator. So it's an assurance form. And Michelle, go ahead with your comment.
so as we've been discussing at length in our different committee meetings, federal money is being scrutinized across the United States as far as funding that we get for grants. I'm not against what they had the grant for. I'm just saying that is not necessarily something that, I mean, it could dissolve in 6 months, a year. So when we're talking about positions that are being added with federal money, just so we all understand that those types of things may not, based off of the current administration, may not be there forever, or it may be temporary, just so everybody understands that. I just want to make that point because we've been talking at length about different things that are funded through grants. And just like to make the statement, if we're funding something through the legislation, through our elected Kansas officials, and then we are all elected to oversee that, those are Kansas-driven, those are Kansas dollars. That's closer to the people. Things that are coming from federal may or may not that take the same look at importance that we're looking at as a Kansans. So just want to make that point. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion to approve consent item E?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to approve consent item E.
Debbie Potter is the second. All in favor? Okay, it's a 10-0 approved. Moving on. Okay, I believe next on our agenda. Oh, it's the commissioner. Surprise.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, sir.
good to see all of you. My remarks are somewhat brief this morning, but I kind of want to focus us back on the time that we're together. Yesterday we spent some time talking about board goals, and Dennis, thanks for joining us. I know you weren't feeling well yesterday, and so thank you for being able to jump on the link and at least participate that way. I will be bringing to you over the next several months some of those, kind of pulling those together and see if we've captured that well, and you'll tell me if we haven't. But I think it was a great discussion, so I want to thank you for that. Last week, I hope you noticed it was Teacher Appreciation Week. And oftentimes the state board meets during Teacher Appreciation Week, but there's twice a year because of the way Tuesdays fall, and we're always the second Tuesday and Wednesday of the month that we do not. But it's an opportunity to take time, and so I wanted to take time just today to say thank you to our almost 45,000 Kansas teachers in public and private schools across the state that every day get up with one thought in mind. And I tell people this all the time: there's something wrong with the teacher's DNA. Did you know that? I'm saying this as a history teacher, not as a biology major, is that there's something in their DNA that makes them care deeply about other people's kids, including their own, but other people's kids. And they do that every day unselfishly. And so we just want to say thank you for your service, your dedication. The 2024-25 school year is almost up, and it's been a wonderful year. And that's due to the people that are sitting in front of a youngster. We talked some about this yesterday. The 10 of you, one of me, Deborah, as great as she is, she's the great one. We don't instruct kids, and I think we always have to remember that there's some people today that are doing that work, and we want them to do it well, and we want to give them the tools to do that well. Yeah, absolutely, Betty. And I know you think, hey, we just saw the Kansas Teacher of the Year team. This is the new one. Okay, this is the new one, of which one of these 8 will become the Kansas Teacher of the Year in September. So the old team would want me to say this. See, I shouldn't call them. The current team would want me to say that. We're not done yet, Randy. We're still on the tour. All right, Liz and all but this is the new group. And I know so many of you got to join during the regional banquets and celebrate, and you'll get to know them better as the current group will end their tour in September when we meet in Wichita to choose a Kansas Teacher of the Year that then goes on to represent these 8 and the 45,000 in our state, because you can only send one. But we've been lobbying that we ought to send 8 to DC and they went, no, we're not letting Kansas have 8 and every other state have 1. So we unfortunately have to choose one. Now, I think some of you know Dale Dennis. Dale was one of the longest employees, maybe the longest employee that we had, and we still have him around part-time with us. So I asked him, because he started along with our comms people at the Kansas Teacher of the Year. And I said, I'm looking at this year, and there's something unique about this year. So I know this may be hard for you to see. So Tracy is from Quinter, out in western Kansas. Tronda is from Republic County. So your first question, your first quiz, your Kansas geography, Kathy can't answer because it's her area. Republic County is the home of what city? I know, see, you're from the metro area. We thought, Manhattan was western Kansas. It is not. Okay, yeah. It's from Belleville, which is the major city, not the only city in Republic County. I don't want to get Cuba and Hillcrest, some of the other.
And sir, I have to say they have an amazing coffee shop.
Yes, and Scandia and Cortland. There are some amazing towns in Republic County, but Twanda's from Belleville Republic County High School. Troy is from Scott Dual Language Magnet here in Topeka. Julie's from Santa Fe Trail High School, just down the road, not too far from us. Rachel's from Central Elementary in Olathe. Lauren's from Schlegel High School in Kansas City. And Jason's from Heston. And my screen is blocked off as I can't see our last person. Eric, can you move the screen just a second? The Zoom screen, so I can properly announce. Just move the 2 squares. There we go. Susan Rogers. I was going to have to call her Miss Rogers from Derby. All right, those are your 8. That's the team. That's the rock star team that will be soon going across Kansas and helping spread the message and meeting with teachers to be. What is unique about these 8? Obviously, tons of things unique about these people. But maybe, I say that because I didn't go back in the annals, but I did ask our historian. There's something, I think, very unique about this, and I want to point it out because I was so excited when it happened. And no, it's not someone from McPherson. That's this year. That's my hometown currently. Do you know? No more Kansas geography quizzes. Tracy from Quinter may be the first teacher from a 1A school to be part of our Kansas Teacher of the Year team. Yeah. Small schools, yes, you too can be a Kansas Teacher of the Year. That's why it's so important. And if you're at Region 1, which serves primarily Kathy, but others of you, cross over into that, we have grown that so much. It's gone from the Salina Country Club to the Hilton Garden Inn. We're now at the Tony's Pizza, otherwise known as the Bicentennial Center in Salina, because we had 400 or 500 people there this year. So congratulations to these 8. They represent. I tell them this when we do the banquets. They would tell you, I don't know if I'm the best teacher. Oh, well, they represent. They certainly represent the 45,000 best teachers. And I thought, this little cartoon was so appropriate as we think about graduation, we think about students. Because I think it's right that we get the chance then to brag, for the rest of the time. So if you really want to know, because I still think of myself as a teacher, so I'll often ask, because I really do, okay, Melanie, tell me about the kids in college, right? How are they? Michelle, I'm looking at Michelle calling her Melanie. Yeah, or Melanie, how are the kids doing, right? I asked this morning, because when you're a teacher, you just think about, we want these young people to grow up to be successful. So I shared this with some of you yesterday, and I just want to share this with you, because I got this text yesterday, and it says this: "Hi from Italy." That is not in Kansas. Do you know that? Okay, then no more Kansas geography. "I thought you might appreciate that I spent the day visiting Mount Vesuvius. It was very beautiful, much bigger than I expected. See the 11 pictures that I took." And then I got, a slideshow of 11 pictures. And then, I retired in September, and I've been traveling. This just goes on. And I've been traveling the past 9 months through Greece, France, Germany, and now Italy. It's so much fun to see it all in person and not just in a book or on a screen. And I hope you're doing well, because I'm recently retired. That was a former student of mine in Andover, Kansas. Now, that first makes me feel really old that she's retired for the last 9 months touring Europe. All right. And then, as I said to you, some of you yesterday, just remember, Andover was not my first teaching job. So this is not like one of my former students said, "Well, okay, Dr. Watson, but you were young, first teaching job." It was not. That was Tesket. But it is true that, right, Dr. Newt, we think about our kids and we wonder, I wonder whatever happened to that kid. And you love to get, social media has been so helpful to see when they get married and when they have babies, and when they get an advanced degree, or when they just celebrate life. So again, we say thank you to those teachers. Now, do you know what this is? This is a sweet 5-speed Schwinn Stingray bike from the 1960s and 70s. And once I got enough money from mowing yards, I went and bought that sucker right there. That's not mine, but it was green and it looked just like that. All right? And I was the envy of the neighborhood. If you want to know, those of you that grew up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, when you got older, you wanted to have a really nice car because, that would help young ladies look at you. But the first part of that was getting a good looking bike because then, the little girls in the neighborhood, wow, you have a really nice bike. That was early on, right? I don't know how old I was, just old enough to get a paper route. And then it seemed like time flew by, but I was visiting this house. Now, I'm going to give you a hint on this one. This is actually in Manhattan, Kansas. Anyone know what happened in this house from the 1930s through the 1980s? I know Kathy's like, he is so weird. I don't know where he's going with this. This is the home of Vern's Donuts. You actually walk down the basement and they made homemade donuts and you could get them in the middle of the night. And the first thing when I arrived in Manhattan after graduation was my fraternity brothers took me to Vern's Donuts. And literally. So from the Stingray bike to Vern's Donuts, what was that journey about? Well, it happened upon all this time leading up to graduation, which is going on last weekend, this weekend, and next weekend. A lot of celebrations. And then it marks what happens then as we start after graduation. The Stingray bike represents all the things you think you want as a kid, and it takes so long. And finally you graduate and, all your family's there and we're hooping and hollering. And then once you walk across stage, well, I got the rest of my life I'm supposed to do something with, right? And so I use those just to kind of point out, at this time of year, we're thinking about those graduates and the grandparents and the parents and the parents and the aunts and uncles and the friends and family that really help these young people graduate, and then the future. And so you've seen this graphic. You may not remember where you see it, but Dr. Lori Curtis shares this with you a lot. And it's from Nancy Young. And I'm going to give you what she gives you, but I'm going to use it in a little bit different context. So Dr. Curtis would tell you, if we don't do anything, about 5 to 10% of kids learn how to read. They learn how to read. And I would argue about 5 to 10% of kids do well in school because they have great families and they have great parents and just something clicks with them. And I was a reader and I don't know how it happened. I've told you that in the past. All right. And about 30 to 35% will learn how to read by just being read to and being exposed to books. So when you add that together, you're talking just less than half will probably do well. Again, that's true of school. Who's going to be the next National Merit finalist? Well, I think school has something to do with that, but so do the kids and the families they come from. However, about 40 to 45 require code-based, systematic, explicit instruction, or they don't learn to read. And I would argue they don't learn to do well in school. That's almost half of the kids arriving at our schools that are hoping to, move the tassel on Saturday, wouldn't get there without 45,000 teachers, excellent principals, a supportive school board, and all of us helping guide that direction. And about 10 to 15%, or maybe slightly higher, require code-based instruction, or I would argue require even intensive work. And your discussions yesterday were about what levers do we have at this state board to help those kids that need it the most. And by the way, on any given day, that can be a lot of kids. And sometimes they're on autopilot and life's good, right? What are the things that are important as we help those young people? So I hope you get to visit some graduations this spring. Hope you get to celebrate, and I hope if you have some family members doing that, I hope it's a wonderful time for you and your family. And no more surprises, Madam Chair, no more geography quizzes. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody have any comments for the commissioner today?
I wish I still had that bike, by the way.
I remember being on a bicycle very much like that. There were 3 of us.
See? That was my hope, that some young lady in the neighborhood would want to ride on the back of the bike.
Then there
with
was the handlebar.
Oh, yeah, and the
you know,
handlebars,
So we
yeah.
had 3, and we literally got pulled over by the
me.
police.
Yes, with no helmet on, I bet, either.
Helmets, I
I
didn't
don't
even
know
know
how
what they
we
were.
survived those days. I do not.
Did you want to maybe just real quick make a comment about the governor's scholars?
Yes,
that we
thank you.
participated in?
Yeah. So we had the opportunity last weekend. Is it last weekend? Time flies so quickly on Sunday to be with the top 1%. Top 1%. Like, I didn't sniff that, when I was in school. Top 1%. And if you were there, we got to shake hands with every one of the students that came. And, some of them got there really early and came from a long ways. And what a joy, to just listen to, hi, how are you? What are you thinking about next year? And other than Danny trying to convince everyone to go to KU in the line, okay? I don't think did you change any minds? I don't think so. Okay. But it was a lot of fun. And what was true about every one of those kids, they were the highest academic kids we have. And I was looking at, all right, what are the other things you want to do? Lots of engineers, lots of computer scientists, lots of medical people. And this year, I thought a fair number wanted to be teachers. And that was a lot of fun, too, to see that.
We had some accountants. I heard that quite a
Yes,
few
yeah,
times.
a lot of finance, too.
Yeah, and I had to hoop and holler when it was a Fort Hayes going to Fort Hayes next. I do want to point out that I found out after the fact that Shane Carter, our Shane Carter's son, was in that lineup.
Oh,
I know.
yes, I
I was
should.
like, why didn't you come?
And soon he will be off to military academy,
West
so
Point.
he's
Yeah,
he's
was
going
one
to
of the
West
2
Point.
going to West Point that
So-
we went from. So
Yeah, when Shane presents, you say, Shane, your son just like you, were you one of the 1%? That's how we joke around here, right? Or we hope our kids are much better than we were and our grandkids.
Madam Chair, Commissioner?
Yes.
If I might jump in, since you opened the door.
yes,
You mentioned National Honor Society, but then we talked about the students who walked across that stage. Those are very different bars that you have to be above to get there. And then you've got the kids that are going to walk across the stage at graduation this year with honor cords
Oh, yes.
and medals and all of the different things. I think it's important to call out, one is based on testing. National Honor Society, if you're going to be a National Merit Scholar, you have to achieve one of the best scores, probably a perfect score in your district to make those finals and become that scholar, which is very different than the students who walked across that stage, even though we both hold them in such high regard, or we hold both of them in such high regard. So just a point about the many different honors and the way that we measure success and what we call excellence. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Melanie. And it makes me also think that came across in that top 1% were several young people that have been in front of you as president or vice president of their career and tech ed organizations, and 2 or 3 of those served on your task force for screen time. And it was fun to see them come across the stage too. And you're right, put all these skills together.
Betty?
Well, the door still is open, so I want to make a comment. That was really a great afternoon. It really was. And one of the things that I really felt good about, and I want to make mention, just in talking with the students and what's your next step, many of them made the statement that they are looking at a field where they can give back. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking as I was talking with them, there are those that would like to say they're there for handouts. We're giving them handouts instead of looking at investment. And their giving back is a return on that investment. And it was just so great to hear high school students talk about being able to give back. That was amazing. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
And before I close the door, I am going to say, I also want to cheer on every high school student crossing that stage who have worked harder than they ever could have, and they persevered, and they made it. They didn't give up, their families didn't give up, and they made it through, and they are getting that diploma. And that is a huge success for many of those kids, and
Absolutely.
I applaud that, and I appreciate that. So
Absolutely,
we have them
Kathy.
from every
And the families that are there will
Yes.
know that. I'll tell you who also know that, the principal of that school.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
So we applaud all of them.
I can just tell you, and not having said in any graduation the doctor knew was in, but I know there'd be a little twinkle in her eye with certain kids went across because
Right.
only a few people knew the struggle that it took to
That's
get
right.
some young people. So thank you
Absolutely.
for all that.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, up next is our Citizens Open Forum. Oh, okay, thank you. I feel like I'm loud, I'm not loud. Okay, we do have several today. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at, according to my computer, 10:39 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only. And our first speaker is going to be a Dr. Amber Wheeler, followed by Erica Sheets. Our board attorney will be, he doesn't have his red cards today, but he will be keeping time and holding up the 1 minute and then 30 seconds, and then you're done. So, Dr. Amber Wheeler.
Ooh, how about now? There we go. I'm Amber Wheeler. I am the superintendent in Humboldt, and it is no secret to anyone who's been around me that I am a proponent of the expanded emergency substitute license. And the last time I got to share in front of this board, I really focused on the benefits and the technical side of that. But today I want to share a little bit different because I had somebody say to me, do you really get to just grab somebody off the street? And I want to share with you just how untrue that statement is and introduce you to a few of our emergency substitutes. So first I'd like to share with you about Kelly. Kelly is a mother of 4 students who have either graduated or are currently enrolled in our district. I'm pretty sure she's been a room mom in about every one of our elementary classrooms. She's been a baseball mom, and every Wednesday she makes a meal for our kids at our trap team. When the license first came out, she knew the problems and stepped in to say she'd help. And when she comes to substitute, she follows lesson plans, classroom management systems, and schedules that are created by licensed teachers. And she knows how important that is because it's important for her own kids. And she has value in our district and a vested interest there. Second, I'd like to share with you someone who will have a license should this continue, and that's our Miss Chloe. Miss Chloe is the para in my 4-year-old son's preschool class. And I don't know how many of you spent time in a preschool class, but there is a special place in heaven for preschool teachers. And it makes it really hard for us to find really qualified subs there. But Miss Chloe, and as a superintendent, I can tell you Miss Chloe is the best person to step into that classroom because she's been an aide for that teacher since she was in high school and was a teacher's aide for that teacher. And she's the best person to step in and to be able to continue with the learning that happens every day. And as a mama, I can tell you she's the best person to make sure that my kid shows up loving school every single day, even when the teacher he loves is gone. So this license is really about making sure that we can put the best people in front of our students. I was visiting with another superintendent, and he said something that stuck with me. He said, this license has more checks and balances than any of our other sub-licenses. For the first time, we require an emergency substitute to have educational training in modules like special ed and classroom management. So even after they've done the training and passed a background check, then a superintendent still has to sign off on their license, creating a checks and balances system that provides quality people for our classrooms. And that's why I hope that you will allow it to continue. Thank you for all your time and your service. And if I can be of any assistance in this or anything else, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Next up will be Erica Sheets, and then it will be Dr. David Prentice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Erica Sheets. I'm here both as a 15-year Kansas parent and as the chair of the Moms for Liberty Johnson County chapter. Moms for Liberty is a volunteer, local grassroots, nonprofit, nonpartisan 501c4 organization. Not one of our 320 chapters in 48 states has been planted from outside of its local area or state. While many others may agree with our stances, please understand that when you hear Moms for Liberty Johnson County speaking, you are hearing from Kansas parents. 10 years ago, this board imagined what the kids of the future would need. As a result, you established a set of board outcomes. That future is here now. While not every student, in some shocking numbers, kids can't make eye contact, they're often not healthy or happy, and are often not learning academic basics. In so many ways, the kids are not all right. Kansas spent over $18,000 per public school student, according to KSDE, for the 2022-2023 school year. That's about 18% more than the U.S. average. Despite our exceptional financial investment, Kansas students are dangerously undereducated. 2024 KSDE performance data shows the kids are not all right. There are over 66% of Kansas students below effective level 3 in ELA, over 68% below effective level 3 in math, and over 67% below effective level 3 in science. About 1/3 of Kansas students are at the limited ability level 1 in both ELA and math, and almost 40% in science at level 1. The average Kansas ACT score has gone down by over 12% in the last 10 years. These are just some data points to consider, and there are plenty more. After 10 years, it is clear there are at least some current board outcomes that aren't serving Kansas students well. Let's figure it out together where it went wrong by conducting a 10-year review. Our vision is Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. In service of that leadership, I'm requesting to be added as an agenda item for either the June or July board meeting to present 30 minutes of data and information most relevant for your review. Thank you, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
We have a Dr. David Prentice is next, followed by Nancy Moneymaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Dr. David Prentice, I'm speaking as a private citizen. Wanted to comment on the new Kansas law to provide education on prenatal human development and make some observations in terms of potential resources. This is based on my almost 50 years as a scientist and educator. Many of those years I actually taught human embryology and developmental biology. I do want to emphasize that it's imperative that we fill this significant gap in our students' education. To ignore this deficit is to shortchange our students. Basic knowledge about human development can give them a better outlook on human life and human flourishing. I provided a hard copy to Deborah of the websites that I'm going to mention. I'll also send her the electronic copy so it's a little easier to click on those links. One of the best resources I've come across is the Endowment for Human Development. Numerous videos, educational materials covering different periods of human prenatal development, body systems, and even levels of difficulty. The majority of these videos use 3D and 4D ultrasounds, so you're providing accurate prenatal and public health information. It also includes an educator's corner, which has a number of other resources for teachers. Their overview video called Your Life Before Birth provides actually an exceptional overview of human prenatal development and utilizes, again, human ultrasounds to give you scientifically accurate and easily understandable information. Another potential resource is The Voyage of Life. At the top of that particular web page is a short animated video covering the prenatal period. Now, it's shorter than the time noted by the legislature, but it could serve as a supplement, and in fact, that website is a treasure trove of information scientifically referenced on human development. One other excellent resource is the Education Resource Fund website. Again, contains numerous animated and ultrasound videos that describe accurately human prenatal development. This is not an exhaustive list I'm providing you with, but it does provide some of the best scientifically accurate resources that I've come across in my years of teaching. Learning biologically accurate human embryology, I feel, is essential to scientific literacy for our students. Even the youngest students can get a clear picture of how our bodies develop, how they function, our human variation, and probably the most common human experience, prenatal development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prentice. Okay. I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Dennis, I'm sorry, did Dennis, did you have a clarifying question, Dennis?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we have access to those websites or whatever that
Yes.
would be
Yeah,
maybe
I've
published.
given the hard
for us.
copies, but I'll send the electronic copy because some of those URLs get kind of long and winded.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Dr.
you.
Prentice.
So next we have Nancy Moneymaker, and following her will be Sharon Knutson.
Nancy Moneymaker, representing myself. And I'll start with, the legislature shall provide for a state board education which shall have general supervision of public schools, education institutions, and all the educational interest of the state. The Kansas legislature passed 89 pages into statute, HB 2045, in a last effort by gutting a bill within the Education Committee, the Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development Committee, where few would go to find legislation on Kansas early childhood education. This was not shared with any of you on the board that I know of. This little-known bill established a bureaucratic Kansas Office of Early Childhood by July 1st, 2026, a department with a governor-appointed director, with the director serving at the pleasure of the governor. The director will appoint deputy directors in a minimum of 4 different areas by statute. Section 9 says the Kansas Office of Early Childhood shall be responsible for the implementation of child care policies, processes, procedures, and funding with direction from the governor, the director of early childhood, and the legislature. In light of that, your job just got easier. While this board was told to look at all the shiny objects over here, some of you even being dissuaded from having open conversations on early childhood and pre-K, others were over here passing 89 pages of childhood statutes. They're hereby established within the executive branch, the Kansas Office of Early Childhood, with the oversight of all funds, programs, and policies related to early childhood care services provided in Kansas. The director shall receive an annual salary to be fixed by the governor. The director shall serve at the pleasure of the governor. The Kansas Office of Early Childhood shall be responsible for the implementation and policies, procedures, processes, and awards granted to the Children's Cabinet, including child care subsidies and A through K, including Parents as Teachers, Health Families America, Head Starts, maternal and child health service home visitation, and early childhood home visitation. The director of the Kansas Office of Early Childhood shall have the power to grant a license to a person to maintain a daycare facility for children under 16 years of age. Child care center means a facility that meets child care center regulations and provides care and educational activities for children. Daycare facility means a daycare home, preschool child care center, preschool program, youth development programs up to 16 years of age, and other facilities.
Time is up, Mrs. Nyman.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for
But
coming.
you get the idea.
Yes, thank you. Next will be Sharon Knutson.
Thank
you. I know there's a lot of interesting topics. That last one probably needed a lot more than 3 minutes. My name is Sharon Knutson. I'm here representing the parent organization of Kansas School for the Deaf. We appeared before you in March telling you about the need we have for reading resource teachers at our school. We were told at the time that we wouldn't be able to get such teachers for the next school year because the state budget had already passed through the legislature, and our school is funded by the state legislature. So the parents organized ourselves and became lobbyists, and we went to the legislature. We lobbied the Senate and the House, and we were given $300,000 for the next school year to fund teachers, for resource teachers outside of the classroom for our school. We wanted to report to you what we've done, so we are thankful for Doug Shane and all of the senators who worked with him to get that line item amendment to the budget. So we do have that funding. Also, we had a meeting with the concerned parents, with our superintendent, with the board chair, Kathy Hopkins, as well as our board liaison, Michelle Dombrowski, and the education commissioner, and we were able to speak at more length than the little 3 minutes allows us about our academic concerns at KSD. That was very productive. We especially introduced the topic of needing a curriculum coordinator, which you then passed today on the consent agenda, so thank you. And we hope that in the future that will be incorporated with regular budget from the state so that it won't be at risk of disappearing with funds from other places, same as the $300,000. And then we also had our first parent forum. We had 21 parents attend, which we think is pretty good for a school of only 150 students. Main concerns and topics discussed were academic concerns, as well as concerns about needing more protein in the breakfast at the cafeteria, school budget, athletics, and things like that. So my request this month that I come to you is one, we always have requests, I know. One, we would very much like to have a parent chosen by our parent organization on the committee that's choosing to fill the positions that are being created out of our discussions. Those positions include a curriculum coordinator, an instructional coach, and the reading resource teachers. We think that we had a large part in causing these positions to be created, as well as the funding for them, and we'd like to have one of our parents on that committee to help choose those people. It's really important that we get the right people in those positions, and we'd like to be a part of that. Another request that we have is about the school budget, and I know that school budgets can be really complicated, and especially in larger school districts, but I do think that as our Board of Education, who is our board for our local Kansas School for the Deaf board, that you do have the ability to say maybe create a task force to consider how our school budget is presented. As parents, we were very frustrated trying to understand our school budget and what was allocated for teaching. And I know that yesterday I heard the teachers who were trying to negotiate teacher salaries were also frustrated with the format in which our budget is presented. And maybe if we had a more clear budget format for our school, which is smaller, that kind of format could be used by other school districts to make a budget that's acceptable to the Board of Ed, who looks at everybody's Board of Educations. So that's just a suggestion, but a very much we want a parent who has a voice in choosing the new positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And before I close the open forum, I'm going to quickly hand out, we had a elementary principal from Cimarron who worked so hard to be here and then just could not make it happen. So this is her printed, what she would have been speaking on today. So I'd ask the board to please take a look at that. And at this time, the State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:57 a.m. We would like to thank our speakers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and ideas with us. Thank you so much. And back to our agenda. Where are we at here? Let me give those to you. Okay, we are going to have a presentation from, are you going to join Scott? Okay. On the State Board role in the distribution of federal and state funds by our KSDE attorney, Scott Gordon, and our board attorney, Mark Ferguson.
And as Mark comes up, the reason that we've asked both Mark and Scott to present is because sometimes money is presented either through state law or federal law to the agency as some mechanism to flow through.
Yes.
And then other times the law will specifically state, and the state board shall or may do other things. So it's a combination. I thought they should share that conversation with you.
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark and I had worked together on this PowerPoint, but I put together the final edits. So I intentionally left Mark's name off so he has plausible deniability for any spelling errors I have made and other general mistakes. And Mark's telling me already I only have 1 minute left. So before we get into the whole discussion of what happens if you don't spend the federal funds, I wanted to give kind of a brief overview from someone that's not one of the programs that asks you to spend the federal funds. I'm not funded at all by the feds. Shame on them. So there are most of the programs that come before you are application based. The department always applies for the federal funding on your behalf and on behalf of the schools in the state of Kansas. There are some examples there that are in front of you. All of the child nutrition, the child and adult care food programs they apply for on a regular basis. Title IV of the Higher Education Act, although that is not something that goes through you all, goes through the Kansas Board of Regents, but it's still money from the Federal Department of Education that Kansas benefits from. There is some title funding under Title I. Again, that's supplemental funding for specific populations. Generally, it's those that are, well, they need the extra supports. Every federal program for which we receive money, there are certain promises or obligations. We say, yes, we will accept the federal funds, and we promise to essentially abide by your rules in order to spend the money. Some of these rules are more specific than others, and every program requires some level of accountability, which is a lot of the data that gets collected, a lot of the reports that are generated from the agency. They have audits or program reviews, if not yearly, then on some other regular basis. So those are reports that have to be provided to the federal government. It's kind of a, fine, we're going to give you this money, but we have to verify in some way that the money is going the way it's supposed to be spent. So how exactly are we being held accountable? Or how is Kansas being held accountable? Again, every federally funded program that comes before you is created by federal law, and then each agency will adopt its own regulations to kind of clarify what the federal statutes mean. Just like the State Board of Education, you adopt regulations, you amend your regulations all the time to make more specific requirements on the local school districts. The federal agencies will have more specific regulations outlining exactly what our obligations are. The participants, and that I mean the state or the state agencies, have to comply with the applicable regulations. Sometimes we get dear colleague letters. We get other specific guidance from the agencies letting us know, okay, here is the interpretation of this regulation today. And they tell us that's what we're supposed to abide by. There is always some form of a written agreement between the state and federal agencies. It's not necessarily an 800-page document, but there are some assurances. I keep hitting something. I broke this thing. And there are assurances that we check off saying, yes, we promise to abide by the law and we're not going to use the money inappropriately. If there is any risk from the federal agency coming against the state or a state agency that, if you are not doing X, Y, and Z, we may take some kind of action to stop the funding or make you pay the money back, they always give us some kind of notice saying, well, okay, it looks like you didn't abide by this part of the regulation. There's something you're required to do, and either you didn't do it or you didn't do it sufficiently. So they would give us notice, generally speaking, at least prior to, a couple of months ago. They would give us advance notice that they were going to do that so that we could make sure, okay, they're now threatening to take the money away from us. Let's fix whatever our problems are so that doesn't happen. So what are the applicable regulations? They are always going to be program or funding specific. There are regulations specific for each specific program. I will tell you that generally there's an all or none approach to compliance. You don't get to comply with 75 or 80% of the federal requirements and still get to keep all the money. And in fact, in most of the programs, if you're not in compliance with a small part of it, you are at risk of losing all of the money, not just the part that you're not in compliance with. And again, there's almost always some kind of a grace period in order to become compliant. It's not a simple matter of, well, We got a report that you didn't do X, Y, and Z, or you're missing some of the paperwork here, so you're done. We take all the money away. Generally, they will work with the agency, agencies, if you will, to become compliant with the federal programming. Here's an example regulation that does tie somewhat to something you all voted on last month, and I'm just using this as an example because I think maybe it's fresh on your minds. Within Title VII, that's everything having to do with agriculture in the federal government. I almost printed off all of Title VII. I think the agency would have killed me because it was well over 400 pages if I were to print it on very, very small print. Point being, there are a lot of regulations overall in Title VII, but you whittle it down to Part 225, it's really not that far. It's not that hard to understand. So the Summer Food Service Program has a list of, and I'm not even going to, I'll just make up a number of 20 different things you have to do. There's a lot more than that, but I can count to 20, usually. Here are some example regulations or requirements that we have to abide by as a condition of using the federal money. And this one is, at the very least, we have to give a description of how we're going to coordinate the outreach and how we're going to coordinate these activities to maximize the reach of the summer food program and the summer EBT program. It does not dictate exactly how that outreach occurs. It just says we have to have as much as possible, right? And these programs are not just in schools, so the outreach has to be beyond the building of a K through 12 educational institution. So that's an example of one of the things that the agency has to do. We have to figure out a way to comply with this. Similarly, I paraphrase on this one, we have to target outreach efforts to priority outreach areas. In other words, beyond just the school building. If we don't do that, then we get technical assistance or we get program reviews, or as Jay Scott, his team is responsible for giving technical guidance to local school districts if we think that they are not in compliance with KISA or KISA 2.0. Same concept. The federal agencies will then send guidance. They'll have communication with our agency to explain, okay, here's where you miss the target. We're going to help you get there. If we fail to fulfill those obligations of the federal funding, if we are not able, for example, to come up with an acceptable plan for that outreach, we don't just lose the outreach money, we potentially lose all of the money. And again, it's not just the funding that goes to the State Board of Education, or actually the State Department of Education, but it's the recipient schools and the recipient programs that don't get the money. In April, you all celebrated certain child nutrition program directors, I believe. And you all were posing with photos with them. Everybody was happy about how great those programs are working out. If we're not in compliance with even a small part of the federal program, I'm just using this as an example, those programs go away. And unless the state somehow is able to make up that money. And I will tell you that as of today, you don't have the money to do that. I'm just laying it out there, being completely honest with you. If the federal funds go away on most or all of these programs, we don't have a mechanism today to make up that money. So those programs completely go away. At least that's the risk. What have other states done? Because I know this is a question that comes up quite a bit, and I get this question all the time. Well, what happens if we just decide not to take the federal money at all? I will tell you, sometimes states decide to do that. And they do that for a number of reasons. Maybe they see that the federal requirements, they're overly burdensome. That's just too much work. We don't have the staff or we don't have the time to do that. Other reasons why other states have decided not to accept certain funds is if the requirements are seen as specific, contrary to state objectives. Okay? Or there may be other reasons they just decide they are not going to abide by this plan. Every single time that I'm aware of, that I've looked into, last couple of weeks, if the states make that determination that they are not going to accept those specific funds, they come up with a way to offset those lost funds with state funds. They provide they provide notice to everybody in the state, and they have a plan on how they're going to deal with it. That plan very well may be a formal announcement we're just not going to do those things. Going back to the child nutrition program again, there may be an announcement that we are just not going to have free reduced lunch. Period. We're not going to have summer food programs. And that's the kind of notice that if there was going to be a change in Kansas, if the federal funding of the State Board of Education stops, keep in mind that we've been doing these things for years. Most of, if not all of them, longer than I've been here. And that's been not as long as Mark has been here. Keep in mind that before anything ever comes to the state board for a vote on approving certain programs or certain ways of spending the federal funds, there's a lot of time spent figuring out the best way to use the funds. It's not just in-house. We work with the vendors, service providers, schools to determine, okay, this worked well or did this work well that we did last year? Yes or no? If it worked well, then we keep doing it. If it didn't work, we come up with alternatives, which is why the successful programs are often repeated. Something that I do want to share is this idea of detrimental reliance. This has become something that state education agencies have been talking about quite a bit in the past 45 to 60 days because we had relied to our detriment on certain promises made to us by the federal government that funding would be continued. So you approved contracts. We signed contracts. We had lots of programs set up, okay? The theory behind detrimental reliance is this. If you promise to me, or I have reason to believe you've promised to me that something is going to happen, and I rely on that promise, whether I should or not, but if I rely on that promise and I give up other opportunities, or if I spend money out of my pocket, then I have relied on that to my detriment. I mean, I know it seems kind of self-explanatory, but you spend a lot of time in law school and Contracts 101 dealing with this issue. This is a very common argument in contract law, and that's the example. Person A spends the time, resources, opportunity. Whether or not that promise is implied or whether it's specifically stated, it's something you rely on. Give you an example. I'm going to pick on Danny for a second. Danny, you might have assumed that Deborah was going to bring in those chocolates to the meeting because she's brought those chocolates in every meeting for several months. And I'm not going to ask how many you've eaten already today, but having sat there willing to bet at least one. Have you had at least one? Okay, all right. You might have assumed, because Deborah has brought me that chocolate every month since several months from now. You might have assumed, well, I know she's going to have chocolate for me when I show up, or all of the other snacks that she regularly brings in. So you don't bother buying breakfast on your way here because you know she's bringing you breakfast. But if she shows up in June and there's no snack bar, you might be a little disappointed. You might think, well, I got to run to McDonald's because apparently they have food too. That is an example of detrimental reliance. Now, is there a guarantee? Did she specifically promise you in writing that she's going to bring you chocolate? Probably not. But you still rely on, you make that assumption. Vendors and schools and programs rely on that a lot because it takes so long to get these contracts in place and keep these programs running. It's not just a matter of, okay, Tuesday we decide we're going to do the program, Wednesday we approve it, Thursday we sign the contract, and Friday we start. Each of those days of the week, that's more like a month of how long it takes before these things really get up and running. So, as of today, to the best of my knowledge, this body has never made a formal announcement or taken any specific action to not accept federal funding. Now, many of you vote on a regular basis. I mean, it's not, for example, Michelle, I don't think it's unfair for me to say you consistently do not vote in favor of spending federal funds. Fair? Okay. But that's still not a position that the entire board has taken, right? So there has not been any kind of formal policy decision. Unless and until this body takes that kind of a stance, then really what should happen is continue to ensure the agency's ability to comply with the federal programming. Because you may very well overall say, well, we like child nutrition, we like early childhood, we like whatever pick a program. But maybe this little part of it, we don't think it's appropriate to spend $20,000 on something. Well, if you don't allow that team to spend that money just because it's federal funds, there's that risk of us not being in compliance with those requirements, which means all the money goes away. And it doesn't just hurt the board or the department, it hurts the people that are relying on that money. Okay? So until that decision is made, really the board should continue to allow the agency to remain in compliance. If you don't like how the agency decides to spend the money, if you think, yeah, we know you're going to spend $500,000 on this, but we don't like this version of it, that's a very different conversation than we're just not doing it. And we'll get to that in a minute. Mark's probably could say more about how that operates with the state funding. If and when there is such a formal policy decision, then the recommendation is going to be you should actually make that formal announcement so everyone in the state knows these specific programs are either no longer going to exist in Kansas or we're going to use this other funding source, probably state funding, to make up for it. It's just it's this idea of the fundamental fairness and making sure that Danny doesn't show up here and gets shorted not having the chocolate that he was hoping to get. I'm keeping it. All right. Mark, I don't know if Mark has follow-up on this part before we start talking about the state, but that's how the federal funding, and that's the risk of not approving federal funding.
I think the challenge is that one of you would pull me aside and say, well, yeah, but we're the state board. We get to decide these things, and aren't we in charge of education? And to use that fun analogy, yeah, Danny Zek has, he's detrimentally relied, and every month he shows up. But when his wife calls and says, he came back from the doctor and his blood pressure was up or his sugar intake was up and we need to cut that off, or there's not money in the budget to pay for those things, then all of a sudden, you get left high and dry, show up and you're disappointed. And so what happens is that, I don't think that either of us or the agency is suggesting that you continue to do things just because you've always done them. Okay, that's not really the argument. It's not really, okay, well, just because prior boards have always, we're not expecting, there's not an expectation that you continue to just rubber stamp those things. But if I think, I know Mr. Porter is online, but he can't make eye contact at the table. This is where he would throw the softball and he would look down the table and say, well, Mr. Counsel, Mr. Ferguson, what are our risks? What's the possibility of getting sued for not, approving or not moving in that direction? And, we would talk about the risks of not continuing to fund a state program or a federal program where money was coming in. And we talk about, the programs and the persons that were adversely affected, and the debate would continue and say, well, yeah, but we've made a choice and a decision from a policy-making body, because that's what you are. We don't want to support those programs anymore. And we might have a little exchange about, well, you could get sued. But we know that it's, anybody can assert a claim and anybody can file a lawsuit, and we can't make decisions out of fear, because even when you make the right decision, you could get second guessed and be sued. So I'm not suggesting that you engage in a risk analysis from that, although clearly, and I'd give you more direct legal advice in executive session and say that yes, a decision by making a decision not to fund, X, Y, and Z program could lead to claims that somebody would make asserting detrimental reliance or breach of contract or other claims against the board. I think what I've been seeing from my vantage point over the last couple of years is a concern that it is more than just a legal a risk analysis based on getting sued and having to defend your position. Scott used the term, notice several times. Well, we learn as lawyers that notice plus opportunity to be heard, when you add those two things together, that's called due process. And due process, either it comes in front of a decision or in an appeal after a decision is made. So you can have predetermination due process, which is notice and opportunity to be heard, which is the due process that you give somebody that has an expectation of continued rights. Or if you make a decision that negatively impacts somebody, you can still have due process and appeal procedure where you're given notice and opportunity to be heard. So due process can occur at either side of a decision. And what I've been trying to get some traction on when I have the opportunity to talk to individual board members, or if a group of you will listen, is that my feeling is that we haven't had to incorporate due process into the decision making of the board as a whole, because normally you have been making decisions that continue the status quo, that you're continuing to approve funding for things that have happened in the past. And you're making, decisions that are not just, they're not rubber stamping. You're making decisions, you're analyzing, you're saying, is that still in alignment with, Kansas policy? Is it still in the best interest of the state? But there has been a shift, whether it be, using the federal funds as an example of how making decisions, receiving award, given notification, and then pulling the rug out from people who have planned and who have detrimentally relied on that, what that ripple effect can do. I think that now we are in a different time period when this board, I would encourage the board to look at, if you're going to make decisions that negatively impact others, that you factor in the due process. Like, so what's plan B? If you decide, if you get traction and at least 6 members of the board follow the same philosophical approach that they don't want to accept federal funds, okay, that's fine, but let's build in some notice and some opportunity to be heard. Let's not just vote no and take that away. Let's anticipate that decision, give notice to the public, and give some input so that that is not just pulled out from under the rug, being pulled out from under at the 11th hour. I've wrestled with this issue literally for a couple of years, feeling that, and there's not a specific way to do it. What I've thought about, and when I think about my legal ideas of implementing due process in this decision making that you're required, that you regularly do on a monthly basis, I think about trying to incorporate terms that you are all very familiar with, that the presenters from the agency come forward with, and we'll play a little word game. I'll just give you the definition, and you tell me what the word is that you nearly regularly hear. Is a detailed scoring guide that defines the criteria for evaluating work product, outlining specific expectations and performance levels. What's that word? It's rubric. So whenever you are presented with alternatives from educators or people within the agency that come to you and you're evaluating and grading, you talk about a rubric. Well, it's basically all of the factors that go into that decision-making process. So whether you call it a rubric, whether you call it a decision tree, it's not an easy solution. So for example, on your agenda, you're being asked to raise the minimum threshold for making a decision from 10,000 to 25,000. Well, that's a reasonable adjustment, but that's just one factor. You might say, well, cost isn't just the only thing that should be considered. Is this a brand new program? Is this something that's been, in existence for 10 years or more? Is it something that really the board needs to vote on and needs to decide on, or is it something that's kind of inherently within the agency to carry out? Is it something really that is funding coming from some other source? So I'm in trying to articulate. I'm happy to work with you going forward. I don't know what that would look like, but in the interest of trying to avoid the liability and to give adequate due process, which is notice and opportunity to be heard, I would encourage this board to be thinking about how it tackles important funding decisions, because in the past it's typically been funding decisions that were continuing with funding that has been there or in the pipeline. And now I'm starting to see whether it's because of policy choices at the national level, but also coming down to the state level where questions are being asked. Even if money is allocated from the Kansas legislature, are you going to spend it? Is it in alignment with your educational interests in the state? So I believe, and I can answer Jim Porter's question. Yeah, you might get sued, but that's not the purpose of telling you to do this. I think it's more fundamental fairness, because it's a monumental waste of time and resources, because the life cycle of funding and coming up with this plan is huge. I mean, the agency spends hours and hours and hours that you just kind of have to assume that they have done their due diligence leading up to it. But you get people that are hired, they've got staff, they've got programs in place, they may have contracts, or they might have other subcontractors that are expecting to utilize that money. And then if it just comes up on the board consent agenda and is rejected, that is, you ask me, well, is it within our authority to do so? I would say most likely. Do you have that authority? Or maybe we look at whether the agency really has the authority to do it, to proceed without coming to the board. But that's not a suitable solution to me either, because I mean, honestly, moving things off the consent agenda or off the agenda from the board, I could tell you that legally it could occur without your approval, but then the next board or next month or somebody's going to say, well, we're spending this money and we should be advised about it. We should be told about it. So that's not a suitable solution. So I would say that there is a monumental waste of time and resources when things aren't vetted on the front end, or if a decision is made that negatively impacts programs, we should build some due process or an appeal process where they could come forward and say, I think you made the wrong decision and this negatively impacts this organization, this agency, or ultimately this group of students. And I would just say that ultimately, I know that this board considers public perception and the image of the board to be important, because you do good work and you want to be valued. And in order to have your street credit when you go across the street, you need to be respected and shown that that your public perception. So whether that's with the patrons, whether that's with the school districts, with the educators, the administrators, or the students, or ultimately the legislature, I would encourage you to be thinking about substantiating your position, making sure that you're not just voting no because of a high-level policy choice that you don't, because you don't want to accept money. You have to think about what's the ripple effect, what's the ramifications, and what's Plan B, because that would be, in my estimation, would be a responsible way to vote no. Is, okay, we're not going to leave you high and dry. We're going to say, this is Plan B, this is the alternative, this is the solution for replacing that funding, or at least give you advance notice that we no longer believe this is going to be in the best long-term interest for the state of Kansas, and you've been given notice and opportunity to be heard, and maybe this time next year we won't fund that, but we're not going to wait until the consent agenda, pull the rug out from somebody and create some disruption or panic that really shouldn't occur that way. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I believe we have some questions, possibly Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will point out, I do have a couple.
Okay.
So, okay. The first thing that I'm thinking about, the board does change. And so there are new members that might not know all of this history, older members that might have forgotten all of this, or people that just don't care either way. And so when a consent item with this kind of importance comes up, I would think that that would take a unique role in that this explanation is provided. And I'll go back to a specific situation. And Debbie, please allow me to use this, because you brought up a point that was valid to a lot of board members that they hadn't thought about, which was, well, can't we do something else with the money? And other board members were like, oh, okay. So there was kind of a situation where you were pulled one way because a board member said something that made perfectly good sense. But without knowing all of these implications, it put something in jeopardy. My question then is, when we have something on consent that has this kind of importance, is there a reason that all of this isn't provided before the vote, or as a reminder?
No, there's no reason the agency can't do a better job of giving a more thorough explanation on some of the items that we present. There's nothing that stops that from happening. It's force of habit that we need to get out of those habits.
Then what would we need to do to make sure that happens?
I think that's what we're doing today.
You want me to just tell the
Well,
agency staff
I meant just in terms of, do we ask for
More information.
this to be included, or what step would be taken?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Sorry, Madam Chair,
No,
but
go
just
ahead.
a suggestion. I think I can't speak on behalf of the entire agency, but I think it's fair to say we've had conversations in light of how some of the meetings have, 5 years ago, we had consent agenda and there wasn't much discussion.
Right.
We've learned our lesson, that many of these things, you don't want everything to be put on consent agenda. And we will continue to work on being more thorough in the information we share with you up front, so that hopefully by the time you come to the board meeting and it's time to vote, you have this understanding of what all this means.
And then the second area. Now, when those applications are made, which involves a great deal of staff time, is the board a part of that when you get ready to make that application? In other words, you're not left high and dry. You make the application. These are the steps that you need to take. And then the board says, oh, no, that doesn't sound like a good idea. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Are we a part of that decision up front?
I would say that it depends on I'm not here every day, but I would say, based on my experience, it depends on the topic. Probably less involved, but I would give maybe the unique example that Jim Porter sits on the bond committee, where he participates in that process before it comes to the board. So you have a board representative. That could occur in more. You could design a plan where you have you set up a whole new committee where you have two representatives that are going through that process and asking those questions before it comes to the board. I always say, Scott and I agree like 99% of the time. Most of the time, which is good, but a little healthy debate and disagreement. I would answer your first question differently. I think the definition of consent agenda has evolved in the last couple of years. I think when asked, the agency comes down and answers questions if there are specific questions. To me, that's not really the issue, because they respond when you do create questions. I think there's just there has developed a fundamental disagreement about the way we have defined consent agenda traditionally. You know, routine, non-controversial items that are you know, regular. You're given notice, but it's not, I mean, in a you know, I'm not trying to be offensive, but I mean, it's just, these are just notice. I'm not asking you to rubber stamp them like you don't have some say, but it's just kind of, we're going through the process. You know, if a hiring in other boards, you have a personnel update, right? The board approves that and makes final, but we don't make the hiring decisions. You're not on the selection committee. You didn't hire and fire, but you have a right at the local board. You have a right to know those personnel decisions. So I think we need, and you know best, Ms. Arnold, because the policy committee has wrestled with that several times. So it's not for lack of trying, but my take is that we have diverse views about what the consent agenda should be and what it is. So,
Agree, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. So you made a statement on. To me, it sounds like that the state just doesn't have the funding, right? If we pull a lot of this federal money back, the state doesn't. Am I correct in saying that? It sounds to me that we've fostered a dependency on the federal money. If something were to be pulled and we would not be able to step in as a state and fund that, or through private funds or through people donating money or whatever it is to keep that program going. And I'm thinking as a parent during the last administration, because of executive orders and because of things that were implemented into the school district, because we took that federal money, and that's why I would hear time and time again, well, we took that federal money, so now we have to abide by those executive orders that were ushered in from the last administration. And parents went, I'm not going to say all parents, a lot of parents went crazy over the curriculum that was coming in to our school system, the books, the types of books, the level of reading that was required for an honors student to be reading in those classrooms. And I'm thinking, where is this coming from? Where are these types of books and these types of materials and these open-ended questions on my son's computer that, thank goodness, I followed and tracked. And now we have a new administration that's in there that's pulling these things back, because people voted for that. People wanted that out of there. They wanted it out of the school system. So we have relied so much on the federal money coming in, and then you're thinking, well, what's coming with it? What comes with that? And it's like a ping pong match every time we're going, a ping pong match going back and forth depending on who ushers in the new administration and what they bring with that federal money. So that when we put things on the consent agenda item and like, this is just the way it's been, well, parents as teachers, we found out, even from a constituent that did a lot of research and going in, thank goodness it was pulled off the consent agenda item, because we have so much more deeper understanding now just by studying the links and the types of depth of data that's being collected or not being collected. We don't even know. So I just want to say, if I tell people all the time, and I have for the last 6.5 years, if this money were to go away tomorrow, would it stand alone on merit? I mean, would people go, oh, we got to continue to fund that because that's great. That's taxpayer dollars. Is it worth it to you, or should we change some things? We want to continue to overlook things after 5-year contracts or 2-year contract to say, is it working? Are the people satisfied? Because that's federal money coming in with strings attached to it. And I'll say that every time, because there's more to it than just, like you say, we have to report, we have to comply. Well, maybe if Kansas just did it better, I think they could do it better in a lot of ways. And maybe we could fund that with help of people donating their time, donating their own funds to keep it Kansas standards, to keep it Kansas values. And I'll leave it at that.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Betty actually got to several of my questions, so thank you, Betty. But I did want, I'm thinking through this process. How far back in the process do we move the discussion? How far back do we move the vote? At some point, are we voting to allow them to go and fill out, the grant form? And so that led me back to board policy, because that's what I've been immersed in lately. And on page 6 of your board policy manual in section 1006 is the boardsmanship expectations, which begins with, board members are expected to be fully prepared and informed on all issues on the monthly board agenda. Number 2 is maintain an open dialogue with each other. Number 3 is listen and show courtesy. There's some boardsmanship embedded there. Feel free to ask questions for clarification. Follow board policy and procedures. We've had this conversation so many times. If you have an issue with something that's on consent, you got the packet 2 weeks before the board meeting. It comes around the beginning of the month. Deborah's been doing it even earlier, so we've been getting it at the end of the previous month. You can always reach out to the chair, reach out to the commissioner, ask your questions, get them answered. So if that's not working, and I feel like that's not working if we get to the table and we can't just vote on consent. And so our new chair and vice chair created kind of a new way of approaching consent, where now we're pulling those things out and getting a presentation. It's incredibly cumbersome. I am dying to know what the solution to this is. Do we start voting much earlier in this process to save all of this work that's being done ahead of time? That's the question I pose to the board. Thank you.
And I think for me, it's very much about understanding what we've been given today, understanding where it's coming from, what all is together. Like, I don't think any of us understood the compliance piece when you're talking USDA, what all of that looks like. So sometimes I think it's a complete lack of understanding on those levels of what that process has already been. And I'm very much about not pulling the rug out from under anybody, so that we are definitely building a plan if that's a direction we want to go. I'm pretty positive the state does not have the funds to make up lunch money. I mean, that's a large number, which was presented to us a couple of times now that I've been on the board. So those are those decisions, to your point, Mr. Ferguson, that we have to make, and we have to choose what we're going to stand in. And we're not the funding mechanism. Even if we don't like it, that's not the role we sit in. That is the legislature's role. So to me, that becomes, do we want to get a legislative priority going on, that we want to have those conversations with the legislature on anything that is a problem, that there's concern? Because much of that, we don't pull that lever. We are not the finances on the federal or the state level. So making sure we're understanding, to me, it's about what are we voting on? What is the true question? We don't control the funding, as in what's coming, right? We don't create law. That's not our role. So my personal stance has become, honestly, what is the deep part of the issue? Advertising money for the USDA for the summer food stuff. Okay, well what I heard, if I'm correct, Mr. Gordon, is that is tied all the way back to all of the lunch money, all of the, breakfast too now, right?
Right, and
is that part of the compliance piece, I guess?
So the regulations that I shared with you, that is how the agency has been compliant with that for years. USDA has known that. The way that Kelly's team has been in compliance with that particular requirement was the public service announcements, and they were actually able to triple the benefit instead of just spending the $20,000. Functionally, they're getting $60,000 worth out of it. So that is how they were complying with that particular piece.
Right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree though that this topic is broader than that?
Particularly,
because we're not trying to suggest that we need to reconsider that vote or that decision. That's just a recent example, right?
But my concern
that we're going to have bigger dominoes to fall as we come.
But my concern is, did that vote create a compliance issue for the rest of it? So that's what I want to make sure if I heard that correctly.
In and of itself, as a result of that vote, it is what it is. That team will need to find a new mechanism to comply with that requirement of the grant.
Gotcha.
So that's the end result of it. Do we automatically lose millions of dollars based on that one vote? No.
Okay.
We just have to find a new way to comply with it. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Well, that's good to know on that part. So to me, it's looking at what parts do we control, what parts do we, I just want to understand my role here. That is honestly my true part of this. What is our role at this table? Because we are not legislators and we don't control the money. So that's the part I'm I'm deeply concerned about, to make sure we're walking in that. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could make a comment about consent, and I did serve on a local board. The first thing that we had to understand, there were people in place, in this situation, all of you, that have the expertise to do research, do your job. When it came to consent, and Randy had addressed that, this was presented to you. If you have the trust and the confidence in your staff that they have researched and asked all of the questions, because I know that there is probably not a question that we all could put our heads together and come up with one question that that staff member hasn't already looked at and can't answer. So it starts with, first of all, if you don't feel that they're doing their job, that's a different conversation. But if you accept that they are doing their job and have provided due diligence to researching, then it is a routine matter. And Randy had said, you are voting, this was presented to you. I think many times we as board members get in the weeds. We feel like we're supposed to know every little detail. Now, did you do this? Did you? It's presented to the board, and we have that panoramic view. And if we understand our role and understand staff's role, then it's not as complicated. It's when we try to do our job and theirs too. To me, it's kind of like the insurance company telling my doctor that I don't need this kind of treatment. Now,
That's what they do.
and that happens. And as far as I'm concerned, the insurance company's out of their lane, unless they're doctors as well. And that's not the case. So this is really getting more to the point of having the board to understand what our role is as a board. We try to get in the weeds, and that's not what we were elected to do. So that may be something that may be policy. We could put a little meat on that.
Well, to me, this was not about the consent agenda. This was about truly understanding through each thing coming to us, when the funds come in through the state or the federal government, what is our role in that?
And that's usually on consent. That's why
But
that's my
there
reason
is,
for bringing it up.
but where there
Madam
is
Chair.
a piece to be decided and requirements that the agency comes up with as a role, as another role of the board, like there are pieces in some of this stuff that we can look at. What my concern is just voting no on money when we're not talking about the actual role of the money, I guess, and the role of the agency or the board within that money. Because to the point of if we just vote no on money, then where does that leave us? And what is the plan? Because if we're going to replace that money, then that's a conversation with the legislature. That is not a conversation we can have alone. So understanding the full dynamic of it all. Debbie, did you have a comment?
Yes, as I see it, it comes down to that trust. And the thing that we're stuck in the middle on, and to your point of our role, is that we have constituents that do not trust the administration. And the administration has not earned my trust either, because I have seen things that are only presented from one point of view in these presentations, and then we're required to vote based on just that information. We're not receiving necessarily the public point of view or the agency. Complete information so that when we are making decisions, we know repercussions that are known ahead of time. Those have been expressed for the public to know as well. So the public wants to be informed. I think we are changing our culture in even amongst our constituents. They're more informed. They want to be able to be interactive with us. They don't want to just trust that we're taking care of it, that this board is just handling it. They want to be involved in it, and we cannot involve our constituents if we're having the conversations back there. It just doesn't happen back there, and it doesn't happen back there for most of us. And so, well, when it comes down to, full compliance, we have not had any conversations over the DEI, and that is like all over the place with the federal funding. So, if we're worried about one point of it being in compliance for our federal funding, and you said one violation negates all possibly, why are we not discussing all the possible areas that we are not compliant? It's just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Melanie?
Sorry, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you just said about discussing things back there, because I don't go back there, first of all. Those are people's offices. I'm not quite sure what you mean, but I want to be really clear about item number 1, be fully prepared and informed on all issues on the monthly board agenda. If that was the reference, that's your responsibility, is to read the packet. If there are things in the packet that you have questions about, staff can certainly help answer those, or you can go and unpack the entirety of, the federal policy and the strings that are attached. That would be another approach. And then you can certainly ask questions right here at the board table. So I just wanted to be clear that the board is not having conversations, behind closed doors,
But they
or
are
trying to do anything nefarious.
Yeah, not the board, but we do have conversations happening with representatives of the board behind closed doors. And also on top of that, I do go read statutes and come very prepared. So just because why are you questioning that I'm prepared? Okay.
No.
I don't know.
We're
I'm
not
looking at faces, so I am prepared, but I am prepared to have these conversations publicly because I want my constituents to be involved.
Okay. We're gonna end. Did you have was your hand not working? Okay, Connie.
I'm going to take a different approach here. What I see is our nation has a lot of debt, and at some point, they're going to have to start cutting somewhere, someplace. It doesn't matter where, but as a taxpayer, I'm very concerned about taxes. And when I talk to people, they're concerned about taxes. At some point, we need to start reining in the spending part, and we're going to have to do it in education, healthcare, everything, because I can't afford to pay $300,000 to make sure I pay my part of the national debt. And I don't think there's a lot of people that can do that. And I think when you look at everything across the nation and across the state, we have, the people over there across the street need to stop spending so much money. As a nation, we need to stop it, because I don't want to leave my grandkids with nothing. Like, will they be able to go to school down the road? If we're spending all this money, $37 trillion is a lot of money, no matter who you talk to or who you look at. So that's my main concern when I look at things. And even school districts, the amount of debt some school districts have, that bothers me. That my tax dollars are helping, pay off somebody else's debt. I work very hard to stay out of debt, and I know it's getting harder and harder because we're on retirement pay. And I look at the retired people not being able to do all the things they had planned to do when they retire. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, $20,000 may not be a lot of money, but for me it would be a lot of money. And I'm sure across the whole nation, people look at their bills, look at what the nation's spending. And so to me, federal money always has strings attached. I don't care where you get it from, whether it's from agriculture, healthcare, it has strings attached to it. And they do that on purpose. So that's just my take. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We are going to move on. We have 2 more items before lunch, and it's 5 till 12. So we have, which we're actually scheduled for a break. So is everybody okay to continue so we can get to lunch? We just have these 2 items, action items before lunch. So let me know. Do we need a break real quick? No? Everybody good? Okay. We're going to act on the recommendations for approving preschool aged at-risk programs for 25-26 school year. I don't know if there's any
I don't have a presentation. This is just for reference. It's our slides from last month.
Yeah, we're not going to redo all of that. So if we have questions, I have been in conversation with Amanda because what I've looked at is the requirements, because I'm looking at the piece that we have some control over. So if there's questions within the requirements, that's definitely a conversation we can have in the near future, and we can work on that. But my stance is, as I spoke, that when funds have been allocated, our role is to distribute those and look at and not, without a plan, pull the rug out from underneath districts. So, and I know that I have districts that literally would not have teachers in classrooms if they didn't have a pre-K program. I mean, they've told me that up front. I've walked it. So to do that at the last minute would be obviously extremely detrimental. So that's my take, my little spiel for the moment. Betty, did you have a comment?
Madam Chair, I had a comment that I also wanted to follow with the motion. If you want me to wait, I can, or?
No, okay. Go ahead.
Because I do want to say, and I've always advocated for those students that are less fortunate, and we are talking about at risk, kids that don't have families to give them that support, children that are from an economically disadvantaged, foster care, racial, they don't come to school at the same level that other kids are. And when we talk about being concerned about all students, then we have to look at all. We can't just close a blind eye and say they don't exist. And with that being said, Madam Chair, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve districts to operate preschool age at-risk programs for 2025-2026 in districts operating approved programs. 3- and 4-year-old students who meet an at-risk criterion for the preschool age at-risk program and who are enrolled and attending a program that meets preschool aged at-risk program requirements on count day, and that those will automatically count as half-time student in calculating a district's enrollment and accompanying weightings.
Okay. Do I have a second? Beryl? Okay. Before we go on, can I get the 2 board members on the screen so we can see their vote when we get ready? Okay, great. And so any further discussion? I have Beryl on the...
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of add to what Betty mentioned, and not just because of common racial demographics, but definitely I've seen the impact that these programs have had on students from early childhood all the way through high school. And as we had our earlier discussion, I was just reflecting that taxpayers include all of our constituents. We all are paying taxes, and our taxes go to the federal government. And the federal government is dispersing a portion of what we all pay to help issues within our communities. And making sure all of our children are ready for school, linguistically, socially. It's so important that every child, as my colleague Betty has stated, has an opportunity to have the same start as every other child. So that's why I just felt like I needed to make that statement, because sometimes we think the federal government is some isolated entity that has some big pot of money somewhere. that they just came up with, or they're just creating money, but actually the money that they send us is money that we have sent them, that parents have sent them, whose children are benefiting from these programs. So to me, it's a fair return on our investment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And I do want to point out, this is state funding for this particular program.
And we pay state tax.
Yes, we do. So I just want to clarify that to make sure we're all on the same page. This is part of the school formula, and so it runs through all of that as well. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the role we play on this board, again, the conversations that we don't have, the Vanderbilt, Tennessee study that I asked for us to have a conversation about last January, ensuring that when we do provide these pre-K services, that they're not doing the harm to the children that study states that they are. So when we're looking out for these children that are at risk, we don't want to put them into a bad program that we have not actually vetted out. What are we possibly doing that we should address and put our strings attached to that money, that we make sure that the money we're spending from this group is doing what we want it to do, taking care of those children and not harming them. And additionally, with my constituents and paying their taxes, they have a perception that the at-risk pre-K is very valuable to some people who need it, but others are abusing the system. And they're paying the taxes for those who are abusing the system as well. And we haven't had the conversation to try to discern between, and I know them personally, the parents who will send their kids, at-risk kids, to their pre-K, free child care, and they're not working. They're playing video games at home or doing other things that they shouldn't be doing. But the parents who are hard at work are paying the taxes to provide the pre-K care for both the needed and the not needed, the people who will abuse the system and the people who really need it. So we haven't had that conversation.
Well, again, we can dig into the requirements that this goes with and see what role we play in that, but that cannot happen at the board table. We don't have that kind of time. So for those who are interested in doing that, as I and Amanda emailed a little bit back and forth, I mean, there's a lot of work, as we've been told, that goes into until we get to this point. So that's a conversation that would need to start happening quickly so that there's preparation for the schools, because it's, January, I think was your deadline with me. Like, that stuff has to start happening. There's a ton going on behind the scenes. So those of interested, we need to make sure we are having those conversations and that you're letting me know so we can start working with that, with staff, with the commissioner, to look at those requirements and see what we can do. And anybody quote-unquote abusing the system, I don't know that that's our role. I don't know how you would do that, and I don't know that I would agree with the definition on that. But that, again, we're looking at what is before us and what has been through what is already in place, what schools have applied for these funds per the requirements in place. So if we want to change the requirements, that is a different vote and a different conversation. So any other comments before we vote? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one comment. Once we pay our taxes on April 15th to the state and to the feds, it's not our money anymore. It's the state and the federal's money. So we keep saying our money. It's not our money if we pay our taxes. It's the state and the feds.
And our elected
Thank you.
officials are supposed to be doing a good job. Okay. Everybody in favor of the motion on the table, please raise your hand. That's 8-4. Everybody opposed? 1 and 2. Okay, that passes 8-2. Thank you. And again, please let me know if you are wanting to have digging into the requirements behind this. That is our part on this end. And if we want a legislative priority, that we want to have some conversation with legislators. You know, these are things that we need to be thinking about now so that we can go forward with those thought processes, okay? Okay, we have Ms. Beth Foltz before us. This is about acting on the updated performance level descriptors for the 2025 assessments. So we had a great presentation last month. I have personally rewatched it 3 times. Half the time I can have a hard time tracking anyway while I'm sitting in this chair, so I rewatch. But there was a lot there, and there was a lot going on. I very much appreciated Dr. Grumman's presentation and the information we were given. So Beth, I think you're pulling it up to get that screen before us of what those changes are.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, Commissioner, and State Board members. My name is Beth Foltz, and I'm the Director of CSAS, Career Standards and Assessment Services. And with me today is Dr. Dan Grumman, Chair of the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council and Director of Assessment and Research at USD 512 Shawnee Mission. We are requesting the adoption of the recommended performance level descriptors that we shared with you last month. And on the screen, you will see a cheat sheet, if you would, on what they've been and what the recommended changes are. So we'll stand for questions.
Okay, board, do we have any comments or questions on this? Connie?
Yes, I want to understand how changing those last 2 words will be better than what you have there now or have presently.
Right. So as we noted in last month, one of our objectives is to provide greater clarity into the meaning of the performance levels. For example, 2 pieces. One is the word proficient has always been sort of living in the background between federal accountability and even conversations with staff members and understanding. There's a point at which we have to decide from an accountability perspective what % of our students are meeting grade level standards, right? And there has to be, even though it's more of a continuum of skills, right? For reporting purposes, there is a point at which you have to draw a hard line on there. And the word proficient, we believe, provided better clarity into understanding where that line is, as opposed to the effective and excellent areas.
Betty.
Madam Chair, when you're ready, I'm prepared to make that motion.
Yeah, you can go ahead. We can discuss after.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the proposed Kansas Assessment Performance Level Descriptors for 2025 revised state assessments in English language arts, mathematics, and science.
Okay. And a second, Melanie? And Michelle? You're good? Okay. I want to point out too that it's not just those 2 words. We're going from how would you say that? I and Beth were talking about this before the meeting started. Going from this whole post-secondary readiness idea to we're really just looking at grade level content standards.
It's clarity.
Yeah.
It's
again.
just clarifying what the test will measure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Dan. Oh, yes.
Madam Chair.
Dennis has a question.
Go ahead.
Can't see him.
I think I understand that the word proficient is more broadly used across people that are, all different departments. And if that's one of the reasons, I understand it. I guess my question is, we're going to be looking at cut scores, and how does this relate to what we're going to be looking at later this summer in cut scores?
Well, these
If
performance,
it
right.
will and mean anything.
Yeah, they will. So these performance level descriptors will be shared more in depth with you in the presentation this afternoon, but that's what the groups coming together next month will use, along with just the actual grade level descriptors to help determine where they are going to recommend setting those cut scores. I think, as we've traveled this journey and I've listened to your questions, kind of takes me back to when we gave you the sample test and Michelle said, well, what's the best, right? You were reading an ELA passage and it's like, who's making this decision on what the right answer would be, right? And so I think that as we struggled with that, with the descriptors that we had effective, who's making the effective decision, right? And then we had, on track to be post-secondary successful, which was really hard for people, parents, educators, all of us, to say, well, how do we know that a third grader is on track, right? To meet that criteria, we believe. I know you've listened to Dr. Proctor talk a lot about if we teach the standards. It's our whole theory of action in the KISA model now. If we're teaching the standards in the classroom, our theory is that we believe students will be prepared to be successful. But what we're measuring is, do they know in third grade what it is we expect them to know and be able to do? So this really is, and the CAC has just spent a lot of time trying to grapple with how to clarify the language so it really expresses what we intend for the test to measure.
Thank you. Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So by changing those two words in level 3 and 4, are we actually lowering the expectations by changing the words? Because in my time on the board, we kind of change wording of things. It's systems now instead of school districts. Before, we were using artifacts instead of the data when it was really data. So by changing that, is that going to lower the levels at all?
I certainly wouldn't interpret it that way, and again, I go back to the word clarity. We're trying to provide better clarity as to what the assessments are measuring, and that is the grade level standards. I don't. Some of the cut score setting will be up to the work that's going to happen in June as to where those are applied, but I wouldn't interpret that as lowering the standards. We still expect students to be proficient on grade level standards from one year to the next.
Michelle?
So I do have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Beth, thank you for bringing that up again, because I think that's what I'm thinking on a state assessment. That was a 5th grade state assessment, kind of higher order thinking, in my opinion. When I read that passage, it was beyond text, because you're saying we're trying to find the best answer. Well, if I go back into the story and let's say it's a fox, and where did the fox sleep? I go back in there comprehensive wise. I go back and figure out I had to go back and reread the passage. But beyond text would be the best. So I think of that wheel that they always throw up there, in the wheel of what the stakeholders wanted. And I'm thinking, how much is too much self-esteem? How much is not enough self-esteem? How much, I want to make sure that we're measuring only academics and not something that's going to change somebody from here to there. Now, like I said, everybody benefits from knowing what the predicate is. Everybody benefits from knowing the subject of the sentence, commas, and that's knowledge that you need now to read AI, because AI is, in my opinion, I see a lot of errors that because I have the knowledge to know that word is not correct, that comma doesn't go there, that pause and break, like it wanted to change my word the other day to odor, and it was order. And I'm thinking, I have the knowledge to know that, but is everybody going to just rely on AI to fix something? Or are they going to have the knowledge to know the correct answer? There's got to be a right or wrong answer. The passage and the question that we were asked did not have it. It's more like, how'd you feel about that? Well, how do you measure and score that? And so that's my biggest issue with proficient, efficient. Everybody's thinking, well, everybody needs to know this. Well, sure, everybody should probably know fractions. Everybody should, but that's not education either, because you're going to take, if you read a passage, you're going to take it differently. And so I want to make sure that since we're not really, parents aren't really seeing the answers, they're not seeing what was being asked, and they see a score for their kid, I go back to real time and go in quizzes and tests and real-time things and paperwork, and that's what matters. And I want to make sure that they're not relying on one standardized test that's testing you for something of a job that may not even be there in the future. So if you're in third grade thinking, I want to be this person, or I want to be that job, or I want to do this, they want to make sure that let's rely back on knowledge and academics, because you can apply that to any skill in the future. Thank you.
Okay, and I believe you're keeping us from lunch.
So we're voting on changing these two words basically today. We're not voting on lowering or raising the standards.
Yeah. Right.
And that's later on this summer. Thank you.
Okay, everybody in favor of the motion on the table for the descriptors? Raise your hands, please. Two. What, Danny was a yes? Did you get Danny? They were up, yeah. Okay, I was off in my head. That was my fault. I'm sorry. Everybody opposed? Present not voting. So 703 for the final, and it did pass. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, board, that puts us up to lunch. So you still get over an hour, so that's a plus. We will break for lunch, and we will be back at 1:30 with the Senate Youth Delegates. Thank you. lunch break. And in absence of Denise Kaler, which you are not,
I am not.
Commissioner Watson will introduce our Senate youth delegates.
I told our distinguished guests they got the B-team introduction today. Denise is under the weather. So it's always a pleasure. We talked about today about graduation coming up and young people and celebration of young people and teachers. And Madam Chair, you brought up, we had this great opportunity to be at the Governor's Scholars, where we had a great distinction of meeting top 1%. One of the other great honors that we get to honor here at the state are the Kansas delegates for this United States Senate Youth. And I just want to read you a little bit about this program, which is longstanding. It's set up for high school juniors and seniors. It was established in 1962 by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. And so qualified students need to have demonstrated their desire to serve others in a leadership role. I think we talked about that today, and Betty mentioned how many people came across the stage wanting to serve others. And yes, have high academic accomplishments, high aspirations for college and career, and be self-motivated. Certainly our winners here today demonstrate that. They must also demonstrate an interest in government, history, and politics. This is why I should introduce them every year.
That's
because,
right.
as a former
This is
history
your-
and government
that's right.
teacher, we really like that. 2 delegates and 2 alternates are selected from each state each year. And then the Hearst Foundation provides each delegate with a $10,000 undergraduate college scholarship. That's pretty good. And a week-long trip to Washington, D.C., which they'll talk about. This year's event was held on March 1 through the 8th. And I just want to recognize who's not with you today are the alternates. Ava S. Lynham from Blue Valley High School and Rashib Bouvet from Blue Valley West High School are the alternates. But my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the U.S. Senate Youth Kansas delegates, Sophia Hsu from Mill Valley High School and Aaron Timms from Larned High School. And Aaron, are you going first? Sheila? Or Sophia? You're going first? All right, Sophia, you're going to go first. And just give them a warm welcome and our distinct honor to have them with us today.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, everyone. What will you do with your one wild and precious life? This was the opening line of the 63rd Annual United States Senate Youth Program, and I want to share that with you all today. Now, for 63 years, this program has met through the worst and the best moments of American history. Founded in the age of McCarthyism, we've seen this program span over JFK's assassination, the first man on the moon, most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the extreme gridlock in our politics today. And yet all 104 of these delegates have met every single year. We're in the footsteps of giants when we attend this program. Now, with this program, we've met an incredible team of leaders and political activists. We've seen throughout the entire government that your service matters, regardless if you're a senator, a librarian of Congress, or you're serving in our military. As a result, we've also seen that when we applied to this program, we had no idea what the government would look like because this was before the election. And yet, being in DC during this historical moment has taught us all to value reaching across the aisle. We met leaders like Hegseth or Carla Hayden or Ana Luisa Fajer, who is the ambassador to Mexico, on the same day that the tariffs on Mexico went into place. But we learned that from listening to these leaders who have experienced both sides of the government, that we can reach across the aisle. The other side isn't so different as we may think. So with the Senate program, it was an incredible opportunity to learn about DC and how to serve our government. Meeting people like Cory Booker's, who just a month later had the 25-hour-long speech, showed that the people we're meeting are very real and they're actively doing amazing and incredible things in our government. So with the Senate program, it was incredible, and I constantly go back to the quote, "What will you do with your one wild and precious life?" because I'm sure with this program, every single one of us will have an incredible life in politics and government. Thank you.
I don't think my speech is going to be as polished, but I'll try. So when I applied for the Senate Youth Program, I just kind of went in thinking, oh, it's going to be a long shot, but why not? It's the opportunity of a lifetime. And so I wrote my whole application about education, the importance of education, why I valued education, and how I was applying because I wanted to learn. I want to become a lawyer someday. So I thought, hey, this is a pretty cool opportunity. And so I applied with the goal of just learning more. And when I got in, I was like, oh man, this is going to be really cool, because we found out in December after the election what was going to happen. And the election was pretty groundbreaking. And so this was really historic times, like Sophie mentioned. And so I realized no matter what happens, this is going to be extraordinary. So when I went up there, I just had this mindset of learning, of I'm going to soak up everything that happens, every building we go to, every person we meet, every person whose hand I shake, I'm going to absorb all of it. And it was incredible. We got to see 2 cabinet secretaries, Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth. We got to see a Supreme Court justice, and for someone who wants to be a lawyer, that's pretty cool. And so it's like, you're seeing your heroes, you're seeing your idols, you're seeing people who are actively impacting the world, and that's incredible. It's so cool. But what kind of impacted me the most as a person, I would say, is one of the smaller moments. Well, really, there's 2 things that I learned. We went to the Institute of Peace, which is a private institute that's meant to encourage international peace through ambassadorship and diplomacy. And when we got to hear from the ambassadors, they were so patient. And they talked about how even when things were difficult, even when their country had terrorists placed on them, they were working towards peace. And I adopted the mantra in my head of I'm a diplomat, I'm a diplomat, I'm a diplomat. Because even when things get tough, even when people really bother you, even when you don't want to deal with them, they still deserve respect. You still need to treat them with respect and work towards the common aim of all people, and that's cooperation. And that was what I learned from that experience. But the second thing that I learned was when we were going to the White House, there was a homeless man on the street asking for money, because DC does have a very high homeless population. And we're in the White House, which is just awesome. And I'm talking to one of the staff there, and he just basically asked me to sum up my entire life and what's important to me. And I was put on the spot, and I mentioned a lot of my volunteer work, because I like to volunteer at the local thrift shop in Larned. And he talked about how it's really impactful to learn that other people can live hard lives and you'll never even know it. And he mentioned the guy on the street, and he said, there's a Bible verse that I used to remind myself, and it's, there but the grace of God go I. There are so many people who live in situations that we will never understand, and there's almost nothing that separates us from them. And that was what I learned from the Senate Youth Program, was that all those people up there, no matter how big or small of a role they serve, there's not much that separates me from them, And so, good or for bad, they're still people, and they deserve that respect. They deserve everything. And so that's what the Senate program taught me, is that the people in power are first and foremost people, and the people that they serve are people too. And I think the founders got that when they said, we the people. So thank you.
Sophia, Aaron, come back up, because thank you for the presentations, but I know the board will have questions to kind of delve a little bit further into your experience. And by the way, we're already doing that, but family members, feel free to take all the photos you want, enjoy these moments in any way that you want.
And actually, if you would like to introduce who you brought with you or who brought you here.
Yeah.
I'm Dad, Chen. Yes, Dad. I'm David. I'm Aaron's dad.
I'm Carol. I'm Aaron's mom.
And a preschool parent. And I did learn before we started that Aaron's mom is a preschool para. So I appreciate the educator there as well. So, board, anybody have, Betty, comments?
I have a comment. Both of you did such an amazing job. And I was sitting here being inspired by both of you. Your reminder that we owe people respect, that goes pretty deep, because sometimes we forget that. And so it was a beautiful, beautiful reminder. And then when you were talking about, what we're going to do with our lives, what, and I'm sitting here thinking, at this point, it's more of a reflection. When you look back, what do I want people to know about me or remember about me? So it was great having you both here today, because each one of you kind of touched a different part of me, but put together, it just made a big smile on my face. Thank you both.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for making the journey to be here. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about how you learned about the program. Was it a teacher? Was it through, a broader initiative at the school saying everybody should apply for this? I thought, Erica, it was interesting that you said you felt like it was a long shot, and yet here you are. So maybe how you learned about it and a little bit of advice for future prospects if others wanted to get into this.
So the past summer, I guess, I went to Girls State, and I was elected as a Girls Nation senator. So I went to DC in July, and my co-delegate to the, sorry, I just blanked, to go to Washington for Girls Nation actually went to the Senate Youth Program last year. That's Maddie Danger Finch. So she went, and she was like, "Erin, you're going." And I was like, "Really? Says who?" And she's like, "Me. You're going." And so I just figured I'd apply. So I went ahead and applied, and she told me that it was like 104 of the most impressive, incredible people in the country. And I was like, is that really me? Come on now. So I went ahead and applied, and then I heard back that I got in, and I was just shocked because she's incredible. Like, she's such an incredible person, so I didn't think I'd be able to do it too. But she basically blackmailed me into going, and so I went. But yeah.
Good for her. Thank you.
So for Mill Valley, we had one other delegate 5 years ago who got into the Senate program. But it's surprising because I went to my principal when I found out about the program, and she's like, "What is this?" So the story starts when this one tells me, "You need to apply to more scholarships. How are you going to afford college?" So I'm like, okay. So it's the summer, it's probably July, and I'm just looking at scholarships, and there's this fun little button that says sort by your major. So I check political science, and I think it was fastweb.com that pulls up the Senate program, and I'm just like, okay, give it a shot. I go through my school and find out that literally no one knows about the Senate program, even though we had a delegate 5 years ago. I track down the one teacher who actually had this kid, and he was able to help me. And this delegate was John Campbell. But his name was Mr. Strickland, and he guided me through like all of the Senate program. He was the only teacher in the entirety of the school that knew about the program, and I am so grateful that I found him because I think it's opened a lot of doors, especially for the students of like next year who also want to apply to this program. It's been put on the map now, so it was a great experience.
Awesome.
That was good.
Madam Chair, if I could follow up real quick. Yes. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing those stories. It always hurts to hear about really neat programs that students aren't hearing about or teachers aren't hearing about. So tell your friends, share the love. Yeah. You mentioned Girls State, and I want to make sure that I understand. It is open only to girls that are finishing their junior year. Is that correct? Okay, so there's a very small window of opportunity there. So as we sit here in May, if you are a junior female and you want to go to Girls State, now's the time, right? Okay, cool. Thank you all.
I love the comment about putting it on the map. That was good. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Were either of you pages by chance? No, okay. And then as far as like one thing you could say you brought back, you talked about how we met these people and I can't believe we got to meet them, but then you brought it back down to, but they're just people. You know, they're just like us. There's not that much of a variance between the people. Do you think that there's something that you could tell us about that you brought back that you want to share with like your parents or friends, one big thing that you just took away from this program, being able to go to DC?
So going to DC, I applied to the program way before the election. I didn't know how it would look at all. And I think I was just really concerned to see what the state of DC would be like. I mean, every single day there were new news headlines on the current events that were happening literally in this city. And I was going into it almost thinking, well, what if I fall out of love with politics? Or what if I think that it's just not able to be changed? But I think after being in DC and seeing people on both sides, it really made me believe we can change the system and we can put in the work to make things better. Regardless of any party that you believe in, I think working across the lines is the number one most important thing. And I think a lot of us fail to realize that when you don't see eye to eye with the other side, if you completely shut them out, you aren't going to be able to make any progress whatsoever. So it's really about reaching across the aisle. Even in our time where there's so much political gridlock, the only way to defeat that is by looking to the other side.
Sort of similar, and also similar to the point I made earlier about the people in power still being people. We went to the Pentagon, and Marco Rubio spoke to us for a very brief speech, but it was still an honor for him to be there. And he made a comment that I giggled at when he said it, but I realized the impact of it afterwards. He said that whenever he comes back to America, he kisses the ground because he's so grateful to be from this country. And I was like, that's kind of interesting, you know, okay. And then I realized he does that because he really does care. And I kind of paid attention throughout the week, and every single person in an office or position of power, and even those who aren't, they care. Like, they really truly do care. And even if you disagree on policies, even if you disagree on how they do things or the way that they believe things should be done, they care. And so, like Sophie said, reaching across aisles is important because the reason that they're both in those aisles is because they want to make a change. And there's a care there. Even though it may seem like the other people are trying to do what's the worst thing possible for this country, everyone really, really cares. And so that was what I realized.
Thank you so much. That very insightful. You are beautiful young women who have a lot going on, and we're excited to be this little bitty part of your precious life and how you are living it, because it's amazing. So thank you so much, and to your parents who have obviously supported you and been there and pushed you a little along the way. I think that's amazing.
And we'd like to take some pictures
Yes.
with you and the board if you would allow us to do that. That'd be good?
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
Congratulations.
Dr. Jessica Dorsey is going to come update us on the next, which will not be action on the funding request for the AmeriCorps Kansas grant application. So,
okay. Yes, so I'm sure that you all may have seen some things that came out about AmeriCorps recently in the news. So I just wanted to provide an update on that and then also speak to why it is still important that we take a vote on that matter. Yes, so the first thing that I'll say is that on April 25th, we did receive sudden termination letters for all operating AmeriCorps state programs in Kansas, along with our Volunteer Generation Fund grant, which funded not only the Volunteer Generation Fund subgrantees, but also our youth mentoring mini grants as well. So all of those activities have ceased as of April 25th. We have heard at the federal level that AmeriCorps in its reduced capacity is continuing with fiscal year 25 grant making, and that would potentially include allocating to our state our formula AmeriCorps funds that then we would be responsible for awarding out. I will also say that there are others at the federal level that aren't sure that is going to happen. I find myself in the middle, hoping that it happens, but confused why we would have taken this particular path of terminating fiscal year 24 grants in the middle of their operating year and then moving into fiscal year 25 grants and awarding those again back to the same subgrantees. So it is confusing to me, but I will say that AmeriCorps has corresponded with us that they are continuing grant making activities. Now, whether or not that means we'll receive a formula allocation, I don't know. But according to the NOFO, that they notice of funding opportunity that they had published for fiscal year 25, it does say that our choices, our selections must be submitted in the federal e-grant system by June 13th. Which does mean that if we don't vote today and an allocation does come, we won't have an opportunity to come back before the applications are due. But at this time, we do not actually have a fiscal year 25 allocation. But Congress has allocated it to AmeriCorps.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica, can you say just a little bit about some of the states? Because
yes.
Kansas, not everybody is in this position as Kansas is.
That is true, yes. So there is also this, that many other states do have AmeriCorps programs that are continuing. So we do not believe that we were specifically targeted in any way. I don't think this is a reflection on the work that AmeriCorps is doing here within Kansas. There were 13 total states that lost all of their allocation, or all of their grants were terminated, and they were all small states like Kansas. So other states, like our neighbors in Missouri, they lost half of their grants, but the other half are still there. So there are many operating AmeriCorps programs across the nation, which is one reason to suspect that they will make a fiscal year 25 allocation.
Okay.
And to quickly follow up on that, sorry. I happened to sit down next to a building principal who talked about, kind of in the middle of the state, I'll say, and he talked about how this grant funding immediately affected the Boys and Girls Club in their area, which immediately impacted 22 people who were coming into their building and serving through the Boys and Girls Club in essentially para-like roles. They were helping out in classrooms. And so because the cuts happened, again, like 5 p.m. on a Friday, these folks would have come in on Monday, but over the weekend, they essentially lost their jobs and the stipend that comes with this. That community is probably going to be okay because they might have found a workaround, but there are several other schools around the state that are feeling those impacts, and that's just one example. Thank you.
Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to make a comment, and I'd be prepared to make the motion as well, if that's acceptable. We talk about civic engagement, and we talk about how important it is for students to learn to give back. That is integral to what this board states as our goal and our passion. And so with that being the foundation, I am happy to make this motion. And I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the 2025-2026 AmeriCorps Kansas sub-grantees as recommended by the Kansas Volunteer Commission.
Okay, and a second? Melanie? Okay. And all, yep, sorry.
It may be, and this would be a friendly amendment if you would, if there's an allocation.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we always put that language in our notice of funding opportunity that we send out as well, is that it's always contingent upon the funding. And even in our contracts, when the grants were terminated, the contracts also include language that says if the federal grant is terminated, then the state does not incur an obligation.
Madam Chair, should I add that to the motion, or? I mean, she
If I
clearly
understood you correctly,
stated
you're
that.
saying that that's always.
It's already published in our notice.
Okay, so I think we're good.
We're good.
for
Okay,
today.
thank
Okay.
you.
All in favor? And all opposed? Present not voting. 1. So 811 for the final vote. Okay? Thank you.
Hopefully we'll have a happy report at a later time.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks.
Jessica. Okay, next up is acting on educator preparation provider standards for history, government, and social studies. Catherine Schmeidling, if I say your name right, I'm
Schmidling,
sorry.
that's
Schmidling, I
okay.
see, I knew it did.
You pretend there's an S on the front. Thank you very much for letting me come before you. I do not have a presentation. You saw that last month. It hasn't changed. So these are the standards that the colleges and universities will use to train future history, government, social studies teachers for either the 5.8 endorsement or the 6.12 endorsement. Do you have any questions on them?
Does anybody have any comments that they want to make from the presentation last month? I know there was really very little change. So I remember because we talked about it in the Professional Standard Board meeting as well. So there wasn't a huge mix-up across the board on that one either. I don't think I have any questions. Anybody else? Okay, well, I think we're ready for a motion if somebody wants to act. Melanie?
Happy to make the motion. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the new educator preparation program standards for history, government, social studies, 5 through 8, and 6 through 12.
And a second? Betty? Seconds? Any other discussion, or more, or less, or? All in favor with the raise of hand? 10-0, we're all good to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next is, do we have a Scott Gordon, not doctor, do we have Mr. Gordon in the house?
If he's watching on live stream, there's just a little delay, so sometimes you have to.
He's like, oh, that went a whole lot faster than I thought it was going to. Well, when he arrives, we will be acting on the contract with the Kansas Office of Administrative Hearings, which, if I recall correctly, was a lot to do with the PPC, I think, was part of that. And yeah, that'd be great. Pull up the PowerPoint for me. It included audits with child nutrition, if I remember right, any hearings when somebody's, what else have we got? Do you remember? There he is. Help me out here.
Sorry, my feet is a little slow. I was busy trying to wash chocolate out of my shirt. That.
Yeah, you know what they say, paybacks are hell.
Oh, I know, yeah, fair enough. So when Danny throws you half-melted chocolate, don't put it in your pocket. That's my fault. Kinda.
Thank you for that. That was awesome.
It's okay. I'll ask the board to reimburse me next month. That'd be a receive item. Yeah, this is the same. This is follow up from last month. This is a request to allow me to contract with OAH. And Office of Administrative Hearings. That's the Kansas agency that provides hearing officers for many state agencies, including us. And Madam Chair, if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Okay. Did anybody have anything from last month's presentation that they had questions lingering? No? Sure. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I just wondered, is it common that it's a 5-year contract? It seemed like that exceeds even like the whole next board. And I looked up that KSA 72974 and it diverted me over to KSA 723418. And I didn't see in that any requirement for any time frame that must be contracted. And I just wondered where the 5 years came from.
I got tired of renewing it every year, and I just wanted to do it as a 5-year contract. That also has the benefit of locking in that hourly rate for the next 5 years so that they would not be changing the hourly rate. Those are pretty much the two reasons why we want to do it as a 5-year contract.
May I follow up with that, though? Sure. I might suggest to the board that I would be a little concerned of encumbering the next board and the board even after that with a contract that we're negotiating, or we're voting on now. That's my thought, is that just seems a little bit, the times change and who knows what's funded, we're learning. So,
Any other comments? Nope. And Betty? Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize the Commissioner of Education to contract with the Kansas Office of Administrative Hearings from July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2030 in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
Second? Michelle? Okay. And all in favor?
I'm sorry, I would like to move to amend that to 2027, just to see if that's what the board would like. Because if I move to amend it and it's seconded, then great. If not, I'm not worried.
I think since we have a second, I don't know if we can step
You can
into an
amend
amendment.
Amend the motion?
Ask me, or tell me.
Yeah, you
Are we
can
good?
amend the motion.
Motion to amend.
A motion to amend?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I simply was making a motion to amend the June 30, 2030 end date as 2027. So that
So 2
goes,
years.
After this board.
Okay.
And it's into June, so they don't have to do it like right out the gate.
Is there a second for that? Okay, and a second by Michelle?
Then you just
Okay, so first we're voting on the motion to amend. Are we good with amending to the new date?
Right.
So we're going to vote on that. Yes, Melanie? Yes.
Sorry, discussion. Can I ask a question of Mr. Gordon?
Yes.
So how much does that screw up your world if we change it from 5 years to 2 years?
It doesn't. I don't. I'm trying to think. I'm waiting. There's somebody upstairs on the 3rd floor that might be ready to yell at me, but I don't think it really messes up the world. It just, there's the risk that in 2 years maybe they want to increase the hourly rate, and it's more work, more things I got to bring back to the state board.
And how many years prior had you been doing this?
We have contracted with OAH for PPC cases since 2012 or maybe 2013, very shortly after I started.
Okay, thank you.
And then we added on the rest of the things maybe 5 years ago. I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry. But we have been contracting with them to provide the same exact services at least since 2013.
Okay.
Yeah.
Betty?
And to be sure, you're saying this locks that price in, so if you're through 2030.
Right, that's the intent of having the contract in place for a 5-year versus a 1 year.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion to amend first. Well, That's what we're voting on. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarifying question? So you're saying it's locking the $115 per billable hour? Because I just see it's locking in the cap in the motion. It doesn't look like the billable hours are actually in the motion. So
Yeah,
that's
it's locking in the $115 per hour, per billable hour. If I sign a contract with
Okay.
somebody and says, I'm going to pay you $115 per hour, that's it. That's our contract.
Okay, that was not in the original motion though, so that's significant to me. So I just saw the cap as 200,000 is in this motion.
Okay.
So you might want to amend that. But
Okay, so are,
Madam Chair? May I ask a
yes,
question? I
yes,
saw
Beryl.
that my screen is covered, so. My question is, what is the likelihood that the billable hour amount might change? Have you seen a trend of it increasing over the last, whatever year, since 2012, 13 years?
It's going back in my way back memory, which is not great sometimes. I know that it increased, and I want to say maybe 4 or 5 years ago, it went from $100 to $115. And it has not changed, I don't think. I think we've amended I'm trying to recall. I think we amended the contract once up to 110, then 115. But that would have been within the last 3 or 4 years in one of the contract amendments.
Okay. So we're voting on amending to the end date of June 30, 2027. So all in favor of the amended motion? Okay. So 2, all opposed? Okay. So that fails 2 to 8. So we're back to the original motion. Yeah, there you go. And so the original motion taking the contract to 2030, correct? Okay.
Correct.
All in favor of that date? Ten zero, and the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for missing that.
Have fun with the shirt.
I gotta go fix my computer and buy a new shirt.
So we're going to hear from the Barbershop Quartet from Lawrence High School. And then
If I may ask, please,
yes, Jim.
Can the camera be fixed so that Dennis and I can actually see who's speaking when they make presentations?
I thought
Because all we can see is the board, and as much as we love to see you, we'd like to also see the people that are talking,
No?
I want to see the singers,
Oh,
if that's possible.
I'm not
If-
getting
if
any
not, that's
thumbs up.
fine.
Okay, I'm not getting a thumbs up on that, Jim. I'm sorry.
So it wouldn't help to make a motion. Just kidding.
I'll second it, Dennis.
We're fine. But it would be good to see the speaker. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take at least a 5-minute break and let them get completely in and going. So talk among yourselves or whatever, but let's take 5. So we'll be back at 2:13 to 2:15. Okay, never mind. Timeout. Here we go. Oh.
singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. Bum, 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 bum. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. Oh, your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly. Blackbird fly into the light of the dark black night. Bum, 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 Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of the dark black night. Whoa, whoa. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise.
Thank you so much. We're happy to be here today. I'm Cooper.
Asher. I'm Thomas.
I'm Parker. And we're all from Lawrence High School. And we're very fortunate to have a really strong choir program. We've been doing this since freshman year. We got together and we've been singing barbershop and competing in local competitions. And so it's really fun. This is just about our last gig before we all graduate.
Thanks for having us.
How should I introduce the next one? This is...
So you just heard Blackbird, the Beatles, an arrangement by...
some guy.
Yeah. And this next one is maybe the third song we ever learned. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And it was the first one we ever performed at a competition, I believe. No, second one we ever performed at a competition.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Hello, Mary Lou. It's a very classic barbershop tune.
Oh, yeah.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3. Pass me by one summer day, flash those big brown eyes my way, and oh, I wanted you forevermore. Now, baby, I'm not one that gets around, swear my feet stuck to the ground, and though I never did meet you before, I said, hello, Mary Lou, goodbye, heart. Goodbye, heart. I said, sweet Mary Lou, I'm so in love with you. I'm in love with Mary Lou, Mary Lou, that we never part. So hello, Mary Lou, goodbye, heart, goodbye, heart. Saw your lips, I heard your voice, believe me, I just had no choice. Wild horses couldn't make me stay away. Thought about a moonlit night, arms around you good and tight. That's all I need to see for me to stay. Hey, hey, hello, Mary Lou, goodbye, heart. Goodbye, heart. I said, sweet Mary Lou, I'm so in love with you. I'm in love with Mary Lou, Mary Lou. We'd never part. So hello, Mary Lou, goodbye, heart, goodbye, heart. Hello, Mary Lou, I'm in love with you, yes, hello, Mary Lou,
Goodbye, heart.
So we're here today not only to entertain you and give you a nice break from school boarding, but also to remind you how important arts are in our schools and to kids like us, but to every kids, all the kids. I don't know, we started doing this freshman year and we didn't really know each other, any of us, except these two who've been brothers their whole lives. But now I have 3 lifelong friends, and so, I don't know, it's just been really special. I'm grateful for these last 4 years, and it wouldn't have happened without an astounding choir program and choir director and an environment at Lawrence High that really encourages kids to participate in arts and stuff like that. All right, one more for you. We sang this at our choir program's biggest popular music concert of the year. It's called Showtime, and we're a little rusty, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. This is "Spend My Life with You." Do 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 do. Can I just spend my life with you? I never knew such a thing could come, and I never knew such a love could be inside of one. And I never knew that my heart could feel so precious and pure, one love so real. Can I just see you every morning when I open my eyes? Can I just feel your heart beating beside me every night? Can we just feel this way together till the end of all time? Can I just spend my life with you? Now, baby, the days and the weeks and the years will roll by, but nothing will change the love inside of you and I. And baby, I'll never find any words could explain just how much my heart, my life, my soul you've changed. To these open arms when no one else understands. God and the whole world, you're my woman, I'm your man. Can't you just feel how much I love you with one touch of my hand? Can I just spend my life with you? Baby, no touch has ever felt so wonderful, and a deeper love I've never known. I swear that this love is true for you, only for you, for you. Can I just see you every morning when I open my eyes? Can I just feel your heart beating beside me every night? Can we just feel this way together till the end? All time. Can I just spend my life with you? With you. Can I just spend my life with you? Come on, Rusty. Play with that. Great job. Thanks so much for having us. Have a great day, guys. Thank you. I like that. Good job. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Chair Hopkins. Chair Hopkins.
Dennis, were you trying to say something? Dennis.
I can't, well, the audio is really bad, but I really enjoyed that in spite of the audio. And if those young men are still in the room, I have a little story to tell them.
No, they left on us. They were out.
The Statler brothers, I think, were in high school. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
I'm just not getting anything.
They're not here, but we will take your story.
Well, I believe the Statler brothers were high schoolers yet when they entered a contest, and they didn't even have a name before they went out on stage. And they were in the bathroom practicing, and they were trying to come up with a name. And the towel dispenser was made by Statler brothers. And I would just, kids that have that kind of talent, they need to be thinking of a career in music.
That was beautiful. Yeah, that was great.
That's all. It's just a great story.
Yeah, it was good. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So 2:30, according to my computer, is when we will be back. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are back. We are going to act on the Professional Practices Commission recommendations. Mr. Gordon.
Good afternoon again. The initial order lays out the facts on this case fairly clearly. I don't know that I have anything to add on to it. I'm happy to answer any procedural questions, and I can take guesses as to what the thoughts were for the PPC on their recommendation. But with that, Madam Chair,
Okay.
I'll leave it to you all.
I don't see anything so far, so if anybody wants to make a motion, that would be wonderful. Melanie?
Yep. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission in case 24 PPC 31 and deny the pending application.
Okay, do I have a second? Betty? Okay. All in favor of the motion? Okay, we have a 10-0 vote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tell us that one more time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sacrifice I make for the team. Oh, I don't want any more time. That's good. That's good.
Oh, okay. And we have Beth Foltz back in front of us. We're going to have a presentation on state assessments cut scores. This is going to get fun, everybody. Come on, we can do this. Welcome. Yeah. Well, we've had good entertainment, so I think we're all in great shape.
It was
so here we go.
excellent entertainment. I'm glad I got down here to hear that.
Wasn't
was
that
awesome.
wonderful?
It was
So
awesome.
good. I wanted to ask them if they were going to take the show on the road, but they kind of took it on the road too fast.
Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins, Commissioner Watkins, and State Board members. My name is Beth Foltz, Director of CSAS, Career Standards and Assessment Services. And before we get into today's presentation, I just want to do a brief recap of where we've been on our journey. So we started this journey because we were asked, and we continue to be asked, why did we administer this different assessment this year, and why do we need new cut scores? So I want to just briefly review with me some of our talking points. Hopefully this is beneficial for your constituents as you're asked this question too, and these PowerPoint slides are available. First, if you recall, we're going back 5 years, right? And the teachers and administrators asked for a shorter test. The standards we determined after this length of time, they needed reprioritized on our current educational needs. And so think what we've done in the last few years. We've moved from balanced to structured literacy. We had to reorganize, right? The performance level descriptors that you just approved this morning, thank you very much, created confusion. People didn't really understand what we were measuring. The retired test was 10 years old. Those items were tired, they were old, and they were worn out. So, what changed? The 25 assessment had all new items. We had more technology-enhanced items rather than multiple choice questions. The ELA assessment is all passage-based now. This will allow us to have vertical articulation between grades. You heard about that last month from Dr. Grumman, and you will hear about that again this month from Dr. Egan. And it should provide a better experience for students when they're taking the test and provide more details in our reporting to educators and parents on student performance. Finally, because we have these revised and enhanced assessments, the U.S. Department of Education expects us to review the performance level descriptors, which we did, and review where our cut scores are set. Okay. In preparation of this review, we have embarked on a journey since last September. We started with the contract process. We talked about the importance of standards, the standards alignment toolkit, using high-quality instructional materials. We moved on to the balanced assessment system, and we talked about the importance of formative assessments in the classroom.
those interim and mini tests that we provide at no charge to our districts that are totally aligned to the assessment, and then how the summative assessment fits in that model. On the test development, we talked about how we built the blueprint, wrote items, and developed the performance level guides, which you'll hear more about today and then next month. You had an opportunity to have a tour of the CAP system where students go and take the assessment. You got to actually take a test. Then the next month, we had the Technical Advisory Committee come and talk to you about their role and how they provide that necessary checks and balances in our system to make sure that we are providing the best test to our students that's the most fair that we can. Last month, Dr. Grumman came and talked to you about the performance level descriptors and the role CAC plays in it. This month, we're going to talk about the standard setting process. Next month, I will come to you during that process and let you know exactly how many teachers are there, what they're doing, give you a little preview of some of the things we're sharing with them. And then in July, we'll be back to you with the results of that process for you to really have an understanding of what happened. And August, we'll be asking you for that vote. And then in September, I'll come back and actually show you some of the new student reports and everything that will be available. So that's our year-long journey. I hope, I've enjoyed it. I don't think in all my years here I've had this opportunity to be in front of you this often, and hopefully it's a learning experience for all of us. Today, as I said, our presentation is focused on the process that will be used to set these new cut scores. So our presenter is Dr. Carla Egan, founder of EdMetric, and accompanying her today is Susan Martin and Matt Copeland. They've both been in front of you. They do all of our kite work for us. And before we get into introducing Dr. Egan, I just want to give a huge shout out to Susan and her team for the successful administration of the test this year. It's no small feat that they can. And that we expect, right? We've grown to expect it, that they can pull off a test administration with no hiccups, very few calls. We can give you, when we start talking about results, the response time of the help desk and all the different things they do for us. So I just want to say thank you to KU for this successful year with this revised and enhanced assessment. So Dr. Egan is with us today. She's internationally recognized for her work in standard setting. Through her 20-year psychometric career, she has designed and led over 60 standard setting workshops, published work related to standard setting, and delivered numerous presentations related to improving standard setting. In addition to her work on this, she has led psychometrician teams and several statewide assessment programs. She's conducted psychometric and statistical analysis on student data, including item and anchor analysis, performed data collaboration, equating, and linking. These are all things we will be doing between now and when we come back to you in July. She has extensive experience in the application of both classical and item response theory, as well as a broad-based knowledge of both linear and adaptive tests. In our state, we use linear assessments. We don't have adaptive testing. She is adept in test form assembly, the construction, equating, and maintenance of multi-year and multi-form test scales, and is an expert at investigating and troubleshooting problematic anchor items. Dr. Egan has broad experience writing technical documentation for the various research projects that she's implemented, as well as research projects implemented by others. She's a member of the Technical Advisory Committee for the Dynamic Learning Maps. That's our alternate assessment. Okay? She's also a member of the Technical Advisory Committee in Louisiana, Missouri, and North Dakota, and she serves as chair of the Indiana Technical Advisory Committee. Her PhD is from the University of Massachusetts Amherst in the area of psychometrics and methodology. Dr. Egan is passionate about making the psychometric aspects of assessments accessible to the widest possible audience. And I'm very confident today that she will be able to answer your questions and concerns regarding the validity and reliability of setting cut scores on our revised assessments.
Thanks, Beth. Madam Chairperson, Commissioner Watson, members of the board, I'm very happy to be here. Especially since you all had entertainment. It's the first time I've been to a board meeting. That was delightful. And I'm putting you back in the real, what did he call that? State boarding. Yeah. So sorry. And Beth did give you my professional biography, but the most important parts of my life are, this was a 2-hour drive for me. I got to drive in from my farm in Missouri, so I do feel that friendly competition when I drove by Lawrence. Huge Chiefs fan and mother to 2 college students and one more that stands between me and an empty nest. So I'm very happy to be here. What we're going to talk about today is standard setting. And where I want to start with this is really just to make it concrete. So what is it? It's a variation. We are formalizing something that you're doing every day. So my youngest daughter, the one I mentioned standing between me and an empty nest, she coaches swim team and she's a swim instructor. Before she starts her year or has her new group of kids come in, she has her checklist of these are the skills the students need in order to move on to the next group. That's the type of standard setting. There's a bar there that the kids have to surpass. This child's also an artist, and watching her grow up and draw, I have a very good friend who is also an artist, and he was constantly setting bars for her. The one that really stuck to me as she was learning to draw people was when he said, "Look, Nastya, put your hand in front of your face. They're the same size." And having that type of bar and her understanding it took her to the next level. And then any of us who own businesses or work in businesses, if we have a sales team, we probably have an explicit bar of here's how many sales you need. Here's the type of customer responses we expect from you. And all of those types of things are standard setting. I think the one most familiar to us in education, of course, are the grades, A, B, C, D, F. And so before any teacher starts her school year, she usually knows 90 to 100%, that's going to be an A, 80 to 89%, B, and so on, all the things we grew up with. She could, however, do this with content, and some schools do. So she could say, I'm working on multiplication this year. For a child to obtain an A, they have to show fluency with multiplication tables. If they're accurate but slow with recall, that's a B. And she could have these types of bars for A, B, C, D. And getting into the type of content that's expected leads us closer to the process that we use in large-scale assessment. So, what is standard setting? It's a formal process for setting clear expectations for student achievement. What our standard setting process does is it allows a large group of people to come together, and we provide them a common language for talking about their varied expectations. We're anchoring that to the Kansas content standards, and we're using a very structured and an iterative process so that we can bring together multiple voices from educators across the state. And our end goal is to establish cut scores that are based on the expectation of the Kansas educational community. So I'm there to lead the process, to make sure it's implemented with fidelity, but the cut scores come from the community. So when is standard setting? It is going to be held June 9th through the 13th, and it happens near the end of the test development cycle. And often I'm asked, well, why not hold it at the beginning? Why not tell us from the very beginning what to expect? That's a reasonable ask. And to some degree, we do have that. Whenever you look at those range ALDs or PLDs, they're talking about what the expectations are. But the reason we do standard setting after the operational test is we want the data. So this slide represents the test development cycle. We always start with writing materials, our foundational materials, whether they're specifications, blueprints, the test questions themselves. Then we have educator reviews, where we take the materials that have been created and send them through educators to make sure they make sense to educators. If we can't get past that, then they shouldn't go to students. Once we make it through review, then we field test. If the items or the test questions don't work at field test, we send them right back to material writing and see if we can salvage it or if we need to start over. The items that make it through are reviewed with data. Again, they could be cycled back to material writing if the data doesn't look good. From data review, we make the test itself, then we give it operationally, so it's a live administration. We again review the data. After that data review is when we go to standard setting, and that only happens in year 1. This is not a process that you want to undertake every single year. You set those standards at the beginning of your test, of that test development, I don't want to say test development cycle, of your testing program, set it in year 1, and then you are testing against those standards for the remainder of the program. Once we have the standard setting, we can give out score reports, and then at the same time, the cycle's starting again. People are still writing items, we're still field testing, we're still reviewing data. So all that's going on in the background. So it really breaks down into these 4 components. We have the foundational documents where all of our materials are written. We have our field test administration where we're making sure that these test questions are working with the kiddos. We're reviewing the data. We're making the operational test. Then we have operational test administration, which just finished up in Kansas, where we're administering the test, reviewing data, having the standard setting, giving score reports. And then once we finish operational testing administration, we start all over. So, how do we find cut scores? When we bring people together, we're looking for expectations based on content and based on student performance. To do this, we're going to use the bookmark process, and percent correct is not considered. So, the purpose of the standard setting is to bring experts together so they can make content-based decisions on what it means to be level 3. What you see on this slide is a test scale, and that test scale runs from a low score to a high score. The higher the score the student achieves, it represents a higher level of achievement. So the test scale represents the range of scores. The cut score, in this case a level 3 cut score, is separating students into performance levels. It's separating students into not yet level 3 from the students who've made it to level 3. And we do the same thing with the level 4 cut score and the level 2 cut score. So I understand that you had a big conversation about range PLDs this morning, so I don't have to go into this slide in a lot of depth, but that is what's going to guide our work. Kansas for the last year has been working on these range PLDs to really describe the full range of what's expected of, say, level 3 in terms of their knowledge, skills, and abilities. And that's what we're going to use at standard setting to guide the work. It is the foundational document for standard setting. And to do this, we're going to use what's called the bookmark method. So when I started this, we actually had booklets and bookmarks, and now everything's online. But the bookmark method works much like reading a book. I'm reading a book now called The Aristocrats. If you were to show, and I like to read at night, that's what I like to do before I fall asleep. I'd put my bookmark in, go to bed. And for some strange reason, you decide to test me the next morning on what I've read. What can you expect me to know? Reasonably, you can expect me to know everything before the bookmark, everything that comes after. I may get it right, I may guess. I've seen the movie, I might get something from that. But reasonably, it's everything before the bookmark. And a bookmark standard setting works exactly the same way. We give the panelists what's called an ordered item booklet, and these items, the test questions, are ordered by difficulty. So we have the easiest item first, the most difficult item last. That difficulty is determined based on student performance. So we have how the students actually performed on the spring administration. Using that information, we're ordering the items from easiest to hardest. What the panelists do is they study this item by item, and they build a story. They build a story of the knowledge, skills, and abilities that students are demonstrating as they answer each question right. And so as they go through this ordered item booklet, where the items are increasing in difficulty, what we see happening is the amount of knowledge, the amount of skills, the amount of abilities increases as the items become more difficult. What we ask the panelists to do is to figure out what is the point where you would place your bookmark where the kid who just squeaks into level 3, what represents that in the bookmark or in the booklet? And each person has a little bit different answer for that. And that's what the bookmark process allows us to do, is for all of those people to come together to talk about why they placed their bookmark where they did. To do this, that range PLD, like I said, is the foundational document. They use that really as the blueprint as they're working through the OIB. And they're building that story, and at the same time, they're looking at the range PLDs going, okay, here's what's expected. What am I seeing over here in the ordered item booklet? Why it matters is the reason we do this process and we make placing a bookmark as complicated as possible is it really ensures the cut scores are meaningful and defensible. We do a lot to ensure that the process is valid. What we want to do is connect student learning to these clear, consistent expectations across Kansas. So in Kansas, what this is going to look like in a few weeks is we have 140 educators coming in for this June 9th to 13th workshop. And educators are going to use their knowledge of students, their knowledge of the content standards to recommend cut scores. And they'll do this through careful review and discussion. And we'll have, in ELA, we have grades 3-4 working together, 5-6, 7-8, and then grade 10. We'll have the same groupings in math, and then in science we have 5, 8, and 11. What this looks like in a room is in the grade 3-4 committee, we'll have 15 panelists. They'll be divided into 3 groups of 5, and we'll have a KU facilitator in that room, making sure that the process is going smoothly. For the panelists' tasks, so once they're in this room, we really set them to work on 3 rounds of discussion. In that first round, they're studying the ordered item booklet, they're building the story of the knowledge, skills, and abilities that the, say, level 3 student has. And they're independently, from the other 5 people in their group, they're independently placing their bookmark. We come back in round 2, and when the people are in their small groups, in those table groups, we talk about why we placed our bookmarks where we did. And I always remind folks, don't get on your soapbox. It's a time to listen, and it's a time to reflect. Because we have people from rural areas, towns, urban areas who are teaching a variety of kids, and we want to have a meaningful discussion about the expectations that we're all bringing to the table. Once they've had all the discussion they can, they again independently place their bookmark. Then we have our third round, where this time, instead of working in their table groups, we're working as a room. We start the last round by showing them what we call impact data. So the impact data is the percent of students in each performance level based on their current recommendations. So we will show them what their current impact data looks like. We'll show them the NAEP data, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, and we'll also review the existing data as currently stands before we set cut scores. We'll have a full panel discussion, and then they independently place bookmarks for the final time. So what this process allows us to do is to bring together a group of educators, a group of who really are the experts, to make content-based decisions on what it means to be level 3. We do the same thing for level 2 and level 4. I usually just focus my discussion on level 3. And so at the end of our workshop process, we're going to have cut scores that separate students into levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. The last part of the process is called articulation. So as you know, you have tests in grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and high school in ELA and math. We expect that the percentage, say that our level 3 and above, will make sense as you move from year to year. We try to build that into the process by having groups working grade spans, by starting with range PLDs that have really been built to articulate cross-grade consistency in terms of content expectations. We will also be doing cross-grade data checks to make sure that the percent in level 3 makes sense as you move from grade 3 to grade 4 to grade 5 to grade 6. At the very end of the workshop, we're going to bring the panelists together and have an explicit conversation about the articulation of the data. So this is what well-articulated data might look like. In this case, all the groups had around 40-ish% in level 3 and 4. Another well-articulated data pattern that we see is they might have fewer starting in grade 3, but it builds as they go to grade 8 in high school. I've seen the opposite too, where this becomes an issue and where we try to work with the panelists to work through smoothing it, is say if we have 30% in grade 3 that are in level 3 and 4, 80% in grade 4 in level 3 and 4, 20% in grade 5. That's the purpose of articulation, is to come back and say, okay, why did this happen? Let's talk about it, and let's talk about if our expectations are a little different between our groups, because the data is telling us it is. So that is standard setting, everything you wanted to know and more. I am happy to take questions.
Beryl.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Egan. I'm sorry for really laying this out very clearly. I did have a couple questions.
Absolutely.
Okay. And it's in one question, though. But what criteria are used to select the educators and the panelists who will set the cut scores?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to invite Beth up.
First of all, they need to be a licensed educator in Kansas. They have to be appropriately licensed. So, of course, elementary can be either ELA, math, or science. But when we get to the middle school and high school levels, we expect them to have an endorsement in math if they're doing math, science if they're having science. We collect years of teaching, and we look for a range. We don't want all 25-year educators, and we don't want all 2-year educators. So we select a range of educators. And then the other criteria that we have in our state is that each one of your state board districts is represented. And next month when I come to you, I will share with you the number from each of your districts. We're very pleased. We're still trying to settle on, 15 people. There are people that applied that didn't get selected. We have to have alternates because not everyone shows up. Something comes up at the last minute, someone gets sick, whatever happens. And then also next month when I come to you, I will be bringing you a certificate of appreciation or thank you for all the people participating in each one of your districts that you can sign, that I'll take back with me and we'll pass out on Wednesday or Friday as appropriate.
I'm sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Could you explain that, I think it was Beth, or you brought it up, adaptive versus the linear?
Oh, absolutely. So a linear form simply means the traditional testing form that probably all of us have taken in our lives, where it's simply The test is constructed before you ever sit down. All children are getting the exact same form. We may have parallel forms where we have an A and B form, but everybody's taking the exact same items. When you have an adaptive test, we start by giving, there's usually a few items that all students are going to get, and then those items help us really zone in on where in that ability range a student is performing. So if I'm taking the test, I miss that first item, it's going to give me a little bit easier of an item. And they're going to try to figure out if I get that right, it'll give me a little bit harder of an item until it really, and it's usually about 10 items. That's not always true, but that's a general rule of thumb. Within 10 items, we can really figure out where my ability is given my test taking that day. And because we have the blueprints in state summative assessment, we say you have to have so many algebra items, you have to have so many number and quantity items. Because of that if we had true adaptive assessment, we could have a very short test. But because we know we want to measure certain skills, the test does get a little longer. But by having an adaptive administration, we can really focus the question where the kids are. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. So as far as like NAEP was mentioned up there, as far as like the U.S. Department, she said the U.S. Department of Education is looking for this or needs us to set this up in the state of Kansas. So we're using Kansas educators for these to build these state assessments, which is good, which is great. I'm just wondering how, now that we made the test a little shorter, how much of that is still aligned with what the National Department of Education is looking for, as far as like, if you're setting standards locally and they're trying to test to those standards, they're constantly being assessed at the local level then throughout the year. And you were talking about, are those more adaptive then? Are those things more adaptive or?
I think I understand the question. I think it's a really good question because it's really that interplay between the expectations of what the feds want and what we're trying to do in our states to best support our local constituencies.
Right.
And so what the feds really say are, they do have guidelines on what's supposed to happen. So we know just from ESSA that we have to test in grades 3 through 8 in ELA and math and once in high school. We have those guidelines. The feds guidelines really are more about, can the state show alignment to the content standards they say they're measuring? So Kansas has content standards in ELA and math. The feds want Kansas to come and say, we did what's called an independent alignment study to show that that the current test, even though it's shorter, measures the breadth and depth of the Kansas content standards. That's the kind of rules they have. And then they have a rule that you have, so that built into ESSA is having at least 3 cut scores. At least 3 performance levels. Most states have 4 performance levels. What the feds say, the Federal Department of Ed says you have to have a standard setting process that is run with fidelity, and you can show that panelists, that actual Kansas educators came together to make the decision about where these cut scores should be. And so really what the Federal Department of Ed is saying is more about, are your processes in line with best practices in assessment and with the standards that guide psychometrics, which are the AERA, APA, and CME standards.
So when we did that sampling a few months ago, or I think it was back in March, of the test, and we came to the passage of the ELA for 5th grade standards, how many of those would you say out of the test questions are that do not have a right or wrong answer? Because they were looking for the best answer. There's either the 14th president is who that is, or it's not. So you can't really, as far as like things that don't change, there's things that just do not change. Algebra doesn't change. Multiplication doesn't change. Over the years, you could say, well, those are getting a little old or tired. So I'm thinking about what has changed in education that's so different than just 10 years ago as far as just basic facts that we have to know, rather than a question and I'm reading a story and then they're looking for the best answer. Well, that's that's not really, there's got to be a right or wrong answer, in my opinion.
And I'm thinking, I've been helping the youngest child study for ACT.
Mhm.
And so we're running into that question quite a bit. And what is the best answer? And so when questions like those are created, the person, of course, who wrote it will say this is the best answer. And then a group of English teachers are going to come behind that person and say, absolutely, that's the best answer. Or they'd say no, and they'd come to a different reason. It's interesting, that type of questions. I mean, I took that in the ACT too, and I hated it. I mean, it's a difficult question to deal with, but it is a very familiar question in the assessment world. And the data on those questions are actually pretty solid in terms of that what we want in terms of measuring students is it's supporting that, and it's lowering or increasing the amount of statistical information that we get from a test.
Was it measuring a threshold? I mean, is it measuring a child that's been assessed and assessed and assessed to come out with who feels it's the best answer? I mean, that's why I'm just saying that's what's so frustrating about things that it frustrates kids. It causes anxiety. It's like, oh, okay, well, they're going to go against that. It's because it's a belief system, right? So if there isn't a right or wrong answer, it's like then I just don't know that belongs on an assessment or a test. I feel like stick with things that are, you know what I mean? Because it's just how many of those questions are on that exam. And like you were talking about ACT, I'm feeling the same thing. It takes a long time to score those things because it's like, how do you score that? How do you measure that? How do you define that? And if we have to include, which I believe we do with the Department of Education, we have to include our little wheel of career college standards, which is career. Well, I mean, how do you measure that? So those are probably embedded in everything that the kids do every single day on their computers. I mean, there's constant questions that are being asked, and a lot of them with my own son, it's like they're very open. There's a right or wrong answer, and they're learning a lot of that. And instead of there is a right or wrong answer to a lot of things. So why aren't we getting the base knowledge, and then they can take education and skills and all that and apply those individually and pursue their happiness with their pathway or whatever it is. But they have the knowledge base to know their math facts. They have the knowledge base to go back and read a sentence. I mean, I'm reading things, and I'm not going to mention the paper. I read things in the paper every day, and I'm like, how did they go from a single person to we're talking about a group? It's like AI. You can tell AI wrote that. Mm-hmm. It wasn't really written or proofread by somebody who actually has the knowledge to know how to correct that. Or if they do, they were lazy when they did it. It's like you used to be able to read really good literature and understand things, and now I feel like, well, AI wrote it for me. It's an easy cop-out, and then we don't have the knowledge to know. Kids aren't knowing the difference because I'll just look it up. Well, if you look it up, it may be wrong because you're not literally looking in a book that was written 100 years ago that might be able to show you that's actually wrong. That's not the correct way to. I'm going on and on, but I just want to make sure that if I'm seeing people and they're in a 1 or a 2, how were they scored on something that didn't have a right or wrong answer?
And I think the argument would become that those questions, they're worded to say what is the best answer. And so I'm not an English teacher. Having worked with lots of English teachers, the English teachers would make the argument, here's why this is the best answer. This is clearly the right answer. So I feel your pain, really do. Psychometrically, what we've found, and we've been using these items, well, since at least 1987, they work really well, especially for English, where when we're talking about theme or main characters, the answers aren't as black and white as they might be in the loveliest of subjects, math.
I'm sorry, Betty. Dr. Watson wanted to step in on something, and thank you, Michelle.
Well, I'm Michelle, going to go back to the first part of your question, adaptive versus linear, and decision to shorten the test, Beth, and then you mentioned NAEP. So I want to go back to those three because you're going to get pushed on all of these. So the question's going to come up, is this student at grade level? All right, are they below or above grade level? Right, that question comes up. How does this student compare to how the student may have performed on NAEP? I mean, these are questions you'll get asked a lot. And Beth, can you just talk again about the linear versus adaptive, on grade level versus not, and so that everyone again understands the test construct?
And I need to clarify to make sure I'm following this. The Kansas assessment is linear. Okay. I got a little.
10 years ago, when we embarked on the assessment that was new at that time, and it was all new because we had moved from NCLB testing to what at the time, 10 years ago, was referred to as Common Core, right? That we moved into the Kansas standards and we adapted Common Core. But at the time, we came to the state board and we proposed another variation on adaptive testing that Dr. Egan didn't talk about, but this is very familiar with, and we did stage adaptive. Okay, so everyone took the same first stage, then depending on how they performed, they either got a little more difficult stage for the second part of the test, or they got less difficult, right? One of the caveats around whether it's adaptive testing or stage adaptive, so item adaptive, you're more familiar with that, a lot of tests are item adaptive, and then one of the requirements is that we had to be able to document that, and we had 3 stages, so it happened a third time. So just imagine the student that comes in and they really aren't, they just, for whatever reason, they don't know the standards very well. And so they adapt down, well then they can adapt down a second time, right? The law says they have to have from that second test the ability to come back and be proficient. So there had to be a mechanism that if they scored real well after they adapted down, they could come back and meet that bar where you had set it. So there was, and we're talking 10 years ago, right? KU was doing its best, whatever technology issues we were having at the time, but the software just wasn't, it hadn't progressed to where it has today. And so the time to, because it had to be scored between each test, right? Each test part of the test. So they would take part 1, you had to either wait or go back another day to do part 2, and then you had to do the same thing for part 3. And of course, we were field testing items at the time, so we actually had a part 4. So it got very complicated and all that. And we had such a huge uproar and backlash because of the length of the test. By the time you were doing these 4 different parts and the time in between to score, get the results back, load the new test for the student, get them logged back on. We're much better today, but we just made a decision at that time to shorten the test, to make sure everyone had that same opportunity to demonstrate their knowledge and skills, and we went back to the straight linear test.
Well, yeah, again, that decision was made by the board because teachers said, we're taking way too much time testing. So there was a trade-off. There was a trade-off made at that time, right? You can get better. Where is this kid? The longer you take the test, the more adaptive, the more you're going to hone in on where is that kid. When you shorten the test, you're starting to make some differences that we'll go through, but there's trade-offs to length of time, amount of questions someone asks, and how tight then that this isn't a good term scientifically.
There was no instance in the whole process of a 4th grade student taking a test and adapting lower and getting 3rd grade items. It never happened. The same thing with the advanced kids. They didn't adapt up and get 5th grade items. The test was still written to the blueprint at what was expected for a 4th grader to know and be able to do. And I think that's the confusion that people often think. Now, are there some nationally recognized normed assessments that are going to give you above and below grade level? Yes, but that was not our state assessment, and the federal government is very clear. You have grade level standards, and you measure the grade level standards, and you report out how the student performs on the grade level standards.
And so this question then, Beth, I want you to kind of address the NAEP relative to wherever we can set the cut scores. But so the question will be asked of you forever. Is my kid at below or above or at grade level? The answer is the assessment's at that grade level. And the descriptors are telling you how well they do at that grade level with those assessments. And that's a question you're going to be asked. And a level 1 is a limited knowledge of the grade level standards in mathematics at 4th grade. It didn't test 3rd grade level. It didn't test 2nd grade. It just didn't.
And do they struggle in a tier 1 classroom where they're getting grade level material when they're having, I mean, so you're going to get these test results from the 4th graders, and as a 5th grade teacher, what are you going to do? You're going to go to some of the other measures that you have. This is not, the state assessment isn't telling you where they're performing, other than they're not proficient on 4th grade standards. So you have to make up. You have to do some interventions. You have to have a plan for how you're going to catch these kids up, yet continue to teach them, because it's what we expect, right? We expect them to learn at the grade level they are. We expect them to be in the classroom with their peers at that grade level. And then that's the hard work of being a teacher, is to try to how to catch these kids up when they're behind. So that's the decision. I will speak about NAEP just for a little bit. So we use NAEP and we will share NAEP data. You're aware, I'll just remind you that we assess NAEP, the federal government assesses at 4th and 8th grade, and we have a high school too. So, I mean, we can look at that. It's 12th grade testing, and we do 10th grade testing, but we'll look at that data. But that's like that. So whether you agree or not, NAEP has set itself up for the last, we were just talking about this at lunch for, I don't know, we know since the 90s for sure, okay? We'll go back that far. But as the gold standard of assessment. And the place where they, I mean, and Dr. Egan can speak to this because she shared, when she was in school and she had a professor that actually was part of that whole standard setting process for NAEP. But they set that as the gold standard, the expectation for kids in the country, right, where they want to be. We want to lead the world. I don't necessarily need to have the, we need to look at the NAEP scores in relation to where we set this. We don't want to go so low. We don't want to drop our rigor so that our NAEP scores aren't in balance, right? We don't want to exceed that expectation, because that's been set there as that standard that all states work toward. The percent of proficient on NAEP is not real high. Okay, so we need to use that as this measure to see where in that whole process, when they get to that round 3, that are we in line with where we think we should be given what this other data is. And remember, that's 2 specific grade levels, so the 3rd and 4th grade group or the 5th and 6th grade group, they have to look at that and then use their best judgment based on that data.
So I'm going to hit this over and over with you again, because these are the questions. We're going into the depth of how this is going to work, but the questions you're going to get are an asking of an assessment oftentimes that can't be given, but we like to think it can be given, if that makes sense. I mean, we like to say, well, it must mean this much when it really means this much. I think, Michelle, you talk about that a lot. It doesn't mean everything, right? No. But we often tell the story that it does. So NAEP's going to use a score called proficient. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be produced for every state in the country at grades 4, 8, and once in high school. And then states are going to develop their state assessments as determined. The federal government says you need to determine that by state. And then there's lots of organizations that tell you whether or not, okay, if I score in Kansas proficient, that's 20 points less than what those same kids or typical kids would score on NAEP, or 20 points higher, or right even with NAEP. Kind of comes with that gold standard of rigor. And when we set that 10 years ago, we were pretty consistent, maybe a little high, but pretty consistent where NAEP scores. Other states recently have been lowering that. I've sent some of that to you in the Friday notes. So, Danny, I think this was your question. So tomorrow you can show that more kids are proficient. It's only because you moved where the bar was. And so that will be what they're going to do in the next couple months, and then bring to you where that should be, so you vote on that too. This can be a little confusing, but I keep talking about this because it is the line of which we will draw, and where do we want to draw it? The further you draw it less, the more kids will jump. I always use, maybe erroneously, you go to a middle school track meet, all right, and your kid's in high jump. They're a 7th grader in high jump. If we start the bar at 5'5", starting height, not many kids are jumping that as a 7th grader. Right. So the meet goes really quick, okay? And the parents go, this isn't any good. My kid can't jump it. So let's start it at 3 foot. And now every kid jumps it for a long time, and you're there till midnight because, right? Where do you set the starting height? If you've ever been to a track meet, that starting height determines who's going to have success early on. Now, you still get to the top because it's somewhat adaptive, right? Because you keep moving the bar. But that's the standard setting process that is being described to you, is where do we set that? And it does have consequences then about who's below that proficiency line or who's above.
Betty Arnold, thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. Now, a couple of questions, but let me start off. Do all states that use the assessment, do all states set their cut scores the same?
All states have their own standard setting process.
Okay, so in terms of, because first of all, this is a conversation that rarely will we reach a consensus. Even when I talk to different people in my district, the questions that they ask, which is the frequency, not changing the grade level, but if you're testing at 3rd grade, that periodically we're going to do more than just the one test, we're going to do several in the 3rd grade. So there's always questions, because we're looking at what this is designed to tell us. And what you want to hear and what I want to hear can be miles apart. The reason I was asking about all states using the different one, because even though we have our separate standards or cut scores, we still kind of compare. And that always seems like apples to oranges to me. And it's challenging because my kid may be a genius in one state and a little slow in another. So, that's where I am wondering, do we ever look at some kind of consistency? And Dr. Watson was talking about performance as being the indicator. Bar set here, all of them. Bar set here, few of them. When you're getting ready to set this, do we ever, instead of just the educators, use the students as where they are performing to mirror that and then set cut scores? Does that make sense, what I'm asking, or do I need to rephrase that?
I think that you might need to rephrase that. So you're asking if we do use students in standard setting, we have, but I'm not sure if I'm following your method.
Okay, as an example, and I'll go back a little bit. We know that not all teachers are built alike. We know there are some great teachers, there are a lot of good teachers, There are some average teachers, and there are some that probably should look for another field. Now, with that being said, this is what's going to impact their performance, the student performance. And so there's no average, okay, here's this great teacher that, boy, her kids are just on fire. And here's this good teacher that 10% are on fire, you know. And it does kind of go along that way. So my concern is just like when I was comparing it to the states. If you have this building full of great teachers, and
I think I understand now.
Yeah.
So to put it in my own words, you have students who perform differently based on where they go to school.
Right.
But at the standard setting, we simply use all student data, and then we try to bring in voices from these different schools to articulate the differing expectations between those schools.
Okay, so when we're looking at the 140 or whatever, then you will bring in low performing as well?
We will
low
bring in,
performing schools?
yes.
Teachers, I mean.
From low performing
yeah,
schools,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Not the whole school.
Not the whole school, but teachers from that. The thing that I'm saying is just like, as a teacher, I would expect this, you should be able to get this. As a student, and this has happened frequently, where the skill sets of the teacher will actually determine. You think, I'm giving them enough information to perform here. When in actuality, if we look at what the students are doing, that's not the case. So all of these variable factors that can determine the success, these are the kinds of conversations that people want to have with me, and I'm like,
No, I think that's the reason that we have this very formalized process of standard setting, is so that we can bring together educators from these different types of schools, different types of communities, educators who have very different experiences in the classroom. Very early on in my career, one state only invited gifted teachers to set its cut scores. As you might imagine, the cut scores were set very, very high. And what that taught me as a very young psychometrician, that it's so important to have the different voices at the table. And I think that's what Beth is really working on, is making sure those voices come to the table.
and the thing is, how do you rank them? I mean, if you have a low performing school, and you invite 2, and then the rest come from, you know, I guess I'm saying, are they really represented in this?
Yeah. So my experience in running these groups and working with teachers all over the country is really, it's the camaraderie that people bring to the table and the listening that people do in terms of making sure everybody speaks. And I have had it happen where somebody dominates and we have to go in and take care of that. But the usual pattern is we have teachers from these very different regions really talking to each other. But I take your point that, and what we try to do in this process is make sure everybody has that opportunity to speak and that everybody's listening. Beth, did you want to add to that?
I just want to say that, that's what we're trying to address with the 4 fundamentals and the whole KISA process right now, is to help teachers better understand how to teach the standards in the classroom so kids do have more opportunity to learn the materials that are expected. So it's not a function of the test. I think it's that work that we're doing on the school improvement side that will make a difference in the end.
And thank you for that, because I totally was pulling that together also. It's like it's a whole, and to your point, it's not one thing, there's all these variables. And so we're working very hard through the accreditation process to bring schools up and those collaborations to do better. I mean, literally to do better.
And I want to say, I really appreciate the effort and the energy, although my questions may seem a little different. I do appreciate how much thought goes into this. But there are times when, if I can articulate questions that are being asked of me, it puts me in a better position to respond.
Absolutely.
I thought your question was really good.
Can you address the different states and why we don't use our neighboring states in standard setting?
Absolutely, I can. So it's fun to live near Kansas City because we see a lot between, I can't remember now who has our differing standards between Missouri and Kansas, and people saying, oh, Kansas schools are so much better. Look how many more percent proficient kids, or vice versa. And as you all have pointed out, it's because it's apples and oranges. Mm-hmm. The closest that we have come to setting national standards was when we had the Common Core, and we have several states working together in Smarter Balanced and working together in Park who set consistent standards across their consortia. That's the closest we've come. The other piece we have where we have a national standard would be NAEP, and that's our only national test.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You guys kind of just carried this right to where I was. I'm like crossing off questions. Okay, so I'm trying to keep my blinders on because we are only dealing with cut scores. And all that other stuff can sit aside. I'm trying to stay focused on trusting the experts because you have far more experience and knowledge in this area than I do. We do get in this situation. First of all, let me just back up, and the elephant in the room, I think, is we are already under attack for lowering standards, and we haven't even gone through the process yet. Some people want to use this data so that we can compare Kansas to other states. How are our kids doing? How are others doing? And like you just talked about with Common Core, apples and oranges, right? Like that was the closest we ever got, and that maybe wasn't the way we wanted to get there. So we've talked about how other states do it, how we compare. I want to back up and be very clear. We're adhering to federal requirements in this process,
yes.
Right? So that kind of level sets where everyone is. This seems like a positive thing, right? Because we know what the rules look like. Are we more concerned about how we compare to other states, or are we more concerned as Kansans about how we are doing in meeting those, getting kids to those grade level content standards? Or are we trying to do both?
So as the Missourian in the room, to me, when we do a standard setting process, you're worried internally more than externally. Having said that, we do bring in that external NAEP piece because it's a piece of national data that states are often compared on. And we're also showing the panelists where the cut score is on the former assessment. So they can see where they were, they can see where they are, and they'll see how they compare to NAEP.
And so it's okay to have Kansas teachers doing the work. It's not as if they're the ones setting their own standards. They're not coming into this process thinking, how do I tweak this to fit my students so that they look like they're doing better?
As a general rule, that is not my experience. My experience is educators come in really child first, and what are the standards that we as a group want to set after having this discussion and listening to multiple voices? Where do we want to set that cut score? Not how do we make ourselves look good? How do we help our children rise up so they're ready? They're working on their grade 4 standards. What do we expect them to demonstrate in grade 4? But I understand your point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here.
Debbie. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm going to go back in time to that bookmark method. And so in the picture, it looked like you're using the bookmark to, basically here's the lowest of the scores, here's the highest of the scores, and we're trying to look for that middle. Am I right? Or how do you decide within that bookmark where you're aiming for?
that really becomes the panelist's judgment. And so the panelists with their booklet, if they still had a physical booklet, they literally go through page by page. And so they could get in, there's no right answer on, oh, they have to get in 20 pages before they set their bookmark. It might be 20 pages, but some people might say 10. It really comes back to what's the content that you're seeing in those pages, and how does that align with the expectation you have for what it means to be just make it into level 3. So there's no predetermined at all. There's no predetermined place. It all comes back to content. We have those range PLDs that will guide their work, and then they're really looking at this booklet and they're talking about it. Okay, here's what the range PLD says. Here's what I'm seeing in the booklet. How are we aligning this? Here are my expectations of kids. How does that align? So they're bringing these different pieces of information together when they put their bookmark in. But in terms of a predetermined place, if there's 1 to 100 items, we don't say go in 50. We say look for the content. We always try to bring people back to the content. Oh, I thought you had, sorry.
That's okay. So we haven't publicly released the range PLDs yet. So the assessment, the overall assessment performance level descriptors is what you approved this morning. So that's what we expect at level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. The standards, as they are written, is the expectation of a level 3 student. So if you go in and read the standards, then that's what the expectation of a level 3 student would be. And the teachers, their homework, hopefully it's not a lot of homework, because hopefully we selected teachers that know the standards, right? But they come to the standard setting having read the standards for the grade level and the content area they're assigned. Okay, so they don't come in they don't come in as a blank slate. Okay, that's why they have to be licensed. That's why we know what they're teaching right now. And that's why they, hopefully they've attended some of our workshops and everything that we've had on standards, or they've been part of the committee that wrote the standards, or they were part of the item review group that reviewed the items before they were field tested, or the data after they're field tested. But people don't come generally unfamiliar people don't apply for this job, okay? Would they get educated if they come? Yes. Will they be better educators if they go through it? Absolutely. But those are not usually the people that are applying to be on our committee. So we will, and I will, share some of those next month after we actually get into the standard setting process. The descriptors that Dr. Egan's been referring to then, there is this so with language, with verbs, Michelle, with verbs. Okay? With verbs, right? It's going to say a student at level 3 will be the language you're going to see in the standard. The student at level 4 for advanced, you're going to have, some other verbs that are going to explain what they would be able to do. And the student at level 2 would be, would just be at the basic level, right? Many times, and states do it differently, and Dr. Egan can speak to this too. Many times there are no descriptors for level 1 because it's just the absence of level 2. Because we are not making a decision about level 1 students other than they're not there. So, I can't. You can
Okay,
speak to that.
so the feedback I'm getting from my constituents is that the not setting the cut scores ahead of time and waiting until you have these bookmarks is that you're doing a performance-based cut score rather than a goal-based. So that, like, if students are performing poorly right now, we have the opportunity at least to set the cut scores so that now below average looks average. And I didn't think that any of the definitions that were changed in the earlier vote was actually changing the standards at all for any of the cut scores, if I'm understanding that correctly. Is this accurate?
So as I understand, the policy descriptors that you had just changed really the large picture look at what is meant by level 1, 2, 3, and 4.
right?
Is that right?
So, and the other one was just basically a comment, because I know that I've gotten that feedback. But going to what Michelle said, when I look at psychometrics, the definition, because this is what you do, right?
It is.
It is. So it says for psychometric, it's basically measuring the children's mental traits, attitudes, and behaviors. Am I understanding that right? Is that what psychometrics does?
No.
Okay.
That would be a very specialized piece of psychometrics. Psychometricians tend to be methodologists within, I work exclusively in K-12 testing. And so I really work on test design, I work on building assessments, and only within the realm of K-12 education. I have colleagues who work in psychological assessment, but that's not what I do.
Okay, now I'm confused, because I might have looked up the wrong person, because, okay, you said since 1987, and I'm going back to what Michelle said, when it was very eye-opening when we took that small assessment test, because it's not like what I had as a kid. What Michelle's saying, that, I mean, you know, Fox was very, whatever adjective you want to use, we're looking for synonyms to that adjective in our day. Now it's like, that made him a leader, that made him popular, that made him, I mean, all these subjective kind of answers that I would be frustrated as a kid taking, because it's opinion, it's not just actually testing knowledge level. And I heard you say, well, we've been doing this since 1987. I graduated in 83, so who knows? But, and you're saying it works, but I think that the popular understanding from parents is that their kids' education's going down, that we're failing as a group. We're not getting the kids an education like in the past, that the standards are going down. That's what I'm hearing back. But, and then I think that we're doing comparisons. I think the concerns I'm hearing from my constituents is that the changing these cut scores, changing these test performance, definitions actually changes our ability to compare what our kids in Kansas did this year to last year to 2 years ago, that we're actually messing with within the state and not being able to track a true picture of what we're doing. But what I am really concerned with, and I might have this wrong, is it says you're tied with Edmetric.
That's my company, yes.
That's your company. It says your psychometric research focuses on evaluating the reliability and validity of measures related to LGBTQ plus experiences in mental health. This includes studies on connectedness to the community, therapist practices. So I'm just, how does this relate to K through 12 assessment? Or does it not?
It doesn't.
I just wondered why you were doing this, if this is your focus.
That is not, if that's on our website, that's not accurate.
Okay, nope, it's an AI. That's the AI. Yep,
Okay.
This is the AI response that
Okay.
says that this is your focus. So
I saw
I'm
your-
sorry, I just put in
your face.
Edmetric and Egan so I could just learn more about you, and that's what it said. And I was like,
ChatGPT got it wrong.
okay. Yeah, I get that. You might want to address that with them. I don't know. That's what came up. So it kind of startled me, actually.
Well,
I
don't know if you saw my face. You
I was
startled
gonna
me
say, that was a
also.
very startled
That's why I
face was
said,
what
I
I
don't know that this is you. I was like, I need to just know that this is even you. So anyway, but that startled me and I wanted to address it. So thank you.
Okay. Connie,
I'm not going to ask the question.
you're good to go? Okay. I do have a couple. So when we go back to the 140 educators that are on the broad panel, right?
Mhm.
When you say panelists, that's who you're talking about.
Yes, that's what I'm
right?
talking about.
So, trying to do the math in my head. So do we have about 15 per grade level?
So
Is that how
when,
that's working?
when we have grade spans, it's
Mhm.
hard to do this math because it's not just dividing it up by the
Right,
number
I
of
was thinking
groups.
about that too.
Okay. So for the grade spans, we have 15.
Okay.
But if we have a single grade level like we do for high school and science, then we have 10.
Okay. So you never have less than 10 working on a particular.
So we never have less than 10, but we'll have, for say grade 5 science, we'll have 10 people. They'll be divided into 2 tables.
Gotcha. Okay. And then when you're choosing them, Beth, because you were talking about the licensing and everything, and then the number of years as a teacher and the state board district, which I completely appreciate. Does the district at all play a role in any of that, the superintendent or a principal, as far as? No. Okay, so it's just the
strictly-
teachers applying.
We recruit, I'm not going to say, no is too strong, okay? Because we recruit a lot of different ways. So we do ask superintendents and principals to nominate people and to talk to them about it. But it's done in the summer. They're not on contract.
Right.
So if they want to participate and they don't want their school administrator to know, we don't get okay from them to participate. So, and that came up at the CAC meeting this last time. They're like, why can't we sign off? What if, going back to Betty's question, what if we wouldn't want this teacher representing our school doing this, making this decision? And that's very interesting because it's the independent nature and the experiences that the teacher brings. And and going back to what Melanie had shared too, it should not be driven by the desire to see more kids be proficient. It's truly that standard setting. And going, I think, to Debbie's question about why don't we do it before or after. So this is not a mastery test. And I've spoken with the commissioner a lot about it. If you want to move to mastery testing, that's a totally different model. You set your expectations and you say, we expect, wherever you set it, students to know 80% of this material. We say they've mastered it and they can move on. That's not what this test is either, right? So you have to think of the purpose of the test and what we're setting it for. And this is, based on this methodology that we're using, and a group of, I don't know what you use anymore because I haven't been through standard setting in a while, but you're saying you're the teacher with 25 students in your room. Think about how many of these questions do you think that you would want your students to get right after you've been teaching them for a year? Mm-hmm. And that can be phrased a lot of different ways, and however the facilitator feels comfortable saying it, but that's what we want to do based on the standards that they have in front of them.
Okay, and hopefully this will be a quick one. So I think I heard you say the standards are set at level 3. Is that written? Right. So how in the testing do they get to level 4? How do they test at a level 4? If this, that kind of caught my.
It can. No, it's a fair question, and this is something as we often talk about this. Oh, the standards are written to level 3, so level 3 has to know everything. That's not really what we expect.
Okay.
We expect that level 4 student is going to demonstrate more. They're going to demonstrate more knowledge, more skills, more abilities. And the level 2 students similarly. I really like how Commissioner Watson described on grade level. I will be sealing that. But everybody's tested on grade level. And if we're going to get to level 4, we've really demonstrated the majority of the skills that we're assessing.
Okay. Thank you. I think Danny has one before
I just have a comment. Thank you, Debbie, for getting an AI answer because I am concerned about AI. That's one thing. And so it happened.
I'm sitting here trying to dig in why I
So sorry, I didn't, but that's a big concern of mine. So I just want to make sure that's on the record. Well, it's on the record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chair, may I?
Not on the AI
I just
issue.
wanted to apologize.
Oh,
I just
gotcha.
wanted to apologize for, I'm trying to just kind of, what is that metric and da-da-da, and making sure there's nothing, and I'm like this. So I want to apologize, to embarrass you with that, because that
No, she was
just
just freaking
honestly
out.
was just me trying to do some on-the-fly research.
Oh,
So,
no, I'm
thank you.
really okay. I was just surprised. I was like, oh, well, this is something I don't know.
Wasn't I also?
Okay, I think we are wrapping up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I
Thank
really
you for
appreciate
driving
your
over.
time.
Even though you're from Missouri, we like you, so thank you. Right.
Go Chiefs.
I am a Chiefs fan. Oh, okay. Do we want to go ahead and take, yes, we've gone past, so we're past time, but let's go ahead and take a quick break before we get into the rest of our meeting. So we'll come back at 3:57. We'll come back at 4 o'clock. Okay, we are back. And we are going to now hear from Pat Bone, organizer of the conference, right? The conference, KSDE Annual Conference. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Chair and board members and Commissioner Watson, it's my great pleasure to be here this afternoon and explain to you a little bit about what we're doing with this year's conference. It is different. For those of you who've been on the board for a while, we have worked through committees to change things and make them match our school improvement model better, to provide opportunities for people to discuss things and move forward. So this conference is being built on the fundamentals of providing a quality education. Okay. So we started with our theory of action that is, you've seen many times from Dr. Proctor, so we started there. We have included the Kansas model for school improvement. So basically our strands for the conference are coming from the fundamentals. So what do we need to be doing in structured literacy, etc.? As you can imagine, this was a rather big undertaking at the beginning, so we started with a why statement, and you can see that there on the screen. Our mission at this conference is simply to make educators' jobs easier. How can we help them be successful in driving student performance and increasing student outcomes? So, we set the following objectives for the conference. We are moving from October to July. The reason we're doing that is October, we often landed on the end of a 9 weeks and time for parent-teacher conferences. That's a big problem. So we wanted to clear up that problem. So we have moved to a setting of a back-to-school rally. What does your district need to be doing as you prepare to go back to school? What does your school community need to know? And we also talked about how do we know we were successful? And that will come through, I always do a survey at the end of the conference to find out what the participants think. We'll also know by our attendance. Did we get good attendance? Are people interested in what we're doing? So we're focusing on these things moving forward. And we had Dr. Watson create a video for us. Okay, why is it not giving me the ability to play? It should. So I'm just going to move. Okay, let's see if he can get it. It was a link that I have used at my desk, but anyway, technology, we know how that goes. Anyway, Commissioner Watson did do a short 2-minute introductory video, and if you would like to see it, it is on the conference registration page where you can find all of the information for the conference. We are, again, this year at the Hyatt Hotel and Century 2 Convention Center in Wichita. We invite you as board members, please come join us. Help us spread the message. Help us make sure that KSDE staff are promoting the right things as far as you, the board, are concerned. Help us make sure that we are reaching our educators and our administrators. So there is a link there to register. I would suggest the easiest way, probably, is just to contact Deborah and say, Deborah, we want to go. Same with hotel reservations. She will let me know because I'm handling that for staff. You need a hotel reservation, so she'll need to know. So the conference runs Monday morning from about 9:30. through Wednesday noon. She will need to know what nights you will be needing a hotel room. So, and then we have the link for the schedule of events. We are using the SCED model again this year. Let me see if this will link, just to give you an idea. Yay! So we are using the SCED. We have all of the breakout sessions, general sessions, vendors, and things are into the schedule now. So everybody can see exactly when, where everything is to take place. Each session is color-coded by a topic. So the color codes are explained over there on the right-hand side of the screen. And we have had several people already sign up creating their own schedule. So SCED is an app that will also let you create, this is the sessions I want to go to, and it will send you a daily email. This is where you said you wanted to go. That doesn't mean you have to stick to it exactly, but it gives you that, oh yeah, that's what I wanted, reminder. And with that, that was the end of my presentation. My name is Pat Bone. I am the assistant for the Division of Learning Services and the conference program chair, so to speak. So I work with a lot of staff to make this conference happen. Do you have any questions?
I have Miss Betty up.
I'm up, and it's not a question, it's a comment. You want to see how our sales skills work. I have gone and thoroughly enjoyed the conference. The lunch speakers that you had, I mean, I would leave there sharing some of the messages, different things that it was very thought-provoking. You know, I never thought about that. And so it really is a learning conference. And I promise you, if you go, you'll be like me going, wow, that was really great. And it was. You guys do an amazing job. I thank you for the time and the energy that you put in. And I'm going to show up this year too.
Oh, wonderful. We'll look forward to it. I should mention that, you know, one of the foundations with school improvement is allowing time to collaborate. So we have also built in time to the schedule where districts have been invited to come in and talk about how they are addressing the fundamental or the structure they're using to support it. And other districts can go sit in and listen to a presentation. And we have asked that all of those sessions end with a question and answer time where they can just discuss what's working in different places around the state. So that's all built into the schedule.
It's really powerful as I've listened to Dr. Proctor talk about it during KISA meetings or whatever, just the idea of that, because they've seen through those school improvement days how much districts really enjoy having that time to talk to each other, and I think that's really powerful. I will also promo with Miss Betty that the side conversations that you have in any of these kind of meetings is so powerful. You have lots of input. You get to meet people in districts, for me especially, that I just struggle to get to. So sometimes I can be like, I get to meet that superintendent that I've never met yet and different things. So it's a good time. I think it's powerful, and I'm really excited about the new setup with it all. So I think it'll be really good.
That makes me think also, we have a couple of session times where the number of rooms that we have are not all filled. So we have called those collaboration rooms. So if you need to go have a specific conversation with a specific person, just go grab one of those rooms and have the conversation.
Nice. Okay. I think we're good. Wow, that was great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work. Is Dr. Scott in the house? There he is. We're going to get a KISA update, my favorite topic.
Okay.
It just is.
All right. We'll see at the end of this if you still feel the same.
If I still feel the same.
Yeah. Well, Madam Chair, thank you. Members of the board, Dr. Watson, it's great to be in front of you this afternoon. It is. So I really appreciated Dr. Watson starting off with his bike this morning, because I wanted that bike. I had a banana seat like that, but it was a yellow bike with a black seat. I can still picture it in my mind. I don't think I had to work as hard to get that bike as Dr. Watson had to work to get his, but it reminded me of my first car, which was that I graduated in '89. So there you go. But my first car was when I graduated high school, was a 1977 Ford Thunderbird that was green, just like your bike, right? And we were talking about that yesterday because yesterday was National Odometer Day. So today, we're talking about today, right? Today is National Apple Pie Day. Any apple pie experts? See, I knew anytime it's a National Food Day, I always feel like I should bring it. What's the first thing you think of when you think of apple pie? Ice cream? All American. Yes, that's exactly. I always think of nutrition. I think of nutrition. It's a fruit serving, right? So that's my doctor never laughs at that joke. But to Member Potter's point, people think America, right? What does it say? Nothing says America like apple pie. So as we start into KSDE, I want you to think about, what do you think about when you hear KSDE, which is Kansas Education Systems Accreditation? What do you think of as a board?
I think of collaborating for school improvement.
Collaboration, a collaborative culture. Checks and balances, there's accountability with that model. Goals.
System improvement.
Yes, system improvement. And it's funny, as Dr. Proctor and I have been out on these informational sessions, we'll ask a question about, the 3 areas of an accreditation decision, right, that the board decided. It's been about a year now, a little less than a year, that the board approved the new model. And the first thing that people usually mention is compliance. So generally, accreditation models are focused on things like compliance and outcomes. And yes, that's a part, but to Dennis's point, this model is about school improvement. And I think that's a different direction that the state board has taken with accreditation. And I can just tell you, it resonates with systems. They are engaged in this work. So from moving forward, nothing says school improvement like KSDE. And so as we talk today, I wanted to talk a little bit about this year, but then also a little bit about next year. And Ben's going to jump up here and talk through some things as well. So as we go. So today, just reviewing KSDE 2.0 at a really high level. Really, it's the big parts that the board approved, again, less than about a year ago. And then the current state this year, basically what has transpired, system expectations for next year, and then ongoing development of what we call KSDE standards. So I'll unpack those as we go. So let's do a quick review of KSDE 2.0. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ben to talk through our vision piece.
Thank you, Dr. J. One of the things I'm going to miss about working at KSDE is getting to go on the road with Jay. We've spent a lot of time together out and about and talking to school people. I appreciate the time. And for those that were at the retreat yesterday, we talked about these things in depth. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly here, but it's important for us as we talk to school systems who are making sense of all the things that we're asking of them and all the different engagements that we have. We want to make sure that they know that we're listening to them and that there is feedback that they're providing that helps us make adjustments as we go. And one of the things that we've heard is, please don't change the direction that we're going. And as we've gone out on the road, I think that was a concern. We're going back out to talk about this thing. We think we already know what we're doing. Why are you coming back out for these informational sessions? What are you changing? And we want to start those meetings with why we feel like we can't change, because we're really grounded in something. And it starts with our vision And the other thing I've learned in talking to all the varied school system leaders and educators in those schools all across the state is you have to stay on message, and it has to make sense to them. It has to be logical, and is what we're sharing logical? And so we flow from our vision, and we talked about yesterday kind of what's the problem if there's a challenge associated with our vision. What might that challenge be? And we decided as a division, we felt like the challenge was we try to do too many things. And that's really led us to, I'm really proud of Pat for sharing the theory of action, even as we're talking about the annual conference, because that's what we stay grounded in. And it's this idea that we want to do a smaller number of things very, very well. And we talked through that yesterday at our retreat session. And then this is the mechanism on how to do it. So we start with our vision. We identify a challenge or a problem associated with pursuing that vision. We develop a theory of action. How are we going to go about solving that problem? And then what's the mechanics of that? And this is really how we move those ideas forward. And as we kind of transition back to Jay, I think it's really important that the state board knows what has happened this year. We have used this model to engage all school systems in evaluating the degree to which they implement these fundamentals, because they're happening to some degree, and we want them to be done exceedingly well. And so when a school system goes through that collaboration process, they evaluate how they're doing against this school improvement model, and then they develop an action plan. And in that action plan, they identify a fundamental that they're going to emphasize, and a structure that's going to help them get there, and a leading indicator of the action that they want to take, and how they're going to measure progress towards that action. And then why are they taking that action? Why is this the right thing for them? And then what are they going to do to build upon that action? We talked just briefly yesterday about the research base behind this model, and it's making sure that we don't isolate action, or we don't just do this one thing, but we build upon that over time. You might do one thing initially, and then how are you going to reinforce that through future action? That's what we've done this year. Every school system is either on the path of submitting that action plan. Many have been submitted and reviewed by our team. So that's really a quick review of where we've been.
So I am going to miss being on the road with Ben. The thing I'm not going to miss is I lose the voice contest every time. I feel like he's just got he's like a part of the all voice state team, right? But one of the things that we have, this school improvement, so this slide is very important. Like, this is a very foundational slide for the board, in that these are the three areas that we look at when we're making an accreditation decision. And as a reminder, we are making accreditation decisions on every system in these areas every year. Now, we're scaffolding the start of that, but once we get to that point, every year we'll make accreditation decisions in these three areas for every system. Much different than a 5 or 6 year cycle that we were on before. And that school improvement through Ben's leadership has really been focused on the 4 fundamentals. And so that is people feel grounded in that. Teachers tell us we see our work in accreditation, because that's what teachers do. And so we feel like that's a real strong piece. But these three areas will have standards in each area, right? And so once we have those all set up, we have the school improvement side, the action plan side reviewed this year. We have standards for that. As we get into next year, we're going to look at implementation. Ben's going to talk about the implementation standards. Student outcomes. Well, I'll share with you a timeline of the development of those standards. Compliance. It's kind of a new term for compliance of standards, but we do have standards in compliance areas. There are certain things you need to do to be in compliance with child nutrition and wellness, for example. So from moving forward, we always want to be talking and referring back to those standards for KESA. So these are the roles and responsibilities. I would say for systems, for the ARC and for the state board, the role really hasn't changed that much, other than maybe the more frequency of which the board is taking action on systems, which will happen every year. But systems we just continue to promote this idea of engagement. And largely, if you've attended any of our school improvement days, I would encourage you to try to make one of those. We have 77 of them every year. you'll see high levels of engagement and collaboration. For KSDE, we're inserting ourselves and taking on a new role. So you know that our team, accreditation and design team, we have regional executives. We have one in the west, Amber Miller. We have Mindy Bruce in the central, and we have Gene Rush in the east. Myron Melton, my assistant director, he works with our suburban, basically our suburban cohort and our private systems. I work with our special purpose schools. Think of Lake Mary and Paola, right? Or the Kansas School for the Blind. We have a cohort of those. And I also work with our urban systems. So we have a model of support that's different than before. And so that's really been something that we've implemented. Our team is putting a lot of miles on cars, but we're spending a lot of time in person and building those connections with systems that are they are so important, right? To build those connections with systems at their place in person. And so our team has done a phenomenal job of doing that this year, and we really are looking forward to the future. So let me talk a little bit about our current state. So the timeline, this is the timeline of evaluation. So for this year, you can see that we are evaluating each system in each compliance area. There are 14 areas of compliance, and we're evaluating each system's action plan. And what that means is the system develops an action plan through really a lot of different touch points. So let me move to that next slide. So the action plan development, we had 77 school improvement days this year. Those were held at our regional service centers. 3 to 5 school systems in the room, 5 to 10 people from a school district in the room. And those were wonderful days. We had really strong days for the most part. There are gaps that we need to shore up, but we had volunteer facilitators who's just, if you want to meet some really strong educators, get in touch with a KISA facilitator. They understand this model very well, and they were such a seminal group to this whole process this year. We had 303 check-ins in person from our team. So we went out and met with Ulysses, right? And sat down with Ulysses and helped them prepare for their school improvement day. We also have, by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, we'll have 303 action plans submitted and reviewed by what I term as one of our hardest working teams in KSDE, this action plan review team, who reviews every single system's action plan. And so a lot of work's going into this development of the KISA action plan. And the evaluative side of the action plan is that action plan review team looking at it for clarity, alignment to the model, and is it driven by data? Very important. If it meets those 3 criteria, our action plan review team says this is a ready to implement action plan. And so they have met the standard by submitting and then developing a ready-to-implement action plan. So compliance, real quick on compliance, that is a live link. I don't know if you have access to these slides, but that is linked to our KISA compliance guidance document, and it has all 14 compliance areas. What we're doing this year is we're going to take a snapshot here in a couple days of each system and their compliance status in each area. Any system that is not in compliance, we're going to send an email to that superintendent notifying that they're not in compliance as of this moment. Now, that's not the first time that system has been contacted that they're not in compliance. If they're not in compliance with child nutrition and wellness, then a lead from that team would contact the system. So this is a kind of a secondary contact, just making sure we're in contact and everybody's understanding what their status is. We'll send that after May 15th. As of July 1, we will basically take the compliance status of each system. We'll take that to the ARC, and we'll let the ARC know these are the systems that are in compliance and these are the systems that are not in particular areas. What we're finding is we generally don't have a lot of compliance issues, but the more that we've gotten probably a better monitoring system that we're setting up, we are finding more non-compliance, which is actually not a bad thing, right? And just so you know, systems, their accreditation really isn't affected by 1 year of being not in compliance. It's 2 years in a row of non-compliance that could impact an accreditation status. So we're working on that, and we're also we already have it pretty much prototyped and ready to go, but we haven't really hit the button to make it live yet in our KISA app, but we'll have a compliance tracker where systems can go in at any time and see what their status is in the compliance areas. So those are the two areas, the action plan review and then compliance, that will be evaluated this year. So let me talk to the board about the process, what's coming up this summer in terms of accreditation. So in July, the ARC, the Accreditation Review Council, they are 18 educators from across the state. They are the group that's charged with looking at the information we provide them on each system and saying, this is the accreditation status that we're recommending for this system. And so they will they'll do their voting. We'll have their meeting in July, and they will make a recommendation on every system. In August, I'll bring their recommendations to the state board as a receive item. You'll have a month to really think through that, and then in September will be action on all those systems. Future forward, I'd like to move this up a month. So where we're in June, we're having the ARC meeting. July is receive for the board. August is action, just so we can wrap things up before the next school year really starts. Okay. So that's the process, and that's really kind of a wrap up for this year. So any questions about this year? Yeah.
So once you have an action plan, is that going to be on our website for each school district?
No, we have that. It's in the KISA application, which is an authenticated app. So systems have to have permission to go into that. We have permission to go into that. So it's not a public document. That doesn't mean it can't be. Systems are free to take their action plan, and I know many share it freely with their board as they go through the development of that. So it's protected in terms of it's not a public report, but that doesn't mean systems can't take a PDF of that and share it. And if you're interested, just let us know. If you're interested in looking at certain action plans, we can make that happen, right? We did ask for a time there. We were asking systems, do you not want this action plan to be shared? And we didn't hear from anybody that they didn't want it to be shared. So if you're interested in it, we can definitely work with that system and make sure that happens.
I guess I'm just one of those ones. Why wouldn't a school system want to share it?
Yeah, we've left that to the school districts.
Okay.
And I think by and large, most have been freely, because if you look at those action plans, there's really not a lot of that's really pertaining unique to that school district, right? It's pretty general language in terms of what they're doing. If you're doing structured literacy and letters training and you have these measures of progress, it's not a lot of controversial information. So, yep. Okay. So let's talk about next year, and I'll turn it back over to Ben.
So Jay mentioned just the 24-25 timeline. So as we move into 25-26, you'll notice that the compliance evaluation stays the same. We'll continue to monitor that throughout the year and be able to provide that to the board each summer. And then we move into, call it kind of a tricky part of this whole process. We're evaluating the implementation of all these varied action plans across the state. But fortunately, we have very smart people here who can design things that seem to work for all the varied districts. And that's something that we've tried to pay very close attention to, even in the room. I think we've learned that getting together in person is very valuable. And sometimes you're able to engage in a different way to understand, is this landing with, just last week, we have Kansas City, Kansas, a team from KCK. I call that a very large system in my experience. And then you have really small school districts that are in the same room talking about the same thing. And I think we've landed that pretty well, no matter the size. There's a relative nature to all of this work. But implementation evaluation, we feel like we've got the process solidified, and we're out communicating that now. So the framework that we're using is the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. So these are things that we tend to do when we're implementing things pretty naturally, but we've developed highly intentional standards around each of these. And the first one, Jay already mentioned, the plan standard is that action plan itself. And the criteria that we've used this year will stay the same for next year. And that is clarity, aligned to the school improvement model, and data-driven. So when our action plan review team, which is an amazing team, sits down and looks at those action plans, that's the lens that they're looking through. Is it clear? Is it aligned to that school improvement model? And that's been an ongoing challenge, because there are a lot of good things you can do that aren't necessarily addressing the fundamentals. And so the feedback to the school system at that point is, you may have a fantastic plan to do the thing you want to do. How is it addressing structured literacy or standards alignment or using data effectively and those types of things that are within that model? And I think even when we've heard from some that they don't necessarily like it when the State Department tells them that their plan isn't ready to implement, I think it's helped them evaluate it to a greater degree, and that feedback has ended up being very well received. And I've experienced a little bit of that with my own district that I'm going to, where our plan wasn't ready to implement right away, and the feedback was phenomenal. So that's standard number one, is planning. The second one is do. So standard 2 is all about doing the thing that you said you were going to do. And one of the ways we described as we were really going out and talking about KESA 2.0 initially was, you're going to have some autonomy, that even though it's on one page, there's quite a bit of variability in what you can focus on. It's got to be aligned to the model, but then you have to do that thing. And this standard is really all about doing that thing. And we describe it as, how are you moving that plan that a district leadership team is establishing? How are you moving it through the people in your school system? That includes our Board of Education. And I've heard superintendents talk about how they're engaged with their boards, and we feel like that's so critical. How is that moving into the buildings that you have and to the teachers in the classroom? And so as the school system comes back, their district leadership team comes back to the school improvement day, they're going to tell us all about that. How did you move this plan through the school system and implement it? And that's really what that do standard is all about, talking about the challenges associated with that as well. And then the third standard is study. So you're monitoring impact. Is it having the desired impact based on the original intent of the plan? And how are you adjusting if you're not meeting the targets that you set? And so you're talking through that. So you've developed your plan, you're implementing your plan. Now you're studying, is it truly having the impact? Are you able to enact the actions that you decided are very critical for you based on your needs? Then that final standard is act. And there's two really important components for that standard. One is, how do you sustain the work that you've started? We know, I think Jay mentioned the example of structured literacy and letters training, and we know that just doing the training is not enough. Any training, you have to implement it, and then you need to sustain that. So in 2 years and 3 years, we have teachers that are still doing the things that they learned through those trainings. And that's where that systems model is so important. So you're doing the professional learning, but you also need those instructional coaches, those principals to be able to go into that classroom and make sure that it's happening and providing supports where it's needed and really building upon that action, which is really the final part of that standard. So you want to sustain what's working, and then you want to build upon that. So you're always thinking about what's in our next plan. So on that school improvement day, as the school system shares how they're doing the thing that they said they would do, monitoring progress, they're always thinking about how are we going to build upon that with that next plan.
So you can see that with the school improvement side, the action plan standards, right? The implementation standards. So the other pieces of accreditation, student outcomes and compliance. So with student outcomes, graduation in July, that's the plan now, is to bring to the state board the graduation, the KESA graduation standards. And so it'll make more sense when we get there. But we are developing, we've got a draft of KESA graduation standards set up. And so as we go through in these information sessions, we are getting a lot of feedback from people on those KESA graduation standards. So that'll be before the board this summer. Post-secondary is another metric that we've looked at. It's under development. We hope to have a draft ready for the state board to look at this fall. And you can anticipate different things with that, but post-secondary effectiveness standards for those would look, structurally, would look a lot like the graduation standards. And then we have ELA and math state assessment standards, which you've talked a lot today about our state assessments. Once the cut scores are set, then we feel like we can go in and then set standards. There's a lot of things to be done with state assessments as you create new ones. And so we want to make sure we're not rushing forward rashly in terms of setting standards. But I think we have a pretty good idea of the frame of what the standards would look like. But then once the cut scores are set, we can go in and really start putting in the details that are needed so that those standards are very clear and systems will know whether they meet the standard or not. We don't have to say you met the standard. They'll know because the standards are so clear. And then compliance, we have made some adjustments to compliance standards this year. And that's an ongoing piece. We want to continue to look at the compliance areas that are in KESA. And right now we're developing more of a theory of action about the criteria of what the criteria a KESA compliance area should meet to be part of KESA, right? Accreditation. So KESA accreditation is not the only way to hold systems accountable in compliance areas. And so we're having that discussion and setting up that real clear criteria for those areas. Yep.
Do we have a timeline on the compliance piece of?
So we have made some adjustments and we already have the 25-26 KESA compliance guide ready to go. And we're ready to share that in June or July. So you would see some adjustments. We haven't made maybe the adjustments that maybe you're thinking about as we move forward. We continue to want to, again, we need to build some criteria to say this is what constitutes an area for compliance in KESA before we start making some decisions on maybe some are out, right? And there's different ways to hold systems accountable for those areas. So
I think we've got some questions if you're
Yep,
good.
that's
Okay.
it.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'm not asking things right. So if you're accredited, you can see that on our website. Let's say Leavenworth, since I'm from Leavenworth. If they're accredited, you can go in and look at
Yes.
the accreditation as a parent or anybody.
Yes.
And do schools have that on their websites?
I don't know that. I know districts get certificates every year. So they may display those, they may not. That's really up to them. But on our current accountability report, it's listed at the very top, their accredited status.
And so in the accountability report, then you can go in and look
Yes.
at that school.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that school system.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have come to school improvement days. I came to the info session. I've tried to really be plugged into this whole KESA thing. And I love most of what I see. Actually, I love everything that I see. It's what I'm not seeing. And so I'm going to take you back and I'm going to give a side glance to the commissioner here because What I haven't seen is mention of IPS. And this board was promised months and months and months ago that the rigor in IPS would come through KISA, but I don't see it.
So, number one, with IPS, one thing is it's in compliance. So that's something for the board to consider. If we're talking about something that we feel like is a driver for kids, and I believe that to be true, but one of the things that happens is if you put something in compliance, that's how people will approach it. They'll say, yes, we have one. And so that's something I think for the board to think about, how it's positioned, how it's currently positioned. Is that really the best way to really get that impact that you want to see from IPS? I would say on the other side of it, in the school improvement side of it, IPS, while you may not see it explicitly listed in the model, that doesn't mean that systems aren't using that, right, to enhance other parts of in the fundamentals. And so I think while we have it currently listed as a state board outcome, but when we say it's an outcome, we need to contextualize that for systems, because if you think about it, it's really not an outcome. It's an input, right, that you work through. It's a process. And so I think how we position IPS in the school improvement model is something we'll have to really look at. But I'd really like to have that discussion with the board around IPS as a compliance area, and really, Natalie Clark and her team working through that. So, yeah, it's not explicit in the model. I do think that systems are still looking at it as could be part of how they really get better in the fundamentals, but it's not explicitly stated in the model.
And I'm going to step into that with Melanie. I have had districts talk about their senior projects, which I think you and I have talked about, which really fits that well. And the high school new graduation requirements with all the asset lists pulls some of that in. So yes, not hardcore, but what I'm hearing out there is the desire to really help students, especially through that senior year, to be more exploratory, more focused in what's next. So
I think Dr. Proctor had a...
Yeah, I hope this is helpful. We don't mention individual plan of study in the family community business partnership, but that's implied in a lot of ways. But I think the opportunity to engage school systems in the priorities of the state board is what we have available to us. And, when we were building the accreditation model, and we talked about, are there certain things that we want to require? We talked through, do we require you to address structured literacy and not give you that option? I think that it's an invitation to the state board. We talk about this with our staff, but we have all these direct engagements with schools, and they have direct engagements with one another. And so you have an opportunity, and that's why that annual conference is another important structure. So if we want to create a rigorous process to do individual plans of study most effectively, I would agree with Jay. I think the board needs to consider pulling that out of compliance and start looking at the models that we have that are exposed during maybe a board meeting. That's one way to get information out. But now we have all these touch points to be able to elevate certain priorities. And I think that an individual plan of study is a great example of how you can do that through the conversation at a school improvement day. We design the conversation, which means that we can adjust the conversation as we go based on what we're learning and what we believe is most high leverage. So if we believe that an effective individual plan of study is a high leverage priority that's going to make a meaningful difference for students, then we've got the structure to be able to elevate that as a priority in a way that we just haven't had in the past. So I think there's the built-in system that we've established that now allows for that to occur, if that makes sense.
And with the conversation we had yesterday, that compliance piece really pushes, in my opinion, toward programs instead of actual work of working with kids. The Zello, for example. So kids on a computer, to me, is not an individual plan of study. And I think you agreed with that. So it's looking for a different way, because otherwise it's, okay, we did that check, we've got this program. So re-looking at it, I guess. And I know it's your love. I can't say that it's mine, but I like the other looks of ways of doing things.
No, sorry, to clarify, I want to be really clear. We have students who are making it all the way to the stage of graduation, having never talked to a college counselor. That's very different than sitting down and spending time on Zello. And sorry, Zello, I know you want your paycheck, but this compliance of checking the box with Zello and Naviance is not effective.
Right.
I'll stop there. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Betty?
This isn't my comment, but I do want to weigh in on that because it is something that I feel strongly about. There are so many students that have not made the connection that you're expected to get a job. And, you know, it's like school is where we go hang out. But there are studies that have shown that when students make that career connection and see the relevance of the courses that they are taking, what I need to take if I plan to do XYZ, that has gotten them more engaged in their classes than anything else. So, you know, I do welcome the opportunity when we sit down and discuss that, because I think it needs to have a little more stronger take than just check off the box compliance. And I do have someone that I think could make a great commercial for that. Why are you frowning? I wasn't talking about you. I really was. But to get back to my question, and this may be one that you may tell me ask later, I don't know. I have never really understood the cohort being counted for graduation, that cohort that we have set up. That has always been confusing, particularly when you have somebody that maybe a year later, I don't know why it's counted that way. Should I ask you now or wait?
Well, so I think my response is going to confuse you even more, but I'm still going to go ahead with it. The KISA graduation rate is actually not looking at just one graduation rate, like a yearly, like we look at now, right? We look at the class of 2024, right? And we that's how we've looked at it in the past. The KISA graduation rate will actually be the most recent 5 graduating classes. But to answer your question, the cohort is the incoming 9th grade class, right? It's how many you have in your incoming 9th grade class. But that doesn't mean that's going to be the same number. Let's say that's 100 students, right? 4 years later, when they're supposed to graduate, right, how you would calculate the graduation rate is your number of graduates divided by your number that were in that 9th grade class, except that number that started as 9th graders, some of them have transferred between schools. And so your denominator has changed. So you might have 100 students start as 9th graders, but by the time they are to graduate later, some of them have transferred out legitimately. So they're no longer part of that cohort. So there's a lot to unpack around graduation, but that's where that cohort, that terminology comes from.
But let me bring you where I am. Are they counted even if they graduate a year later, even though they're still there, but for
There's a 5-year graduation rate.
So they would be counted. My understanding is if they didn't graduate with their cohorts, they weren't. County.
There's two, this, really, we should have Dr. Kelso here talking through this. I'm probably making her job more difficult by what I'm saying, but we have a 4-year and a 5-year cohort graduation rate in Kansas. The 4-year cohort is the one we look at. It's the one that's on the accountability report. It's the one that we report to the federal government, right? So all of our accountability is around your 4-year cohort, but we still do have a 5-year cohort that we have, and I'm not really certain why.
Can I try to help?
Yes.
Because I want to see if I'm hearing you. Because what I heard you ask was if the student that started the freshman year and didn't graduate with their senior class, but did a year later, do they count in the graduation rate?
And he's saying.
Not in the 4-year cohort.
No, because of the 4-year.
Right.
And that's where.
And that's real.
Yeah. And I don't.
Because they didn't graduate on time.
So this is one that is a federal definition that all states have to comply and report. So the class of 25 is getting ready these weekends to graduate. You will have until October to graduate with your class and be counted, Betty. But to your example, if you graduate then a year later, you're not counted in that cohort as what is reported then universally of all 50 states.
So you said we are the 4-year. Are there states that have the 5? No. So then that's just nationally.
Yes.
4 years. Okay.
That's a standardized.
I thought we had, yeah. I thought we had the option.
No.
We collect the 5-year,
Yeah.
but what every state is required to submit is the
Is the
4-year
4-year.
cohort. So that is true whether you're looking at Utah, Kansas, Missouri, Florida.
Okay. That was the part that was confusing because it almost sounds as though that's a Kansas thing.
No. That's a
Okay,
federal definition.
That's a federal. Okay.
Yep.
And they have the pistol.
Jim Porter has a question. I didn't turn my mic on. Jim, you're muted.
That's scary.
You're still muted. There we go.
This is going to be real simple. An interest inventory on a computer is not an individual plan of study. I'm going to go back to individual plan of study. I see this as an output, and I want to have further discussions, so I'm not going to say much today. Is a student ready for the next stage of their life when they walk out of high school? I think that needs to be the evaluation process. If the answer is yes, then there has been a successful individual plan of study. If the answer is no, there is not.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I think we get to keep Dr. Proctor for the next 2 things on our list, on our agenda, starting with the evidence-based at-risk list.
See if we can.
You say that's not the one.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for putting up with me for 3 items in a row. So just a brief receive item, and it pertains to the at-risk evidence-based programs list, which we've talked a lot about, especially over the past several years. So you may be familiar, but just wanted to remind the board that there was legislation passed associated with this list this session, and it dealt with a particular organization that accredits, and that the organization is the International Multisensory Structured Language Education Council. So anything that is accredited by this organization would be included on that evidence-based list, and this is all in the literacy realm. And so if you're accredited, and I gave an example there because there's a lot of things that are accredited by MSLEC, which they would go by for short, And some of those things we would say are very relevant in the state of Kansas. And I think one of the challenges just logistically is we've got a fairly extensive list. It's fairly lengthy, and it's probably easy to lose track of everything that's there. So we want to make sure we have a good process to ensure that we have very relevant programs that are included on that list. And this would be an example of one of those that's very relevant and would be trained by organizations within the state of Kansas.
And I forgot, so in the midst of this, when we were talking, because we have redefined that we have also been working with, right? So I want to make
Correct.
sure we're speaking all that we've been talking about, but I know you're going there with the next step.
Yeah, we will highlight them, but that would be another example of the good programs that we want to make sure that we're providing to our schools. We want to have a very good list of things that we know are proven to work. And that's why we're also recommending to the state board to do something very similar that the legislature did, and that's approve any program that's accredited through the International Dyslexia Association for that at-risk list. Again, this would be very focused on literacy. And there's a lot of programs that are approved. We want to have a good process to help schools identify those things and give them the very best options to be able to spend those at-risk dollars. So the receive item today is that recommendation that we would make that anything that is IDA or IDA plus approved would be included on that list so schools can spend at-risk dollars to support literacy for our students.
Betty?
I'm
punching your buttons.
I was trying to.
Oh. Your mouth is going to turn on your microphone.
So does that minimize then the process that schools would have to go through to get on the at-risk?
It would make it much easier.
I would think like with Phillips, they would have been automatically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't have to fill out a provisional or go
Yeah.
through any additional steps. It's just available to them because we know it's proven to be effective.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as we've looked at all of that, I should say, we very loosely, as Dr. Proctor and his team have looked at all that, it's plus along in line with the legislation that was passed. And you guys have vetted. You've looked hardcore at all of this stuff. So Read Redefined is another Wichita-based program that has great resources for dyslexia and just kids that need interventions, along with the anything MSLEC, which PF Phillips Fundamental Learning Center, try not to use acronyms, is aligned with too as well.
Yes.
So that's going to be the question, just bringing in accredited programs fairly automatically.
Correct.
With board approval.
Yes.
This is the board approval for that to happen. Clear as mud? Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I feel like I butchered that a little bit, but I want to make sure it's making sense. Okay.
So this would come back as an action item next month.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So one of the things, when you mentioned Phillips, is I had a tour of them, and they mentioned, I don't know if it was a family or a teacher, but somebody was wanting a certain school district to look into implementing them, and I've never been able to get a hold of that local school board at all, at all. And what are these organizations to do when they have that? The parents are supposed to have that resource, but that resource can't seem to get to the school. Does that, who are they supposed to, how are they supposed to get in there, is I guess my question. If they ask me for help and I can't get a hold of a local school board member.
Well, I would probably ask for a superintendent and ask him what their curriculum, or their reading specialist, maybe, if they would talk to their reading specialist. I'll let you respond.
Probably be good just to reach out to the central office staff.
I'll probably just ask Dr. Watson then to help. If they told me never mind. They said they had another connection. They said they would try, but I'll see if I'll follow up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's ways in, and I mean, it's the staff we're looking at because we want to make sure they understand those connections, and oftentimes usually it's an easy fix in that way.
Yes.
Especially when they know their at-risk dollars can be used that way.
Yep.
Okay? Okay. Next.
So the next item is dealing with the seal of literacy as we continue to look for, just like with the evidence-based list for at-risk, good programs, good training opportunities for our educators in Kansas. And the first, sorry for the animations here, I haven't perfected those, is through the Phillips Fundamental Learning Center. As Mrs. Potter mentioned, they operate out of Wichita, have been in place for a long time. We've met with their staff multiple times. And our team, Dr. Lori Curtis and her team, have reviewed their courses and feel that they should be a provider for that seal of literacy. You can see some of the details there. It's very extensive. I got to go down and meet with their team a few weeks ago and just hear all about the things that they do and yes, just the great work that they provide. So this would be a recommendation to the state board for the Phillips Fundamental Learning Center courses to be included as a seal of literacy provider. Okay. And then secondly, Mrs. Hopkins mentioned Read Redefined, and our team met with their team recently and looked at all of their information, and they've just been phenomenal to work with. More details are provided here. That review was conducted by our team, just like it has been for the other programs that you've approved in the past, and feel very, very good about recommending them as a provider as well for the seal of literacy. So it would allow our teachers to have more options, quality options in the state of Kansas that would qualify them for the seal, and more importantly, provide those teachers with the knowledge that they need to be able to implement strong literacy instruction in our Kansas classrooms. So recommendation, again, just the language there that would come to you next month would be for both of those two training organizations to qualify, one for the seal of literacy and be included in that list that we provided.
Okay. Debbie?
I'm sorry, follow up, and it's a little bit maybe off topic, but I know I asked him at Phillips, one of the things in the School for the Deaf, I asked them how would they accommodate dyslexia when you're deaf? Because a lot of these dyslexia trainings, as I understand it, are phonics kind of based. And so that, and Michelle might already know this, but you seem particularly positioned to find resources possibly for the School for the Deaf that is basically, like, we don't want to go towards sight word learning, but that's kind of what they have to have, right? Because they're not doing the phonics when they're in deaf. Is there a way to help them if they're maybe not only suffering from being deaf, but also dyslexic, and that just makes it additionally difficult for them to learn to read? And I thought maybe you might know where to find those resources for them, or keep an eye out.
I know Dr. Curtis has been working with them. She would be the person to really speak to that from our end. We'd be happy to follow up next month with that. Sure.
Yeah. Jim?
I'm concerned that, well, I'm obsessed about training. And by putting off this decision for another month, we're already well into summer. I'm talking about the last issue, the seal of literacy. There may be people right now wanting to participate in those programs, and it's an unknown until we make a final decision. I don't like to do what I'm getting ready to recommend on a regular basis, but I consider training for literacy to be a number one priority. So I'm going to make a motion that we suspend the rules and vote on this today.
Okay, do I have a second? Betty is our second. Any other discussion around the idea? Okay, so if we're all okay with suspending, oh, I'm sorry.
Were we in a hurry because I was just thinking usually when we get these receive items, it just gives us a month to talk to our constituents. Is it a rush?
That's what Jim was saying.
Right, I understand. I just wanted to know.
Because we have educators going into training, and if they know that this will be, will give them the seal of literacy while they're doing some training during the summer months, then they're just more secure in knowing what the dollars being
And they're
spent.
deciding that now, not before our next meeting. Yeah, okay.
That's what we're asking for.
Yes, if you're going to be trained this summer, you need to get started before we make
Yeah.
this decision in a month
It's
from
waiting
now.
till June, then they're just that much more sitting. Okay, all good? So are we all okay with suspending the rules? All in favor?
You're going to motion.
Yeah, he motioned.
Right, and you're voting on the motion to.
Right, we're voting on the motion to suspend the rules, making sure we're all clear. Thank you. I think we have a 10-0 vote on that, and so now we would need a motion for what's on the screen. Betty?
I'll make that.
Oh,
motion.
Jim wants to do it. Go for it,
I
Jim.
move that and part of this is blocked out, so I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Phillips Learning Center and Read Redefine courses to the state-approved training list.
Second, Connie?
I second it.
So we have Jim and Connie was the second. Okay, all in favor? I believe we have a 10-0 vote. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And if you didn't get a chance to read what I handed out earlier, this was the elementary school principal in Cimarron that was really promoting Phillips as well. So I'm really happy to see 2 more items that educators, and then this will apply backwards. If they've already had the training, now they know that their seal is, they're good. So it's really important. I'm with Jim on that. The hair on fire part sits right in there of making sure we have literacy going and going strong with our educators and what they have the tools they need. Okay, I think we're gonna, are you guys want to take a break real quick and then we'll come back and finish? Okay, 5 minutes? 5 minutes, we'll be back at 5:10.
Can we just finish and go home?
5 minutes.
Thank you for calling.
thank you for your patience. We are back. Okay, we're going to do, let me see. Let me get my proverbial stuff together. We're going to do committee reports. So we're going to go, I know Jim has some from Keisha and something, Education Task Force. So Jim, can I start with you?
Yes, I'll be glad to. Keisha the board met a couple of weeks ago, and the executive board meets about 5 times a year. And we do things like we have hearings in case somebody's wanting a hardship or things like that doesn't really affect a whole lot of people. But the board, the regular board makes the decisions that actually affect. And so I usually don't report on the executive board, but I do report on the regular board. And there were about 4 decisions that the board made. There were 65 voting members, and actually most of the motions passed 64-0 or 64-1 or 65-0, with one exception that I'll talk about later. The first one was that students in dual athletes, that if you are performing in more than one activity, then you can participate, you can practice both of them in the same day with certain hour restrictions, so that you can do 2 things at once, but you still have the hour restrictions to make sure that you're safe. That passed overwhelmingly. The basketball, because we have added opportunities for additional games, they actually wanted to move the starting date back from a Thursday to a Monday of the same week, and then allow for games for a tournament during that week. That passed overwhelmingly. The one that had some degree of controversy was based on really small schools that play either 8-man or 6-man football, and there are more and more schools that are playing those smaller scores because a lot of rural schools are getting smaller. And so the recommendation was to raise the minimum number of students enrolled in a 8-man school from 100 to 110 and 6-man school from 55 to 65. That vote passed. And one of the reasons was that there was one school that had about 56 students, of which 40 were girls, and they were playing 8-man football. And those were the sorts of things that passed about 2/3. And then we actually added an event, and that event was esports. More and more schools are doing esports. It actually makes opportunities available for other kids that are not participating in other activities, and that was overwhelmingly supported. This did not come up. I mean, it comes up as a question all the time, but I think it's something on the radar. And there is an increasing number of school districts that are playing girls' flag football. And that's probably going to be coming up pretty soon as a recommendation. Basically, we have to have 24 schools participating before we can have a state event. So I think that needs to be on the radar. The Educational Funding Task Force met last week. It meets the first Tuesday and Wednesday of every month. We start at noon on Tuesday and then go all day on Wednesday. For the same reason I'm not there today, I was not there last week in person, but did participate in the whole meeting remotely. Up until this point, everything has just been reports to the board. Reports on at-risk funding, reports on special education funding, reports on things like that, reports on what other states are doing in all those areas. And so we've actually had, this is, I think, the third or fourth meeting, and this is the first time we've had an opportunity to have discussions. It is obvious, I fear, and I'm going to let me go back and say, we are a long, long way from making any decisions. And there are people that are already anticipating what those decisions are going to be and are panicking. And I recommend that we all be cautious about that. However, it became very obvious during the discussion that this is going to be somewhat contentious. And so I'm not looking forward to future meetings, but I don't want to go into any detail right now because I would be guessing, what's going to happen. And I think that would be irresponsible at this point. So that's really, unless there are questions, that's really all I have to say about that right now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And by the way, when this meeting is over, I've got about a 30-second commute.
Right.
How's that,
Melanie
Dennis?
called you a bragger. Does anybody have any questions?
I can't make any comments since we're in public.
Okay.
That shows a great deal of restraint on your part.
Melanie, Melanie, I did the same thing. I am so sorry. Michelle.
So I was just going to give an update on our negotiations with the KNEA last night. It went well. We've decided at our next meeting to get a couple of short breaks in there, but go to 3 hours, 3-hour meeting rather than 2. And I think we're meeting on the 16th. We've all come up with a date that works well with all the groups and all the people. They did add 2 alternates just in case, because it's hard to get everybody to find a date that works for everyone. So they are trained on the KNEA side, and they're going to sit in on that, and they may not be at every meeting, but they're alternates. And then they did open it up. We had big group in that room last night, and they are trying to open it up even for a Zoom so people could, since it is an open meeting, to be able to just listen in and hear what's going on. We presented our side with what the KSD wants were from administration, and then they presented their side on the teacher side. And then I had met with the parents group, about 21, I think Sharon spoke about that today, about 21. There were several online, and then we had at the beginning 3 different we had a Spanish interpreter, we had the ASL interpreter, and then you had to go slow because then each one had to relay exactly what was being said in both languages. Right. So that was interesting. I spoke at the very beginning, and what's going to be good is to have the parents, because everybody has all these different wants and needs, and then what they're trying to do is narrow that down to a focus of how can we meet how can we have a common goal or a common, rather than everybody's just wants, because everybody had their own list of wants. So I think they're going to have several meetings before they come down with, narrow down that list. So I just want to let you know that being the liaison, that was it wasn't on a committee report, but it's an update on the parent side of it. And so I think they would like to meet at least once a year when we go there, try to make it a whole day at the state board, our school for the deaf, and then another day, School for the Blind, so that those parents can come in and just give a little, kind of like coming here. They don't have to drive an hour. They're just there for 3 minutes maybe and just give a little update. That's something that it's not set in stone. I just wanted to throw that out there since we are already there. Just instead of being rushed off, I'd like it to be, it's crazy if you got somebody and then they have to drive over to they've got representing both School for the Deaf and for the Blind, and then they have to run over to the other school with us and leave that school. If it's just one day, they can be there one day for us and one day at the School for the Blind. So
makes sense. Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Melanie?
I'm happy to go last since mine is probably a discussion and longer, if there's anyone else.
Right. Is there anything else, Connie?
Yes, last Thursday, I went to the School for the Blind graduation. Very exciting, very good music. The kids were very special, very good. They had one guy that's going through transition, Mario, that was so excited. He was jumping up and down, giving the fist, and really excited as he's finishing his transition part. The school there is just amazing. It is. The graduation was held outdoors, but next year they're going to hold it indoors because they're remodeling their gym. and they had a tent. It was nice. It was a great time. Melanie was there, Dr. New was there, and Danny was there.
Nice.
And of course, Dr. Watson. But he had to leave early.
To go do the Zoom.
Yeah, to go do the Zoom meeting. But it was very, very special and very wonderful time.
Very nice. Okay. Oh, Debbie? Yeah.
I also got to attend the School for the Deaf negotiation thing. It was just fun to be there. Obviously just sat there and listened, but I did get to meet Sharon afterwards as well, and I felt like they had a little bit of a local school board showing then, and I enjoyed that. And that's pretty much it, other than the one I missed because I had on my calendar wrong. So.
Yes, so we did have a teacher vacancy supply committee meeting, so that's getting up and running, and lots of good conversation in the midst of that. Trying to remember, it's kind of just really getting moving. So, Danny?
I did go to my first CTE meeting, learned a lot. I don't really have much to report because it's still going through my head. And then
It's a lot of
was
information.
it Piper for their judge, their CTE thing? And if you get a chance to go look at their high school, not their Taj Mahal.
Yeah. Sounds
It's pretty woo-wee. And the judging with the kids that gave presentations were really good. It was very good.
Nice. Okay. Okay, and, oh, thank you. Dennis? You're muted if you're trying to talk. Oh, there he is.
Yes,
There you
sorry,
are.
I got a neighbor on the phone. I don't know what he's asking for. Okay, well, I just want to give a quick report on the Ag and the Classroom Committee board meets quarterly, and we had that last Thursday. Just want to remind everybody that it is a 501c organization that's has autonomy and is just there to support ag education. Their offices are on the KU campus, and so they're really in a good position to see what's going on with students that come to KU or KSU for ag degrees. And the college that they're reporting that their numbers are up. The freshman count is up 10%. So I think what's going on in ag education is kids are really seeing the value of making a career because there's so many pathways with the technology and everything. And so there's just a lot of good signs that that's a good alternative for CTE and an IPS pathway. 500 new teachers were contacted, K through 12. They send out packets to those teachers. The news is getting out, I think, that this is really a good supplement to a classroom. And there was some discussion. Two of the other people that are on the board is a state legislator. And, he reported on what is happening in legislation. And a lot of it is just a matter of letting legislators know about ag programs and because if they're from metro areas, they really just aren't engaged with that. So he's working, he tries to be a good liaison there with the legislatures about ag programs. And then a KSU professor, we had a good discussion about dual credits and things that are helping kids get into that program and, enter their college years with some college credits already out of high school. So I just a lot of good things to report. They're financially stable, but they would, of course, they'd always like to have more grant money, whatever, to have programs funded that they have a passion for. But it was a good board meeting, one of the better ones I've attended, and so good discussion. There's good things going on, I think, in the ag community, and there's some good partnerships that are giving tours and stuff of like dairy farms and things like that kids can come and see what actually happens on a real farm, and those happen during the summer normally. So that's It was just a good meeting. I was glad I was on that Zoom. So
Great.
that's all I have.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So Melanie, do you have anything besides the policy committee report?
No, I was going to stick to policy.
Okay, I do want to make a statement before you do that. I want to go back to last meeting, and I want to let this board and the public know that during last month's meeting, I was unaware of that Mrs. Potter would be bringing forth allegations of policy violations, therefore was not afforded the time to prepare by being able to study policy. So I have now, after the fact, studied policy and rewatched the meeting to compare policy to actions taken by myself. So I'm going to just step in on my behalf of what we went through. So policy states on page 6 and 7 under 1006B, perceived violations of boardmanship expectations. Under 3, if any member is dissatisfied with the ruling of the chair, the member may appeal the issue to the entire board. The majority of the board makes the final decision. So while it does not cite in policy that a vote will be taken, it does speak to the board having a voice, and that could be interpreted as a vote. While a vote did not happen, I did, as chair, ask the board if they wanted to go through board member Potter's allegations point by point as she requested, and as I received no feedback, at which time I did ask the policy committee to review the allegations against the board's policies and report back to the board, which is, of course, what we are getting ready to hear from the policy committee about. So I just want to say there was no effort or desire on my part to not be fully transparent and to speak to what was being said. So I want to give the chair of the policy committee time to report on what she was asked to do, what the committee was asked to do.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I will pick up where you left off. So I just want to start by saying that I really celebrate this opportunity to kind of do this way. I think this is a great opportunity for us to have this discussion about policy. And it's been already an interesting experience for me, being new to the policy committee, to kind of get to walk this with a real example. So maybe not the way we wanted it to happen, but I think we're going to come out okay. So Debbie wrote a letter expressing her concern about several items. Of course, you all had a copy of it, and I realize you now do not have a copy in your hands. I've got it up on my computer. But the policy committee held an emergency meeting, and we convened on Zoom. Chair Hopkins was there because she's also an ex officio member. And so we walked through all of the items in the letter and evaluated each of the policy concerns, just kind of line by line. So to refresh your memory, the letter was about the response. It was about a KSDE press release. And sorry, let me jump back and forth between screens here. Because Ms. Potter was concerned about the response to a directive issued by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in which schools were advised on how to respond to the rescinding of previously issued federal guidelines. And this tied back to the news release that was issued by KSDE. So we started with, as a committee, KSDE does have a PR department. They work, obviously, for the commissioner. The chair and vice chair have a role as leadership where they represent the board, especially between board meetings. And so part of the request was to, I want to make sure it's in this letter because there were multiple communications too. I don't think it's in the letter. I'm going to skip that part. But I will say that the chair and vice chair are responsible for speaking on behalf of the board. And they do so with essentially the guidance of the legislative priorities that we approve at the end of every year. I'm giving her time to write.
That's okay.
And then that PR department handles media inquiries. They issue press releases that would not necessarily reflect the views of each individual member, but instead are written as a board, or sorry, written as a department. And then occasionally, depending on the release, they may or may not work with the chair and vice chair when they are issuing that press release. I can say that in my time, when I was in the chair, I was not consulted on every press release, but sometimes I would get a copy. Hey, this is going out, just so you know. Or if they asked for a comment from the chair, then a comment might be provided. So what we did find is that there may have been a misunderstanding about the appeal to the board. And as Chair Hopkins just kind of walked you through, it was really, and even now, as Member Potter is sitting next to me. I don't know why that's so hard. Is sitting next to me. We were actually having a little sidebar just a few minutes ago, and she's pointing again at the highlighted sections. And even in this moment, as I read them again, there's yet another question that comes up. So this is the fun of policy. Mark, I don't envy your job at all in the legal realm because there's a lot of nuance in the words. And so the misunderstanding may have been, how does one appeal to the board? You did say, I appeal to the board. The board, not having memorized the policy book, did not recognize that. And I will tell you, in my previous 4 years here, no one had ever said, I appeal to the board. So no one knew how to respond to that action because it just simply had no recency and had not come up. So I think there is room for a conversation about how would we approach that in the future. Should a motion have been made? As the chair said, she didn't hear anyone responding, and we talked through this in policy. Therefore, we move on. As the board member points out in the book, if you read it again, I'm going to read from yours just because it's easier for me to read from. If any member is dissatisfied with the ruling of the chair, which essentially is what happened, the member may appeal the issue to the entire board. The majority of the board makes that decision. But it doesn't say one must make a motion, there needs to be a second. It just says the board will decide. So this is an opportunity where we can fine-tune policy. This is an opportunity where the chair can lean over and ask counsel, hey, what do I do here? And that, again, is one of the benefits, and that's why they sit next to each other, is so that she can ask for guidance on those things. So that's where we landed on that. As far as the violations of policy that are outlined in the letter, and there are 5 specifically, the policy committee went through each one, and essentially we had a unanimous decision that no policy was violated by the chair. See if I've left anything out, and I will encourage my friends on the policy committee to join me if there's anything that they want to chime in with. Sorry, here's my place. So we don't have a written policy for calling a point of order. We do use a modified version of Robert's Rules of Order. And so again, that's where the chair could ask for help from legal. We use it as a reference, but we call it modified because we're not strict about it. Any board member can express concern to the chair and ask for clarification at any time during the meeting. And so that would be an opportunity to pause and just kind of take care of these things as they come up. The state board doesn't specifically have a named parliamentarian either. And so that role falls to the chair, and that is in policy. Additionally, the board attorney, nope, I already covered that. He's right next to the chair. He can help out. And then once the chair has ruled and has made a decision, I want the board members to know that they do have the opportunity to overturn that decision. They would need to make a motion, take a vote, and so it doesn't all end with the chair either. There's always that opportunity. I think that covers everything in our notes. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, get all the way to the end. I think I've covered it all. Dennis, Betty, do either of you want to chime in?
I would just say that we had a good discussion. I thought it was thorough, and appreciate Melanie working through that, helping us through it, and Kathy being ex officio with us. I think that there is a place where we need to make more definitive policy about what you were describing when there is a need for addressing an issue like Ms. Potter gave us in writing. It's important that we address it, but we need to make sure that we're doing it in a way that it's not just a back and forth conversation, that we follow some kind of rules of order. And I agree that we're not tied to Robert's Rules of Order. We have our own moderation or whatever of it, but it's a good guideline. And with Mark sitting next to Kathy, I'm confident that we can work through, that we can come up with something that works for us. And that's my hope, is that we will have maybe just a better defined way of process that we can keep moving and get our work done. That's my big concern, and that it's resolved in a very comprehensive manner, so that anyone watching understands what we're doing. I guess that's what I have to add.
Thank you, Dennis. And you reminded me of a couple of things, but Betty's got something to say, so I'm going to let her go first.
Yeah, and I will add this in because I worked on the policy committee. This is my 5th year. There are some assumptions that are made, and with any kind of policy. First of all, I don't know of one shy member on this board that wouldn't speak up if they have an opinion. You know, and that kind of differs a little bit with Melanie's statement. But that doesn't negate the fact that sometimes we do have to go back and put more meat on the bones. But the assumption is that if a board member agrees, they'll speak up. And I think we all know, we've even had discussions to come up where a board member will say, well, you know what, I agree. I think probably the saddest part for me is having Debbie think that the board does not respect her, and that's not the case. We may read it one way, you read it another, and that's just the basis of the disagreement. So when you brought that up, it did give us an opportunity to go back and look at how we can add or take away. And oddly enough, that's something that we've been doing every year. Even last year, there were things that Kathy, as a new member to policy, brought up that we were like, oh, okay, we didn't think of that. And so we did go back and maybe work on that a little bit. So even though you don't necessarily get the board to agree with a position that you've taken, you bring up a point that the policy committee goes back and we say, maybe we better think about that, because as a new member, that didn't occur. And so if there are things that even any board member feels like, I don't know, it's good to bring it up. It's good to bring it up to the policy committee, because even last year, we spent a tremendous amount of time going over what does this say. So the policy committee just doesn't take this lightly. It's something that we really invest ourselves in. We spend the time, we have the conversation, we go back and forth, and truly, as a new member coming in, you'll see things differently than what other members have, probably because you would be a new, but you bring a different sight to the committee of something that maybe we need to go back and review and fine-tune. I don't think any of us have ever deliberately tried to violate any kind of policy, and when that's brought up, it does get the attention that it deserves. But I was pleased. I'm saying all of that to say that even with the new policy committee, we did invest the time, not from a perspective of, is this right or is this wrong, but how can we have shored this up so that we all have the same interpretation? So time was spent working through that, and I was very pleased with the discussion that we had, and And hopefully, you're pleased with the outcome that we did make. Thank you.
I'll circle back. I had just a couple of other points. For anyone who's wondering, a point of order is a violation of policy. So if a board member is calling a point of order, they're saying, hey, we're either out of order or something has happened, something big, larger has happened that they're kind of disagreeing with and taking a grievance with. The board policy committee also discussed that this would be an opportunity where, as we're moving through a meeting, if that does come up, we could take a pause. The chair, as the governor of the board, essentially could say, hey, policy committee, I need you to weigh in on this. And so the three of us might just step aside, have a short conversation, and then come back and deliver the response. That's it.
Thank you for your efforts and your work. I really appreciate the homework that was done. The things that I would say is that it's very important that we follow parliamentary procedure, whether we're saying that we do not follow Robert's rules, but our modified version through our policy. Because, and I'll just say, generally accepted rules, precedents, and practices commonly employed in the governance of deliberate assemblies maintain decorum, ascertain the will of the majority, preserve the right of the minority, and facilitate the orderly transaction of business of an assembly. And I do recognize that I bring some new challenges that you guys did not have before. But I'm glad that you're willing to just, let's roll with this and learn it, because an appeal to the board gives the board the chance to decide if things are going in decorum, the minorities being heard, because maybe there's a detachment. We don't see each other for a whole month. So there might be a detachment in information. What I would suggest is that to continue following with the rules, each of my points are supposed to, when they're appealed, have the opportunity for the board to weigh in on them. Whether they want to discuss it then vote or just go straight to a vote, doesn't matter. But each of these points, the committee has weighed in and said that they thought that everything is fine, but I did appeal to the board, not to the committee. And so I would ask that the committee, this is what we're trying to learn, is to include the board to make sure that there's 10 people involved in these decisions, not just this little group or that little group or any of this stuff. And I would say that the actual duty of the chairs is listed in the book, and it doesn't have what you said where the chair.
Does.
Okay, go ahead and tell me where, because I did ask Mrs. Arnold earlier to give that
And I'm
to
going to
me.
step in right here because, as I stated at the beginning of this, I did give the board opportunity to speak, and nobody spoke. So
They did
I
speak.
don't, to your points of allegation, the speaking that happened last meeting was about the minutes. You're talking now, I understand we're talking about your page and a half. So there was opportunity for anybody to say anything they wanted to in that time frame. And I did not receive any feedback, which is what I was reporting on. While there wasn't a vote taken, there wasn't a motion, I still did ask the board if they wanted to go through your points, and I received no feedback. So I'm not sure how you want to take that, but I took that to mean no, because I had nothing. So
Okay,
therefore, I did ask the policy committee to look further and go deeper to make sure we are being above board. So
I have a different recollection of that. And I would say, let's just go 1006A11. Remember that board members only have the authority to act as a body, not individually. So I would appeal to the board that we have board members acting on behalf of the body of this board. When press releases are made, the Department of Education, my concern that I brought up in March was that it sounded like it was the position of the board. When the Department of Education, I said, could you just be clear that that is the position of the Department of Education, not the
it is
board?
the position of this board to be following the law. If you're trying to say that is not the position of the board, then I would say the board probably wouldn't agree with you.
I didn't say that we should
going
have a
to-
position against the law.
I apologize, everybody. I actually do have a bit of a family emergency that I do need to go. I didn't know how long this would take, so I apologize. But I need to step out. So Danny, if you will finish up and adjourn when you're done, and I apologize, but I really do, this is not about this. I have something I have to go take care of, so I apologize. Go on you, sir, sorry.
Are we going to adjourn or are we going to keep talking here?
Well, I'd like to know what happens when I appeal to the board.
May
I did that.
May I respond to that just from a board perspective? There has to be 3 board members. If you want something to go forward, you don't just say, I disagree, and then it goes forward. There has to be 3, and that's in policy, 3 board members that agree, and then we can move forward and put that on an agenda or deal with it. What concerns me, and I would ask you to consider this, I may make a statement. I believe this. If there are not at least 3 other board members that say, that's a good point, then I am 1 out of 10. That does not dictate or rule the meeting. So the biggest problem seems to be that if you have a thought, and that's not saying that it might not be a good thought, it may be good, it may not be. But if you don't have 3 other board members that say, okay, yeah, I think so. Now, we each, when she asked the question, board members, I didn't say anything because that was a non-issue for me. If you don't get that agreement, and we all know that if it's something you're saying that we support, board members will jump in. Trust me, they will. If no one said anything, then it's just like you making a motion and no one seconds it. You didn't get enough to move forward. Those kinds of things are set up. And the bottom line being, as a chair, if she rules, or he, whomever, if that ruling is made, this is not the time. We are, as a board, supposed to respect our leadership. We don't keep arguing back and forth. Well, I think. Again, you say, I think, but if 3 other members didn't jump in and say, she has a point, then we go by and we're governed by the chair. This is a small group. We don't have someone that stands up as a parliamentary ruler or can make that call, even the policy committee. The person that we elected has to keep order and keep the meeting moving. One person does not get to stop the meeting, block those things that we have come together to vote on. One person doesn't. 4 people could, but one person doesn't. And if you don't get that support, then we move forward as per the chair. And we do have to respect the order that elected individual brings to the meeting. If she says, we will table that discussion, then that's it, unless 3 other people step in and say, no, I think we should. So that's where it comes in. There is a method to this, but it's not just one person getting to run the meeting. You have to have 3 other people to agree that we need further discussion. If they don't step up, and it's just like, as an example, when you say you take a vote and president not voting, that's exactly what is happening when you don't get anyone to agree with you. We're all present, but we're not voting. And if you don't get 3 other people to vote with you, that dies. That's in policy.
It hasn't even been put to the floor. It hasn't even been put to the board.
It was put to the board when you brought it up, and no one joined in with your argument.
I don't think anybody's even asked the board if they, what I want to know is how do you define if any member is dissatisfied with the ruling of the chair, the member may appeal the issue to the entire board. So you may as well rewrite that and say the member may find 2 other people and then appeal to the entire board, because that is what you just defined.
I said 3 other people.
Huh?
I said 3 other people.
Oh, 3 other people, that's a special meeting. But, so you
No.
just rewritten number 3 here. So just so we know, because it says a member, just singular, member may appeal the issue to the entire board, which the only way the entire board does any business is to vote on it, which I lose votes all the time. That's not the problem. But then at least the board is saying these 7 people think that we followed the policy and these 3 don't. And that's the way it goes. We have turned this into a circus when all it was a simple appeal to the board. The board should have been allowed to talk to it and then just take a vote and be done with it.
So I'm sorry.
I resent that.
Mr.
because,
Vice Chair.
First of all, it's not a circus. I'm sorry, I have to say this. The board, when she asked the board, and she looked around, nobody responded.
That's
So
not
that-
true. Michelle, did you ask questions?
I was concerned about what I had some questions.
You had questions, and then Connie raised her hand, and she had a question. Because she was asking if the minutes were
I'm
government
not sure,
document.
I'm not sure, I don't remember Michelle asking any questions or Connie raising her hand.
She did, and she did.
About the, all government, about the government records, minutes being government records. That was my question.
So it wasn't,
And they I think Mark answered it, or Dr. Watson. That was the only question I had.
Mhm. Yeah, so I mean, it was very contentious, it was very intimidating, and the board didn't have a chance to just have the conversation, take the vote, and be done with it. I appealed to the board. I wasn't ugly, I wasn't yelling, I wasn't anything. I was just simply saying, I appealed to the board. I do think that the board is not functioning very healthy, and I have my opinions on that. And if the board says, nope, we're functioning healthy, then like Mrs.
well,
Arnold said,
everybody
I'm 1 of 10.
can, everybody
I'm
can
1
have
of
an
10.
opinion.
That's right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mark?
I just want to add one component that hasn't been discussed. I do believe that it came up, and there's sometimes it may be a motion, sometimes it may be just the chair asking, is anybody want to take this further? And there was no motion or no indication so I think everybody had a chance to at least raise that or escalate it to a full discussion. The other point is that I did specifically advise the board chair at the time, because I try to balance the voice of one with the needs of the body. I mean, I suggested that she move the further discussion about that to a later time so that it could be taken up in recognition that this was something that was not announced and we had an agenda. I think it is important in a public setting to always remember that you have a schedule. That doesn't mean yours is less important or that any speaker, but we have people showing up. And so when you when you talk about parliamentary procedure and you talk about rules of order and things in a governing body, you can visualize the legislature. You don't have other people. I mean, you might have people in the gallery, but you're not soliciting feedback from them. It's not a two-way conversation. So if they just halt everything and don't debate, or if somebody has a filibuster, then that's just a change in cadence of the board. So in my opinion, I was trying to balance the needs of the board, the individual, and say, you probably could just defer this to later in the day and proceed with the meeting and take it up in an organized fashion. And sometimes putting a few minutes between something can diffuse the situation. Also can allow people to gather their thoughts and be prepared for that. Much like asking the policy committee to look at it in an organized way, not feel that anybody's under attack. So those are just my thoughts about kind of some of the other influences in and how that was resolved.
Melanie, you had a comment?
I was going to offer to read this section of policy if it would be helpful. It's just a few lines. Is that okay, Mr. Vice Chair?
Say that again.
Would you like me to read the policy that we're discussing word for word, just so that we can all be on the same page? Or do
Sure.
Okay. So 1006, Section B, perceived violations of boardsmanship expectations. Any perceived violation of boardsmanship expectations can be voiced to the chair, by any board member. The chair shall rule on the alleged violation, which she did. If any member is dissatisfied with the ruling of the chair, the member may appeal the issue to the entire board. The majority of the board makes the final decision. And there was no response from the board. So that is how the policy committee read through that section. And again, we determined that no policies had been violated.
So in the future, if somebody appeals to the board, how will that be handled? Will a second be asked for? How are they going to make sure that, I mean, because Mrs. Arnold's looking for 3 other people. I'm not sure where that is in policy, but I'm sure she will find it. But how will that be handled in the future?
Well, this is my personal belief. If there's something that you could have made a motion and see if you could have got a second to take that farther. And
Well, I'm just saying, if
and-
a person follows this number 3 and they appeal to the board, but it just says appeal to the board.
Okay,
So they
and-
appeal to
and-
the board, what happens? What should happen?
A motion should
A
happen.
motion should be made.
Okay, so that
And
is
nobody
a
else,
motion
nobody
then.
made a motion. Nobody made a motion. And
So-
nobody said a word. Nobody said a word.
Okay, so.
And Kathy asked for comments.
She asked if anybody had a problem with what she was doing. That's what she asked. It was very intimidating.
That's funny.
Vice Chair,
In my humble
is that-
opinion, yes, sir, you go ahead.
I would say that it kind of depends on when it comes up. And I think that was that happened in the very beginning of the meeting. And I told you one-on-one, and I would share with any board member. I mean, this doesn't need to, it should not be a gotcha moment or anything. There should be, if you're going to make those kinds of concerns, express them so they can be worked into the agenda, so they can be handled in a way that, that doesn't disrupt the meeting.
Sir, we had a whole phone conversation the Thursday before the meeting. We did have a full phone conversation.
Out of turn. You need to be recognized.
I've been interrupted a couple of times in a
I'm
long.
interrupting you.
We had a full phone conversation. I don't understand why I'm being told that I'm talking because I don't like somebody to disagree with me. I don't care if I'm disagreed with. I don't like to be told what I should have done when I did do it. So no one asked me, did you go and talk to her beforehand, the chair? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So I didn't gotcha moment. I've had a lot of personal attacks on me, like you did a gotcha moment, you can't take anybody disagreeing with you. And it's not about me. This is not about me. I appealed to the board, and I'm just asking, how is that going to be handled in the future? It's not about me. It's about this board. They have a policy. How do you work it?
Okay, I recommend, just a minute, Melanie, sorry. I recommend that we put it on the agenda, that how we want to handle that in the future, and turn it over to the policy committee based on after we have that discussion, and let the board policy committee make the policy based on the majority of the board, how they want to change it, or if they want to change it at all.
What I was going to say is, if that's a concern, then actually we don't have to make it an agenda item. You can direct the policy committee to look at that and see what we can add to shore that up. Are there specifics that we can put in place and the policy committee will do the best they can do. If you want to see something specific, then it's just a matter of saying, can the policy committee review this? And we would review it. I mean, it is bothersome that we spent so much time when there really is a very simple way. If the board is in agreement that this is something you want us to put on our agenda, then you can say, put it on the agenda. We will work on it. It's brought back to the board. The board has to vote on what's brought back, so it's not like the policy committee fixes that problem. We look at wording. We look at how we can shore it up. We look at how we can meet your demands, how it will work with the entire board. Then we bring it back to the board. We read that to the board, and the board either adopts it or not. And if that's a task that you want the policy committee to take up, I think it's just a matter of saying that. Then we can move forward, see what we can come up with to shore up your concerns, and move on to what those things that we're supposed to do, which is work on student success.
Does everybody want to do that? I'm asking now, do we want to ask the policy committee to shore it? And how do you want to shore it up, Ms. D?
I just simply asked how we are going to respond if somebody appeals to the board again. That's all I cared. I want to know how, because as I read it, each policy should have been voted on by the board. When the board makes a decision, I assume that means the vote should go to the board. They'll probably vote 9-0 or 9-1, vote you down, whatever, and be done with it. It's literally including all 10 people in the conversation, and then when everybody raises their hand that they think this way or they think that way, then it's done. We've turned this into this huge conversation when I simply appealed to the board, which I know is new, but I did exactly what was in that policy book, did I not?
And the board did not respond.
And the board, and that's fine, except that it was not received as in the policy. It was not, I'm hearing that.
We're in a circular conversation here, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, we are.
Dennis.
Well, I'd like to make a motion then that if we have a quorum that here today, that we look at this issue of what does the word appeal mean, and the policy committee looks at the verbiage of that policy, and then come back to the board in June and present it to the board to vote on any verbiage change for that policy, so that.
I'll second that. Oh, we lost him. I seconded what he had said so far. So.
Dennis, did you mute yourself?
Oh. Do I need to clarify anything? Because I think we should just move on with a motion and vote now that the policy committee has a month to come back with new verbiage for that policy in reference to the word appeal. And then we can vote as a board. And if we accept it as new verbiage for that policy, then it'll be changed in the policy manual.
If I can add on, because appeal and emotion are two different things.
So I need a second.
I seconded.
Excuse me.
Debbie did.
Item 1003, governance process. The state board shall adopt policies, regulations, and guidelines necessary to carry out the responsibilities of the state board and to achieve the goals of the board. Any proposal or to adopt or to amend or suspend an existing state board policy or guideline shall be presented in written form at a regular meeting of the board and be voted upon at the next regular meeting.
So you would present it in
Mark,
June?
would this be something that should be placed in writing?
Well, as a practical matter, it'd probably be beneficial because I think there, in order to really have some clarity about what you're voting on. I was just going to interject that typically it's maybe recommend a change of Dennis's motion to just say, come back with a recommendation that that's traditionally what the policy committee does, and then that recommendation is reviewed. So if there's specific language, but if Ms. Potter, if you'd like to propose specific language, I guess that would be in writing. So either one would be.
The policy committee is happy to take it up.
Mr. Vice Chair, I think you have a second, and so I guess further discussion or a vote on the motion.
We have a second from this motion, from Debbie. And now we have discussion. And I think I think she was first.
The typical procedure, it really, what you're asking of us would not even require a vote. It is just saying, policy committee, shore this up. And we go, I mean, it doesn't even require a vote. That's not a part of it. We can actually go back, because it is a huge concern, and take a look at that. And it's just a consensus. Looking around, do you want us to do this? If everyone is like, yeah, we're good with it, then that's all it's supposed to take.
Ms. Arnold, I mean, typically that's the way it handled, but I'd say, Mr. Vice Chair, you have a motion, a formal motion and a second. Yeah. So since we're talking about procedure and moving on specific motions, I think you probably did depart from just a regular, more friendly request to the policy committee and ask for a vote on the specific motion before the board.
Yeah, I think
ask for a vote.
I think we need to take a vote. All in favor of Dennis's motion, please raise your right hand. All opposed? Not voting? One, Mr. Porter.
What was the vote?
Motion failed.
Ms. Bremer, would you state the vote just so that it's clear?
5 voted in favor of the motion, one was against it. So if you don't have 6 votes, it fails, right?
We have 7 people.
No. If
Now, let me say this. I recommend that our policy committee take a look at this and shore it up and bring it back to the board at the next board meeting in a written form that we can have a discussion and vote yes or no. How was that?
very good.
Is everybody okay with that?
We'd be happy to do that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're recessing until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.